Chapter 4:16. At this moment, the mood of Xiao Han and the others had fallen to rock bottom. They were dispirited. They were no longer as excited and complacent as before. In a few breaths, 22 demons had fallen. That black space was quiet. At this moment, it seemed especially mysterious, and also especially ironic. It was like a giant beast that would choose its prey to devour, killing without batting an eye. Don't be depressed. That was an unexpected situation just now. You can't blame me. The pagoda master was also exasperated. Those spatial cracks appeared at any time, anywhere, and in an instant. In other words, the space was stable and calm in one breath. In the next breath, spatial cracks appeared without any warning. Even immortals can't predict it. Yes, I used my immortal eye to scan and didn't find any danger. But, man proposes, God disposes. This is a natural disaster. Forget it. From now on, raise your spirits and move forward carefully. That was an exception. Definitely an exception. Previously, I analyzed this path according to the map. Most areas will not have destructive disasters like spatial cracks. Just now, it was purely an accident. There is no turning back now. Since we have already reached this stage, let's not dilly-dally and move forward. After saying that, the pagoda master's face was frighteningly cold. He led the way, and the immortal eye between his brows slightly opened. It shot out a ray of light and scanned the surroundings cautiously. Since you don't have the guts, don't even think about touching the immortal emperor's treasure. Humph. The ancient giant Xianxia sneered and followed the pagoda master. The elder and the other demons also flew forward one after another. But now, their faces were not relaxed. They all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Junior brother Xiao Han, let's go too. Xiao Mingchu smiled bitterly. It's not easy. Heh! Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu flew side by side. Yes, the immortal emperor's treasure is not so easy to explore. Think about it carefully. It's inevitable to pay a price. The team continued forward. They advanced for a full 50 days. During these 50 days, as they advanced, they also encountered spatial energy turbulence of varying degrees. There was the extreme flame region, extreme cold region, wind blade tide. Fortunately, these turbulent energy flows were traceable and not as terrifying as the space cracks. As a result, only a small number of chivalrous heroes and a few elders in the team suffered minor injuries, but they were fine. There were no more deaths. This was something worth celebrating. Eldest senior brother Luo, we've only advanced for about 80 days. Qu'est-ce que c'est? We're not even a third of the 260 days of journey. Xiao Han's spirit wave swept into the Yen chivalrous token and casually communicated with Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu. At this time, because they were already very far away from the original plane, Xiao Han and the others could no longer use the demon chivalrous token to send a message back and communicate with Wu Yu and the others. Fortunately, I didn't run into any more terrifying spatial rifts. Luo Tianyu revealed a faint smile of relief on his face. I've summed up some experience. As long as we don't run into any spatial rifts, we won't suffer a large number of casualties. The next day, the team came to a halt once more. A strange sight appeared in the space in front of him. There were a few rainbows scattered in the vast space ahead. There were a total of 5 rainbows. The longest one was a few meters long, and the shortest one was only about half a meter. The rainbow was dazzling and beautiful. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there seemed to be some images flashing in the rainbows. There were deserts and oases in some rainbows. There were dazzling palaces in some rainbows. There were lively markets in some rainbows. There were bright moons, beauties, scholars, admiring flowers, and reciting poems in some rainbows. The scenery in some rainbows was constantly changing. Sometimes there was a clear breeze, sometimes there was a thunderstorm, sometimes there were figures, and sometimes there was a battle on the battlefield. Countless scenes appeared in the rainbow, constantly changing. If one looked at it for a long time, it would be hard for them to not be able to avoid feeling dizzy, and even hallucinations would appear. Stop! The pagoda master's face kept twitching. The immortal eye between his eyebrows secreted rays of light. He scanned the space in front of him and scanned the rainbows. In the next moment, "It's a spirit fragment," the pagoda master said with certainty. "That's right. It's a spirit fragment. Once these spirit fragments invade the brain of a living being, they will cause hallucinations and form the hallucinatory fiend realm. It can cause hallucinations, but it can also shatter a person's soul and make them lose their mind, and commit suicide. These beautiful rainbows are the spirit fragments that can create the hallucinatory fiend realm. The chivalrous heroes whispered to each other. None of them looked relaxed. "We've finally encountered it," the pagoda master murmured. "The path we chose is actually very safe. We only encountered a small spatial rift before. After that, it was more daunting than dangerous. However, the real test has finally arrived. I told you before we set off that the most important thing on this path is the hallucinatory fiend realm. Now, everyone, be careful. Remember, you must guard your heart with all your might. You must be calm. You must achieve a state where your mind is free from distractions, your eyes are focused on your nose is focused on your heart, and your heart is pure," the pagoda master said seriously. "From now on, we can't miss the hallucinatory fiend realm in our future journey. These rainbows are just the beginning. The further we go, the more rainbows there will be, and the denser they will be. They might even form a storm and attack us. I'll warn everyone one last time. As long as you have a good heart and a strong mind, you won't be taken advantage of by the hallucinatory fiend realm. Even if your mind is accidentally occupied by the hallucinatory fiend realm, you must remember not to panic. You must not panic. Even if you have hallucinations, you must deal with them calmly. All the illusions will be like a gentle breeze, not lingering in your mind." An elder immediately added, "The most important thing. Everything in the hallucinatory fiend realm is fake. All you have to do is remember this. For example, if you have hallucinations of killing, escaping, or fighting, yes, it's all fake. As long as you understand this, it'll be much easier to defend." Fake. The hallucinatory fiend realm is all fake. Many chivalrous heroes nodded. "Let's go," the pagoda master ordered. A group of people flew forward. Moreover, they avoided the rainbows ahead of time. This is the spirit fragment? It will produce the hallucinatory fiend realm? Xiao Han licked his lips. "I heard from eldest senior brother that these spirit fragments can even refine my spirit power and sharpen my soul. Thinking of this, Xiao Han looked left and right. "Wait, I won't act rashly. I'll observe for a while. Anyway, there's still 2/3 of the way, and we'll encounter countless hallucinatory fiend realms. I don't have to rush." The group passed through the rainbows. Shockingly, the melodious sound of the huqin rang out. At first, the sound was like a crying woman, low and hoarse. Then, the sound became more and more sorrowful. There was an indescribable sadness that made people feel like their parents and relatives had passed away, or like they were abandoned by their loved ones. The sorrowful, sobbing sound lingered in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble. Their souls resonated with the sound of the huqin. A few chivalrous heroes with weaker minds actually had tears in the corners of their eyes. They looked very sad. I'm having auditory hallucinations." Xiao Han's heart tightened. Fortunately, these auditory hallucinations are not very serious. My spirit power will not be affected too much. Oh yes, when we pass through these rainbows, our spirit power will be pulled. It's as if our spirit power is trying to break free from the sea of consciousness and converge with those rainbows. Xiao Han looked inside his brain. In the endless sea of consciousness, the gaseous spirit power really seemed to be secreting out. However, Xiao Han could still control his consciousness so that his spirit power would not collapse. "Junior brother Xiao Han, don't be affected by these sounds. It's all fake. It's a kind of spirit power fluctuation that is affecting our brains and causing auditory hallucinations." Xiao Mingchu whispered into Xiao Han's ear. "You just have to guard your heart and mind." "Eldest senior brother, don't worry. I haven't been affected. It's fine." Xiao Han smiled. At this moment, the rainbows actually moved. He slowly moved towards the few chivalrous men with tears in their eyes. The evil heroes were still muddle-headed. Their expressions were faint, as if they were in a beautiful dream. Their bodies did not move at all. "Wake up!" the pagoda master shouted sternly. The sound waves rolled, and the majestic and invincible voice appeared in the ears of the evil heroes. Ah! The evil heroes' bodies trembled. Their eyes suddenly became clear. All of them were extremely shocked. Then, they quickly dodged the rainbows that were moving towards them. That was close. One of the evil heroes exclaimed. Your willpower is too weak. The pagoda master shook his head slightly. Just a few scattered hallucinatory demonic lands can affect your minds. Really? Forget it. You have to be more careful in the future. With this kind of mind, how did you cultivate to your current realm? Really? Yan Qi's face was full of disdain. The evil heroes all blushed with shame. They were simply too ashamed to show their faces. They hurriedly said, we will definitely be more careful. All right, let's continue forward. Everyone has seen the hallucinatory demonic lands. In fact, it's not that big of a deal, is it? The hallucinatory demonic lands can automatically absorb our mental strength. As long as we guard our minds and control our mental strength so that it does not leave our minds, it will not be a problem. Let's continue forward. The pagoda master ordered. This is much less destructive than the spatial rift. They continued forward. At this moment, Xiao Han did not know what was going on. Unexpectedly, he formed a hand seal with both hands. It was the hand seal of the destroying heaven and earth spirit technique. In the next moment, one of the smaller rainbows trembled a few times. Then, it directly shrank to the size of an inch. With a teleportation, it directly shot towards Xiao Han. Ha! Xiao Han was slightly stunned. This small rainbow had already shot into Xiao Han's forehead. Fortunately, Xiao Han was at the back of the group. His movements were very covert and silent. Thus, his movements were not discovered by the others. To be continued. Chapter 417. The group continued to move forward. The hallucinatory demonic realm had not appeared in the area in front of them yet. Xiao Han was at the back of the group. Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu were flying side by side with Xiao Han. Just now, Xiao Han had unexpectedly formed a hand seal, causing a rainbow to condense to a length of 1 inch. Then, it turned into a stream of light and instantly shot into Xiao Han's brain. This caused Xiao Han to be shocked and horrified. Inner brain region. Boom! The moment that 1-inch-long rainbow shot into Xiao Han's brain region, it was immediately enveloped by the gaseous mental power in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Wang, wang, wang. The rainbow expanded. Many illusions appeared in Xiao Han's brain. Xiao Han's vision blurred, and he found himself wearing a red robe, sitting on a tall horse, and behind him was a Chinese trumpet team and a bridal sedan chair. In front of him, an old woman was happily carrying a bride with a red veil on her back, walking towards him. The sound of firecrackers sounded. The Chinese trumpets played a cheerful song to welcome the bride. Illusion! Suddenly, Xiao Han shook his head and formed a hand seal with both hands. All the illusions disappeared, and in his sea of consciousness, the rainbow that was enveloped by the gaseous mental power suddenly exploded. It turned into a drizzle and was instantly absorbed by the gaseous mental energy. A nourishing and refreshing feeling seeped out from Xiao Han's brain, causing him to burp uncontrollably. His whole body felt warm and comfortable. His mental power had actually increased a little. Junior brother Xiao Han, what's wrong? Xiao Mingqiu noticed that something was wrong, and immediately turned to look at Xiao Han. Luo Tianyu also turned to look at him. Little brother Xiao Han, what's wrong? It's nothing. Xiao Han immediately stretched his body without batting an eyelid. I'm a little tired from the journey, so I'll just slowly follow behind the group. I was dazed for a while just now, and it feels good. Ha! Little brother Xiao Han, you are indeed tired. Luo Tianyu laughed. After all, your cultivation realm is only at expanded acupoint realm, and the amount of Xianxia you have is lower than ours. Along the way, you have expended a lot of supreme-grade Xianxia spirit stones. Now that the hallucinatory demonic realm has appeared, you have to focus your mind at a high level. How about this, little brother Xiao Han? The space here is still relatively stable, so you should take a short nap. If anything happens, brother Xiao and I will call for you. With Xiao Han's cultivation, it was possible for him to rest while flying. Even closing one's eyes for a nap is nothing. Junior brother Xiao Han, take a rest. Xiao Mingqiu nodded at Xiao Han. Thank you, eldest senior brother and brother Luo, for taking care of me. Xiao Han quickly nodded. Thus, Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu flew in front of Xiao Han and opened a path for him. Protect and escort. Xiao Han was at the back of the group, his mind surging with thoughts. I can actually collect and refine the psychedelic demonic realm? What a surprise! Never in a million years. Eldest senior brother once said that the universe is filled with spiritual fragments. The psychedelic demonic realm is like a strange kind of true qi. It is almost impossible to refine and integrate it into one's soul to become one's own spiritual power. Otherwise, one's brain will explode when the dragon and tiger clash. Yes, spiritual power and soul power still need to be cultivated bit by bit. Spiritual power that does not belong to one, especially spiritual fragments that are floating in the vast universe, if one rashly absorbs it, it will definitely have the opposite effect. Even if one's brain does not explode, one will go crazy and become a lunatic. Thus, Xiao Han originally only wanted to use the psychedelic demonic realm to refine and train his spiritual power. He did not think of directly collecting and refining it. But at this moment, not only did Xiao Han perfectly refine a spiritual fragment and increase his spiritual power, but he did not feel any flaws or disharmony. The soul fragment exploded. Specks of light dots perfectly fused into Xiao Han's soul, becoming nourishment. There was no backlash, no clash of dragon and tiger, and no signs of being unable to adjust. This is great. This extinguishing sky decimating earth spiritual technique is indeed an immortal technique left behind by an almighty being of the demon egg. It cannot be measured with common sense. Seize the fortune of heaven and earth. As long as I refine enough spiritual fragments, causing my spiritual power to increase, I will be able to break through to the 8th spiritual finger technique, the 9th spiritual finger technique, the 10th spiritual finger technique. It can even liquefy spiritual power. Xiao Han's heart was burning with passion. Now, Xiao Han was looking forward to the psychedelic demonic realm. After flying for a few hours, the psychedelic demonic realm has appeared in front of us again. Everyone be careful. Guard your mind and speed up. Try not to look back. The voice of the pagoda master, who controlled the entire situation, rang out. Fly over. Hurry up. Some of the elders also started to clamor. Junior brother Xiao Han, be careful. The psychedelic demonic realm has appeared in front of us again. Xiao Mingqiu turned back and reminded Xiao Han. Brother Luo and I will directly charge over. Junior brother Xiao Han, you follow closely behind. Just follow us closely. Xiao Han swept his gaze and saw that in the blue space in front of him, there were a total of 14 rainbows, distributed in a disorderly manner. The longest one was more than 10 meters long. All right, fly over. Xiao Han nodded repeatedly, eager to give it a try. Xiao, 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 with the pagoda master in the lead, the large group spread out, the surface of their bodies burning with true energy, raising their speed to the limit. They wanted to use the fastest speed to pass through the psychedelic demonic realm to avoid any complications. As for Xiao Han, he purposely slowed down a little. When Xiao Han flew past the rainbows, he began to hallucinate, as if 10,000 horses were galloping and a battlefield was being slaughtered. The atmosphere of the entire space became dense and oppressive, as if it was filled with a layer of killing intent. Gather for me. Xiao Han bit the tip of his tongue, forcefully dispelling the hallucinations and the colorful illusions in his vision. Then, his hands quickly formed a series of hand seals. Wang, wang, wang. In an instant, a total of 4 rainbows directly condensed, teleported, and shot into Xiao Han's brain. Now is not the time to be greedy. Xiao Han did not gather all the rainbows in this space. On one hand, he was afraid that his soul would not be able to withstand it, and on the other hand, he was afraid of attracting the attention of the pagoda master and the others. Xiao, after gathering the 4 rainbows, Xiao Han also increased his speed and flashed away from the area. The large group of people quickly left. No one looked back, and of course, no one realized that Xiao Han had gathered a few psychedelic demonic realms. Junior brother Xiao Han, you should speed up a little more. Xiao Mingqiu, who was flying in the safe area, turned back and smiled at Xiao Han. Just now, you did not immediately fly over. I thought you were trapped by the psychedelic demonic realms. Heh, eldest senior brother, my heart was not disturbed. Just now, it was just a little hallucination, Xiao Han replied with a smile. Eldest senior brother, the next time we encounter the psychedelic demonic realms, I will speed up a little. In case I fall behind. All right. Xiao Mingqiu nodded, and then turned back to chat with Luo Tianyu. At this moment, Xiao Han's soul swelled. For rainbows swelled in Xiao Han's mind, causing him to have a series of hallucinations. Of course, with the strength of Xiao Han's soul, he could easily deal with this degree of hallucination. He formed a seal with both hands. Destroying heaven, decimating earth mental technique. Puh, 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 puh. The 4 rainbows exploded one by one, turning into the most precious spring rain, nourishing Xiao Han's thirsty soul. Waves of numbness and refreshment poured into every cell in Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's mental strength was increasing continuously. Xiao Han only felt refreshed, as if he was a glutton eating and a drunkard getting drunk. If I could devour more psychedelic demonic realms, it would be so comfortable. Just like that, 10 days passed. In these 10 days, the group encountered a total of 23 psychedelic demonic realms. However, each time, it was only sporadic psychedelic demonic realms. The most they encountered was only 31 rainbows. The group made it through with 0 casualties. The price they had to pay was only a few ancient giants who were slightly weaker in heart. They made a fool of themselves because of a temporary hallucination. In these 10 days, Xiao Han had also gained a lot. He had secretly captured and refined 48 psychedelic demonic realms without batting an eyelid. This caused Xiao Han's mental strength to be effectively strengthened. The volume of the gaseous mental strength in his brain had increased by 1/3. Now, I definitely have the confidence to complete the 8th spiritual finger technique. Xiao Han was very confident. Moreover, with the increase in mental strength, my mastery stage saber intent has been polished to the point of showing off its sharpness. Its power has increased by who knows how many times. The current Xiao Han was purely making a fortune in silence. No one knew that Xiao Han could have a fortuitous encounter in the midst of danger. Even Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu were completely in the dark. For Xiao Han, who was eager to complete the 8th spiritual finger technique, he could only endure and wait for an opportunity. The group continued forward. The next day, the group encountered the psychedelic demonic realm again. But this time, their luck was not so good. To be precise, they encountered the psychedelic demonic realm style this time. The space in front of them was filled with rainbows. There were tens of thousands of them. The largest rainbows were 10 zhang long and several zhang wide. They showed illusions of dragons and serpents rising from the land, the stars moving, the sun changing, the moon changing, the wind blowing, and the clouds scudding. It was a spectacular sight. All kinds of sounds. The roars of monsters, the resentful flute sounds, the sound of a huqin, the sound of a volcano erupting, the sound of waves, and even the sound of sex filled this area. Before the group even got close to the area, all the demons felt their scalps go numb. It was as if their souls were about to be pulled over. Oh no! Pagoda Master, the psychedelic demonic realms here are densely packed and endless. The situation is very dangerous. An elder's throat was dry as he looked at the Pagoda Master. Pagoda Master, what do we do now? The Pagoda Master's eyes were cold, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched. He did not speak for a long time. In the end, the Pagoda Master said with a serious face, "Everyone, don't panic. Yes, the psychedelic demonic realms in front of us are very densely packed, and the number is very terrifying. We must pass through this area. Now, everyone, observe carefully. In reality, the psychedelic demonic realms are almost motionless. What we need to do is to spread out and choose the position with the largest gap to pass through. On one hand, everyone, guard your mind and don't be distracted. On the other hand, if you have illusions, you must pay attention to controlling your emotions. As long as we keep our distance, we can still avoid the stationary psychedelic demonic realms. Alright, everyone spread out and advance separately. Don't crowd together." Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The large group of people spread out in all directions. Junior brother Xiao Han, observe carefully first before rushing forward, Xiao Mingqiu said nervously beside Xiao Han. From our point of view, the psychedelic demonic realms in front of us are very close to each other. But in reality, the gap between them is enough for us to pass through and not touch the psychedelic demonic realms. Some of the gaps are very large, at least tens of meters wide. So, don't panic, observe carefully first, and then choose the correct position. Luo Tianyu said with a serious face. It shouldn't be a big problem. How about this? Brother Xiao, the two of us will choose a path and let little brother Xiao Han follow behind us. The main thing is that these psychedelic demonic realms are motionless, so we still have a lot of confidence. After all, they are distributed in a regular pattern. As long as we look carefully, we will be able to pass through. Alright, let's pass through now. Xiao Han licked the corner of his mouth, feeling very pleased in his heart. So many psychedelic demonic realms, this is too awesome. It will be indescribably beneficial to my mental strength. As long as I am a little more careful, bold, and meticulous, I will definitely obtain great benefits. Ha 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 ha, this path to the space springboard is completely made for me, Xiao Han. Awesome. To be continued. Chapter 4:18. The large group of people spread out in all directions. With the pagoda master as the leader, everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Their eyes were fixed in front of them. The space in front of them was filled with rainbows. The hallucinatory demonic realm was endless. Now, everyone had a clear idea of what to do. If they wanted to successfully pass through this area, they would have to make use of every opportunity and not get too close to these rainbows. Thus, no one acted rashly for the time being. They were all choosing the most perfect and safest path. The area in front of us is densely covered with hallucinatory demonic realm. The total length is about 5,000 miles. Xiao Mingqiu analyzed with a cold expression. It's impossible to fly in a straight line. Don't panic. Let's take a good look first. Once we're confident, we'll go around it as fast as possible. Xiao Han licked the corner of his mouth. He was very excited and looking forward to it. At this moment, ha 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 ha, I actually met a human hero from another plane. It's really fate. Ha ha ha. A cold and arrogant long howl rang out. The pagoda master quivered. He looked in the direction of the sound. The 12 elders, as well as Xiao Han and the other heroes, were also shocked. They all looked sideways. Suddenly, boom! An invisible yet substantial pressure instantly enveloped over, directly covering this part of the starry sky. Dong, 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 dong. Heavy footsteps rang out, trampling through the void, causing the space to tremble unceasingly. A middle-aged man wearing a scaled battle robe and a helmet. He walked over from the east. His face was expressionless. He was extremely arrogant. He looked down at the heavens. Every pore and cell in his body was releasing an aura that was close to death. With every step he took, he left a footprint in the void. His every move seemed to instill an instinctive fear in people. There was a faint red mark on his forehead, just like the pagoda master. Behind the middle-aged man in the scaled battle robe, there were about 30 to 40 old men following closely behind him. All of them were very arrogant. Among them, there were 6 old men with a faint red mark on their forehead. Behind the group of old men and women were nearly 1,000 men and women, all of them emanating unimaginably powerful true energy. Above their heads were spinning runes. They were either filled with killing intent or even more violent than the abyss of hell. Or it could freeze people's souls into ice cubes. All kinds of heart-palpitating auras were unrestrained and unrestrained. It was a large group of humans. There were over 1,000 of them. With a single glance, one could tell that the army was well-trained and well-trained. Oh no! The pagoda master's face instantly turned pale. The 12 elders were trembling like little chicks as they moved closer to the pagoda master. Xiao Han and the other heroes were also very nervous. Even the arrogant Yan Qi had a look of fear on his face. Even a fool would be able to tell that the other party's forces were ferocious. Not only were their numbers huge, their cultivation was also unbelievably powerful. Even the weakest are at the formation realm. Luo Tianyu used his mind to send a message to Xiao Han and Xiao Mingqiu in fear. Too strong. There are over 1,000 of them, and even the weakest is at the formation realm. There are also many at the true treasure realm. Xiao Han looked at this group of uninvited guests speechlessly. He was secretly surprised. These are the human heroes from other planes? They look almost the same as us. They all look like pure humans. However, their auras are much stronger than ours. TSK. Impressive. Each of them is an expert. What a shame. Originally, I thought that our plane was at least in the middle among the countless ordinary planes in the universe, although it was not the strongest. However, this is the first time I've encountered the people of other planes. Compared to them, our plane is simply trash. The difference in strength is too great. And now, the Pagoda Master was the clearest about the difference in strength between the two sides. The leader of the other party is a middle-aged man in a scaled battle robe. He has opened 101 true acupoints and opened the Heaven Eye, which is the Celestial Eye realm. Apart from that, the other party also has 6 Celestial Eye realm experts who have successfully opened the Heaven Eye. Moreover, the weakest among this group of people is at the level 8 formation realm. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. What should we do now? I don't know if this group of people will deal with us. It's over. If we really fight, we will be wiped out. Why is it like this? Why did we encounter such abnormal people from such a powerful plane? In Xiao Han's plane, only the Pagoda Master, the only immortal eye realm expert who could open the Heaven Eye, was the Pagoda Master. However, the other party had as many as 7 of them. Ha ha! Everyone, come and take a look. These are the human heroes of other planes? Ha ha! The middle-aged man in the scaled battle robe kept laughing. His laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. There was also a strong sense of superiority. His gaze swept across the faces of Xiao Han's group. It was as if he was observing a group of livestock. The people behind the middle-aged man in the scaled battle robe also followed up. All of them looked at Xiao Han's group with a smile. They stretched out their fingers and pointed at them, commenting on them. It can't be? Why are these heroes so weak? Yeah. There are only a few formation realm experts. This formation is too lame. It seems like it's a very weak plane. Ha ha ha. Actually, I'm afraid it's not that this plane is trash. It's mainly because our plane is too strong. Ha ha ha. Everyone, don't mock these weaklings. Weaklings need to be pitted. Ha ha ha. Ah, right. Don't mock others. It's not their fault that they are weak. However, they are so weak and yet they jumped out and wanted to get their hands on the treasures of immortal Emperor Ju Dao. This is overestimating themselves. This group of people started to discuss unscrupulously. Weak, overestimating themselves, courting death. Many harsh words were transmitted into the ears of Xiao Han and the others. As a result, many of the heroes on Xiao Han's side were suddenly enraged. However, none of them dared to refute. How could they refute? Indeed. The other party's formation. There were more than 1,000 people. There were 7 immortal eye realm experts who had opened the Heaven Eye. All of them were above the formation realm. There were also many true treasure realm experts. This was a very obvious gap. Even if they were angry, they could only accept it. Xiao Han watched silently. Then, he sent his spirit into the hero token to communicate with Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu. Eldest senior brother. Big brother Luo. Are we going to have a conflict with this group of arrogant fellows? Unlucky. Really unlucky. They don't come with good intentions. Luo Tianyu quickly transmitted his voice. If we really have a conflict, we are likely to be wiped out. Forget it. Let's see how the Pagoda Master will deal with it. If they insist on bullying and humiliating us, we have no choice but to fight. At this moment, the Pagoda Master had no choice but to force a smile on his face. He took a step forward and said to the middle-aged man in scale armor. This brother. I am the hero Pagoda Master of this plane. May I know how to address you, brother? How dare you? Such a weak plane is like an undeveloped barbarian land. The Pagoda Master of this rubbish plane is just an ordinary hero in our plane. How dare you call our Pagoda Master brother? You are courting death. A red-bearded old man behind the middle-aged man in scale armor roared furiously. The Pagoda Master's face turned purple and his body was trembling. However, he forcefully endured it and did not dare to act up. Haha, you can call me Rome. The middle-aged man in the scaled armor said in a haughty tone. His voice sounded as if he was giving alms to others. He casually stood in the starry sky and his whole body seemed to be a world of its own. The surrounding space seemed to be under his control. How should I put it? I am very happy to be able to meet my kind in the vast universe. Well, the heroes of other planes. Hello? The heroes of the world are a family. Hearing this, The pagoda master was relieved and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, the heroes of the world are a family. A family? Well. Rome flicked his fingernails. You are also going to the nearby space gangplank, right? You are lucky. There are not many dangerous places on this road. It should be relatively easy to walk all the way. Well, you should not have lost any people so far, right? This. The pagoda master was stunned. His face was full of shame. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole and hide in it. Are you serious? Looking at your expression, it seems that you really lost some people? There were deaths on such an easy road? Rome looked at his expression and let out an exaggerated scream. His face was full of a playful expression. Ha 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 ha! The large group of people behind Rome roared with laughter. The heroes beside Xiao Han lowered their heads one by one. Xiao Mingchu's shoulders trembled and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Eldest senior brother, calm down. Xiao Han hurriedly sent a message. We do not have enough foundation here. Let's endure for now and not be impulsive. Let them be happy first. Those who are happy first may not be able to laugh in the end. Xiao Han comforted Xiao Mingchu, but he was also very sullen. At the same time, Xiao Han once again understood the importance of strength. Without strength, there would be no so-called dignity. Without strength, one deserved to be trampled by others. I need to control enough strength. Xiao Han shouted in his heart. Ah! Xiao Mingchu was very depressed. Rome. Brother Rome. You are. The pagoda master stammered. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. Rome said in a playful tone. This is how the universe is. There are many ordinary planes. Some are strong and some are weak. Some planes are not very suitable for cultivating true qi. Just like your plane, it can't produce any decent experts. In the vast universe, there are some planes that are very mysterious and very powerful. Just like the plane that you are in. They can easily send out a group of experts that will make your heart tremble. This time, the immortal world sent a message that before entering the genius zone, our planes are not allowed to kill each other. Yes, we are all humans. Different paths lead to the same destination. There is no need to fight each other. Don't worry, we will not bully the weak. But I will give you a piece of advice here. With your strength, even if you are lucky enough to enter the genius zone, you will only be cannon fodder. So, give up. Go back home. What? The pagoda master's body trembled. The 12 elders looked at each other. The heroes beside Xiao Han also looked at each other. Don't misunderstand. I am just giving you a piece of advice. On the way to the space springboard, if you meet any weak heroes, I will give you a piece of advice. Rome made an exaggerated expression of pity. Of course, I am just giving advice, not forcing you. Look, there is a hallucinatory demonic land in front of you. I estimate that if you want to force your way through this hallucinatory demonic land, at least half of you will die. And our side will be unharmed. Half of us will die? The pagoda master's face flashed with an unconvinced expression. Yes, at least half of us will die. You must believe in my vision and judgment. All right, that is all I have to say. Do as you see fit. Rome shrugged and waved to the troops behind him. Come, let's go. Shio. Under Rome's lead, the troops flew forward and entered the hallucinatory demonic land. Pagoda master, what should we do? An elder came over and asked the pagoda master nervously. Half of us will die? The pagoda master's face twisted and he growled unwillingly. Trying to scare us? Go. Forward. Everyone be careful. Shio. The pagoda master rushed into the hallucinatory demonic land. Go. We can't let those fellows look down on us. If we retreat like this, we won't have the face to show our faces. A few brave heroes also entered the hallucinatory demonic land. Their side is unharmed and all of them passed. At least half of our side will die? Xiao Han rubbed his nose and an evil glint flashed through his eyes. I don't believe it. Big senior brother, big brother Luo, let's go. Xiao Han's body moved and he also entered the hallucinatory demonic land. To be continued. Chapter 419. Now the people from the two planes had all entered the hallucinatory magic land area that stretched for about 5,000 miles. Xiao Han's side had more than 100 people. The other side had more than 1,000 people. They all entered separately. If it was in a stable space without any energy fluctuations, any of the demon warriors present would be able to travel more than 5,000 miles in a very short period of time. Those with especially high cultivation could teleport a few times. However, with the obstacles of the hallucinatory magic land, it was extremely difficult to fly through. They could only move forward carefully and slowly. Although everyone deliberately kept an effective distance from each hallucinatory magical realm when they were flying, there were still hallucinations and auditory hallucinations that kept hitting the brains of the chivalrous heroes like a tide. It was as if the entire space was filled with gravity and it was difficult to move. Whoosh! Xiao Han deliberately hung at the back, flying extremely slowly. This area is simply suffocating, making it hard to breathe. Waves of mental fluctuations, invisible and silent, are affecting people's minds. My mental strength is not weak, but from time to time, hallucinations appear in front of me. Xiao Han frowned. All I can hear is a mess of noises. Forget it, take the initiative to attack. Xiao Han's mind moved. The next moment, Xiao Han formed a hand seal with both hands. Buzz, buzz. Two hallucinatory magic land closest to Xiao Han directly condensed and teleported into Xiao Han's brain. They were refined by Xiao Han. They turned into Xiao Han's mental strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye. Another 3 hallucinatory magic land were refined by Xiao Han without anyone noticing. This caused Xiao Han's mental strength to constantly increase. After a few hours, Xiao Han advanced about 500 miles and was at the back of the team. However, he also gained a lot. He refined a total of 123 hallucinatory magic land and transformed them all into his own mental strength. Moreover, with the increase of his mental strength, Xiao Han became more and more proficient in refining the hallucinatory magic land and was somewhat able to do as he pleased. In the beginning, Xiao Han sought stability and only chose the smaller hallucinatory magic land to refine. After his mental strength increased, he dared to attack the larger hallucinatory magic land. The hallucinatory demonic mirror is about 15 meters ahead. Come here. Xiao Han made a hand seal with his hands. The dozens of feet-long hallucinatory demonic mirror that was frozen 15 meters away from Xiao Han was immediately collected and refined by Xiao Han. Yes, Xiao Han could now capture and refine the hallucinatory demonic realm he wanted under the control of his thoughts. It felt like he could hit anything he wanted. The hallucinatory demonic mirror 50 meters ahead. Come here. Xiao Han commanded. Let's talk about the other villains. At this moment, the one walking at the very front was Rong. His hands were behind his back, and his entire body was emitting faint divine light. His gaze was firm as he stared straight ahead, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. The way he walked was very natural and unrestrained, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. When he passed by the hallucinatory magical realm that was relatively close, his figure only paused for a moment before he brushed past it without much of an impact. Rong had already walked 2,500 li. Following closely behind Rong were 6 celestial eye realm elders from his plane who had opened their heavenly eyes. However, they had also widened the distance between them and Rong. These 6 old men had already walked about 1,500 li. They were left behind by Rong by a full 1,000 li. About 200 li behind the 6 elders was the pagoda master of Xiao Han's dimension. Behind the pagoda master of Xiao Han's dimension, almost all of them were Xianxianists from Rong's dimension. There were only 12 elders and Xianxia in Xiao Han's plane. They barely managed to keep up with the others. At the very back were Xiao Han and the rest of the Xianxianists. From this, it could be deduced that everyone's strength was clear at a glance. The first group was Rong, who was far ahead of them. He had walked 2,500 li. The second group was Rong's 6 celestial vision realm subordinates who had opened their heavenly eyes and the pagoda master. The third group was all of Rong's subordinates, the 12 elders from Xiao Han's dimension, and Xianxia. They had walked about 1,000 li. The fourth group, which was at the bottom, was Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and dozens of Xianxianists. Everyone seemed to be secretly competing with each other, trying their best to pass through this hallucinatory demonic realm. Vaguely, the two groups of Xianxianists from Rong's dimension and Xiao Han's dimension had formed a situation where they were secretly competing with each other. However, looking at the current situation, Xiao Han's dimension was indeed at a disadvantage. However, to Xiao Han, competition was secondary. Eating and refining the hallucinatory demonic realm was the way to go. Collect the hallucinatory demonic realm that is several zhang long 200 meters away. With a thought, Xiao Han formed a hand seal with both hands and directly collected the hallucinatory demonic realm that was several zhang long 200 meters away from him. He refined it into his brain and turned it into nourishment for his mental strength. My mental strength is getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Han was very excited. I can take the hallucinatory demonic realm that is a few hundred meters away. Moreover, after refining hundreds of hallucinatory demonic realms, my mental strength has increased by a few times. I wonder how many spiritual finger seals I can complete now. I wonder if I can liquefy my mental strength. Xiao Han's heart was itching. However, under these circumstances, it was not the best time to cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique. I'll first accumulate enough mental strength in my boundless sea of consciousness. Then, if I have the chance, I'll cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique. Xiao Han also made up his mind. Refine. The more hallucinatory demonic realms I refine, the more benefits it will bring me. Just at this moment, a few hundred meters away from Xiao Han, a Xianxianist who was flying in front suddenly stopped moving. This was a female Xianxianist, a gentle young married woman with a cultivation of the 7th level talisman transformation realm. Xiao Han knew. Her name was Xianxia. He. Suddenly, it was Xianxia. A strange sound came from her throat. At the same time, her entire body started to tremble violently. The clarity in her eyes instantly became confused. Ah! No, don't. Please don't sully this concubine. Master. Please don't sully this concubine. No. Master, you can't. You can't. Xianxia actually let out a terrified shriek. She was panting and her face became crimson red. In the blink of an eye, her hands actually started to vigorously rub the bulge in front of her chest. Hiss! Xianxia tore off a piece of her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. No! Master, please take pity on this concubine. Don't be like this. Xianxia screamed at the top of her lungs. Wang, Wang, Wang. A few hallucinatory demonic realms moved towards Xianxia. This is bad. The people on our side have finally lost control of their minds. That Xianxia is in danger. Her emotions have already gone out of control. Xiao Han's heart tightened. Finally, there's a problem on our side. In reality, Xiao Han also knew that the Xianxianists of his plane were not easy. It wasn't easy to pass through this hallucinatory demonic realm unscathed. Ah, Master. No, no. Don't treat this concubine like this. Xianxia violently screamed. Protect your mind. Xianxia. Wake up. The Xianxianists beside Xianxia all cried out in fear. At this moment, ha, you finally can't hold on anymore, right? A few of the Xianxianists from the plane of Rong turned around and looked at the out-of-control Xianxia mockingly. Lord Rong said that at least half of the Xianxianists of this trash plane would die if they rashly passed through this hallucinatory demonic realm. Now the first one has already lost control of his emotions and his soul has collapsed. He's not far from death. Yes, this area is 5,000 li long. The limit of most of them should be 1,000 to 2,500 li. Now, there should be deaths one after another. A sharp-faced Xianxianist from the plane of Rong mocked. Every one of them is like a clown. They didn't listen to Lord Rong's advice and insisted on courting death. They can't blame anyone. The Xianxianists born in this undeveloped plane are like ants. It's best if all of them die so that we don't get annoyed looking at them. Roar! Master! Master, you're too vicious. Xianxia convulsed and spat out white foam. She kept scratching at her body. Her clothes were peeled off piece by piece, revealing her snow-white jade-like skin. Xianxia. Finally, there were 3 male Xianxianists who wanted to rush over to help Xianxia. All of a sudden. Ah! Demon race. Bold demon race. How dare you kill the common people of the human race? Kill. Exterminate the demons. When these three male Xianxianists pounced on Xianxia, they seemed to have lost control of their minds because of their concern. Their minds were exposed, and their gazes became ruthless and cruel. Their murderous aura shot out, and they all roared out. Wang, Wang, Wang. More than 10 hallucinatory demonic realms took advantage of the situation and rushed towards the three male Xianxianists. Ha 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 ha. 3 more bedevilment. Ha 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 ha. A large group of Xianxianists from the plain of Rong turned around and laughed loudly. 4 died at once. Ha 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 ha. In this way, if this continues, more and more will die. Awesome. I hope they all die along the way. All of them die. Ha 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 ha. Bull*T. You guys are gloating over our misfortune. We are all human Xianxianists. How dare you cuss us so viciously? The Xianxianists from Xiaohan's plain of Rong could no longer hold it in. They all pointed their fingers and cursed, gritting their teeth. However, these angry Xianxianists suddenly lost control. It was already extremely difficult to guard their minds and defend against the endless hallucinatory demonic realms. Now that they were distracted, they were immediately taken advantage of by the hallucinatory demonic realms. In an instant, another 3 Xianxianists' minds were filled with illusions, and they were completely bedeviled. In other words, including Xianxia, there were 7 Xianxianists from Xiaohan's plane of bedevilment. The situation was extremely dangerous. The pagoda master who was in front could not do anything about it. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were bedeviled. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Walk your own path. Don't care about them. After being bedeviled, others can't help you. You can only rely on yourself. Don't bother, or you will also be bedeviled. Yes, once a person was bedeviled, he could only rely on himself to break free. He could not rely on others. And at this time, Xiaohan. Damn it, you're looking forward to our men turning into demons and dying one by one. I won't let you get what you want. Xiaohan took a deep breath and moved forward without making a sound. His hands continued to weave seals. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The hallucinatory demonic realms that were supposed to corrode the souls of those bedeviled Xianxianists were collected by Xiaohan one by one. These hallucinatory demonic realms were instantly condensed and flew into Xiaohan's brain at the speed of teleportation. Therefore, no one present could see any flaws. Of course, it was also because everyone had to divide their attention to resist the hallucinatory demonic realms and could not be distracted to observe carefully. This allowed Xiaohan to capture those hallucinatory demonic realms without anyone noticing. The dozens of hallucinatory demonic realms that were lingering around Xianxia and the other 6 Xianxianists were all absorbed by Xiaohan. Next, Hu. The scattered pupils of Xianxia and the other 6 Xianxianists focused again. They gradually regained their consciousness. What happened? Just now. What happened to us just now? This. The 7 of them cried out in horror. Thank the heavens. The hallucinatory demonic realms near your bodies suddenly disappeared. The group of Xianxianists at the side let out a long sigh of relief. All right, it's fine now. Be careful. You almost died just now. Luck, it's really luck. What happened? They actually didn't die? The large group of Xianxianists under Rong all let out dissatisfied hisses. What bullshit luck. Damn it, they still didn't die? Those hallucinatory demonic realms that could take their lives actually evaporated by themselves. Damn it! This group of pigs, they must have stepped on dog shit. However, there are still a few thousand miles left. I don't believe that they will still have such good luck. Humph. They will definitely all die. These weak and lowly fellows. Today, this young master is going all out with you bastards. As long as I'm here, none of our men will die. But you guys. Humph. Xiaohan calmly refined the hallucinatory demonic realms in his sea of consciousness while letting out a sinister sneer. To be continued. Chapter 420. This extinguishing heaven-decimating earth mental technique was indeed a work of the gods. It could refine the hallucinatory magic realm into nothingness. Without a sound. Without anyone noticing. Even someone as strong as Rong did not discover that it was Xiaohan who was playing tricks. Heroes of this plane, pay attention and focus. This hallucinatory magic realm is 5,000 miles long. With your strength, passing the first 4,000 miles is as easy as flipping your hand. But the last 1,000 miles is a bit difficult. But, as long as you do not have any distractions, it will not be difficult for you. You don't have to ask about anything else. The life and death of those small fries has nothing to do with us. Rome turned around and gave the order. Yes, Lord Rome. The heroes of Rome's plane all received the order and held their breaths as they continued to advance. I have to be careful in these last 1,000 li. Rong Xing walked at the very front. His gait was still incomparably free and unrestrained, light like the clouds and breezes, but his speed of advancement was slightly slower than before. The heroes of Rong's plane no longer provoked the heroes of Xiao Han's plane. They focused and resisted the hallucinatory magic realm. The heroes of Xiao Han's plane were far weaker than the heroes of Rong's plane. Thus, when they advanced 2,000 to 3,000 miles, they all showed signs of difficulty. Apart from Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu and a few others at the 8th level True Qi formation realm, as well as Yan Qi, the only ancient giant, the remaining people at the 7th level True Qi formation realm all had tense expressions. The muscles on their faces twisted. It was obvious that they were being disturbed by the illusions and could not keep calm. They were doing their best to resist. Cousin. Why do you want to kill me? I have always been good to you. How can you not remember our past friendship, and set up this sinister trap, to harm me? A strong middle-aged man suddenly knelt on the ground with a red face. His shoulders trembled. He started to cry. This person's mind could no longer hold on. Finally, a flaw appeared and the hallucinatory magic realm took advantage of it. He was possessed. This was extremely dangerous. If he could not rely on his strong will to walk out, then his soul would definitely collapse and he would harm himself to death. At the same time. Water. Water source. I have already walked in this desert for 10 days and 10 nights without a drop of water. I did not think that I would finally find a water source. Ha 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 ha. The heavens really don't want me to die. Another purple-clothed youth said. His eyes were filled with fanaticism and obsession. He knelt on the ground, raised his head, and crawled towards a thick hallucinatory magical mirror near him. Water. Sweet dew. A life-saving water source. Some of the fiends on Xiao Han's side couldn't hold on any longer and fell deeply into the devil's path. *T. Some of the nearby chivalrous men roared anxiously in a low voice. But in this situation, they were helpless and did not dare to go over to help. After all, if he was not careful, he could also fall into the enemy's hands. You still have to rely on me. Xiao Han was always paying attention to the chivalrous hero of his plane. Once there was an emergency, he would not be able to help. Xiao Han would make his move. Wang. All the hallucinatory demonic realms around the two demonized heroes were absorbed by Xiao Han. He had refined it into his soul. The bodies of the two possessed heroes shook, and their eyes gradually regained clarity. Just like this, Xiao Han acted as a scavenger along the way. Whenever the demon hero of his plane fell into the devil's path, Xiao Han would make his move immediately and absorb and refine the hallucinatory demonic realms that troubled them. As a result, everyone was safe and sound, and there was no danger. In the blink of an eye, all the demon heroes of Xiao Han's plane had successfully passed the 3,000 li stage and were advancing towards 4,000 li. No one was injured. It can't be, right? In front of them, the chivalrous knight from that dimension also noticed the situation behind them. All of them couldn't believe it. The ants of that weak plane can actually continue to advance and all of them have rushed past the 3,000 li barrier. How is this possible? The most ridiculous thing is that they still have 0 casualties. It's really beyond my expectations. Luck. Their luck is too good. I've noticed that every time those pigs lose control of their minds and fall deeply into the devil's path, the hallucinatory demonic realms around them would mysteriously disappear, allowing them to be saved and break free from the devil's path. Could it be that someone is secretly helping them? This is impossible. Don't make wild guesses. Even the Tower Master of that plane can't destroy the hallucinatory demonic realm here and send help. The hallucinatory demonic realm belongs to the spiritual energy flow. No matter how strong the attack is, it can't destroy the hallucinatory demonic realm. To destroy the hallucinatory demonic realm, you can only use your own spiritual energy to disperse it. But who dares? Using one's own spiritual energy to disperse all kinds of chaotic hallucinatory demonic realms in this vast universe is tantamount to courting death. It's staining one's flawless spiritual energy with dirt, and one will definitely fall into the devil's path. I can only say that it's luck. A few hours passed. All the demon heroes of Xiao Han's plane had entered the 4,000 li area. 0 deaths. Of course. If I didn't secretly make a move, at least 30 people on our side should have died. After entering the 4,000 li area, the death rate will rise. Xiao Han secretly nodded. That plane's Rong said that at least half of the demon heroes of our plane will die if they want to pass through this hallucinatory demonic realm. It seems that what he said is not wrong. However, with me around, everything has changed. In order to save the demon heroes of this plane who fell into the devil's path, Xiao Han didn't know how many hallucinatory demonic realms he had devoured. It could be said that he was extremely busy. However, he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt refreshed and full of spirit. Inner brain domain. The spiritual energy in the brain domain was already extremely dense. Not only did it increase in size, but its density also increased. It emitted a golden light. The gaseous spiritual energy began to show obvious signs of liquefaction. Within the gaseous golden spiritual energy mist, some densely packed water droplets appeared. On these spiritual energy water droplets, incomparably complicated golden mysterious patterns were engraved. The golden mysterious patterns emitted rays of glazed light. They emitted the aura of the great Tao. There are signs of liquefaction. Xiao Han's spirit was very excited. The improvement is too great. The improvement is really too great. If I were to cultivate in seclusion, I don't know how many years it would take. Only then would I be able to refine spiritual energy. To be able to refine to such a degree. And now, passing through these hallucinatory demonic realms is a great opportunity. A great opportunity. Wang. Xiao Han formed a seal with both of his hands, and a dozen miles away, a hallucinatory demonic realm that was entangled with a female demon hero was pulled over. Now, I can control the hallucinatory demonic realm within 100 miles as I wish. I can capture and absorb it as I wish. Moreover, after my spiritual energy improved greatly, I can move the position of these hallucinatory demonic realm. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth drew a faint smile of satisfaction. With a thought, the hallucinatory demonic realm on the right of Xiao Mingchu actually teleported 100 miles away, completely distancing itself from Xiao Mingchu. Of course, Xiao Mingchu didn't notice this at all. His expression was extremely focused. In short, in this hallucinatory demonic realm area, not only was Xiao Han not harmed in the slightest. Instead, he had the feeling of a fish in water. 4,000 to 5,000 miles area. The last part of the journey to pass through this hallucinatory demonic realm. It was also the most densely distributed, largest, most dangerous, and most prone to bedevilment in the hallucinatory demonic realm. In this area, Rong had already traveled about 4,800 miles. He was only 200 miles away from reaching the end, and successfully passing through. About 200 miles behind Rong were the 6 celestial vision realm elders from his plane who had opened their heavenly eyes. About 50 miles behind the 6 elders was the pagoda master of Xiao Han's plane. Behind the pagoda master, almost all of them were demon heroes from Rong's plane. There were only 12 elders and Yan Qi in Xiao Han's plane. They barely managed to keep up with the others. Hanging at the back were Xiao Han and the rest of the demon heroes. However, everyone had entered the 4,000 to 5,000 mile zone. At this point, in reality, the distance between each demon hero had already been relatively close. In other words, thousands of people were slowly moving in this 1,000 miles area at the speed of a turtle. Including Rong, their movement speed was rather slow. They didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. Moreover, everyone had different degrees of hallucination and auditory hallucination. Humph! Just as Yan Qi's eyes were in a trance, he bit the tip of his tongue and shook his head violently, breaking free from the hallucination. However, although he didn't become a demon, cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. This area was indeed too dangerous. The demon heroes from Xiao Han's plane were constantly becoming demons, and they were in imminent danger. Fortunately, Xiao Han, the firefighter, was very outstanding. At critical moments, He would always be able to absorb the hallucinatory demonic realm and save the demon heroes from danger. Later on, Xiao Han could predict in advance that every demon hero might encounter the hallucinatory demonic realm along the way. He had already absorbed and refined them, clearing the obstacles. This caused the probability of the demon heroes from Xiao Han's plane becoming demons to be greatly reduced. Shockingly, ahead, about 4,300 miles away, a female demon hero from Rong's plane suddenly stopped. Then, goo goo, a strange sound burst out from her throat. Her shoulders trembled. Monster! No, don't come over, I'll kill you. The female demon hero let out a violent panting sound. Bedeviled. Their powerful plane finally has a demon hero bedeviled. The demon heroes from Xiao Han's plane couldn't help but look over. This was the first time the demon hero from Rong's plane had been bedeviled. Let's see how they deal with it. The demon hero from Xiao Han's plane was also very curious. Qiushu, don't be nervous. With your temperament, you'll definitely be able to defeat the demon barrier. A few of the companions near the bedeviled female demon hero hurriedly encouraged her. Protect your mind. Roar! The bedeviled female demon hero suddenly pulled out a dagger from her bosom and stabbed it into her left arm. Blood spurted out. However, her scattered pupils regained focus. Phew, that was so dangerous. I was bedeviled just now and had an illusion. I actually saw many lewd monsters. The female demon hero let out a sigh of relief. Ha 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 ha. It's okay. Her companions all laughed. This plane of ours will definitely have 0 deaths. Moreover, we won the hallucinatory demonic realm by relying on our strong temperament, not by luck like the ants in that trash plane. The next moment, another hallucinatory demonic realm moved towards the female demon hero. This caused her to be in a trance again. It's another monster. Haha. It's okay. Her companions simply crossed their arms. Qiushu will definitely be able to turn danger into safety again and defeat the demonic realm. Oh, your plane has 0 deaths? It can defeat the demon barrier? I don't think so. At this moment, Xiao Han's courage grew. He quietly moved forward and moved his mind. Under the control of Xiao Han's mind, the dozen or so hallucinatory demonic realms around the female demon hero's body instantly rushed towards the female demon hero as if they had teleported. Ah! Monster! Don't take off my clothes. Don't! Ugly thing, you still want to defile me. Kill! Kill! I'll kill you all! Suddenly, the female chivalrous warrior let out a hysterical roar. Pucci! 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 With lightning speed, she tore off all her clothes, revealing her white jade-like female body. Not a single piece of clothing was on. For a moment, the ups and downs were too beautiful to behold. The lush peaks, the tight buttocks, the luxuriant grass, all of them were unscrupulously exposed. However, the female demon hero had already completely lost herself and did not care. No! Don't enter my body. No. Puh, 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 puh. In the blink of an eye, the female demon hero raised the knife in her hand and slashed it down. The dagger continuously stabbed her smooth body dozens of times. Pooh, 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 streams of blood shot out from her body. Kill, kill, kill all of you bastards. The female demon hero's face was ferocious and terrifying. Suddenly, she raised her right hand and with a flash of true chi, she slapped her own head. Bang! The head exploded into pieces. Death. An 8th-level true chi practitioner, a talisman formation realm expert, died just like that. She committed suicide. The scene was horrifying and silent. This woman. I don't know if I killed her. Xiao Han rubbed his nose helplessly. I didn't want it to be like this either. However, the idiots from your plane are too arrogant. To be continued. Chapter 421. In Rong's plane, there was a female Taoist. Unfortunately, she lost control of her mind and emotions in the thick hallucinatory demonic land of 4,000 to 5,000 miles. In the end, she mutilated herself and died tragically. This was the first person from the 2 planes to die in the hallucinatory demonic realm. What a surprise! It was definitely an accident. Rong's dimension's Xianxia had a strong army and strong horses, causing Rong to affirm that the people from his dimension would definitely pass through this hallucinatory demonic land without a single casualty. At the same time, Rong also said with certainty that at least half of the demons from Xiao Han's dimension had died. And at this time, the one who died was the evil hero from the Rong plane. Sarcasm. A slap in the face. What's going on? Why did Qiu Shu die? Damn it! Every time the villains of that rubbish plane were besieged by the hallucinatory demonic land, they could always rely on luck to turn the situation around. But our plane's comprehensive strength is many times stronger than that rubbish plane. Why don't our people have this kind of luck? For a moment, the heroes of the Rong plane all roared at the sky in anger. Each of them glared at the chivalrous heroes from Xiao Han's dimension with murderous eyes, as if they felt deeply insulted. They couldn't wait to rush up and besiege the chivalrous heroes from Xiao Han's dimension to kill them to vent their anger. As for the fiendish heroes from Xiao Han's world, they were all secretly pleased. This feels so good. The people on their side were all dead. Ha 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 ha. Along the way, they looked down on us and verbally insulted us. They even said that we would have endless casualties. It was all right now. The first to die. It's the vigilante from their side. It's so cool. The great swordsman on Xiao Han's side couldn't help but have a carefree smile on his face. Damn it! How dare you laugh? On the Rome plain, a burly man like an iron tower stepped out. His face was vicious and filled with hatred. Stretching out a finger, he pointed at the heroes from Xiao Han's dimension. A bunch of animals. Seeing the heroes from our dimension die, not only are you not mourning, you're even laughing? You're courting death, do you know that? Humph. Xiao Mingqiu could no longer hold it in and immediately retorted sarcastically. That woman died in the hallucinatory demonic realm. She committed suicide. What does it have to do with our plane? What are you blabbering on about? Impudent. An insignificant and lowly existence dared to talk back? This was a heinous crime. They should all be executed. Qiu Shu was dead. All of you ants should be buried with him. The chivalrous warriors of the Rome plain were all enraged. Their murderous intent soared to the 9 heavens, and their figures involuntarily surrounded Xiao Mingqiu and the chivalrous warriors behind him. A gang fight seemed inevitable. In this tense situation, countless hallucinatory demonic lands were activated from all directions, emitting decadent sounds. The entire area was filled with a sorrowful scene of dusk, as if the sun was setting in the west, and the god of death had arrived. Ah! In this way, many mentally unstable chivalrous men suddenly screamed in pain. All kinds of illusions formed a spiritual storm and fiercely attacked their souls. Even dozens of chivalrous men from the Rome plain let out low and miserable howls. Their bodies convulsed uncontrollably. Eldest senior brother, calm down. The hallucinatory demonic lands produced murderous intent and anger. The turbulence in the lake of your heart is just right for the hallucinatory demonic lands to take advantage of. It's not good for you. Xiao Han hurriedly moved to Xiao Mingqiu's side. At this moment, Xiao Mingqiu's face was red, and his veins were bulging. He tried his best to endure. His body was shivering, and his eyes were slightly dazed. Xiao Han moved to Xiao Mingqiu's side and absorbed all the hallucinatory demonic lands, reducing the pain in Xiao Mingqiu's soul. Xiao Mingqiu's eyes then became clear again. Phew. Thank you for your reminder, junior brother. I almost fell into a trance just now. Xiao Mingqiu said with lingering fear. However, he quickly said unwillingly. The chivalrous warriors of that plane are too fierce and domineering. They bully the weak and want to vent their anger on us. I can't stand it anymore. Eldest senior brother, don't argue with them. Let's get out of this area first. Heh. From what I see, I'm afraid many of them will die next. Xiao Han smiled mysteriously. This. Xiao Mingqiu was stunned. Why do you say that? The people on their side are indeed tyrannical. It's unlikely that they will fall one after another in this area. Their luck is not good. Xiao Han said mysteriously. Eldest senior brother. Luck exists in the unseen world. They are too strong. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Who knows, misfortune will fall on their heads one after another. Ha ha ha. Of course, this is just my opinion. It's just a random guess. At this moment, everyone, Stay calm. One of the chivalrous warriors on Rong's side saw that the atmosphere was not right. His companions on his side were losing their emotions due to rage and showed signs of falling into a trance. He hurriedly shouted, "All right, let's not bother with those beasts for now. There are still a few 100 miles to the destination. It's extremely dangerous. If we are not careful, we will also fail miserably like Qiu Shu. Let's keep our hearts calm. Don't let this group of beasts affect our hearts. Let's go through this hallucinatory magic land first. Then, we'll deal with this group of bastards. At that time, we can ravage them however we want. It doesn't matter if we kill them all. It's like killing dogs. All right. Let's not care about these bastards first. Let's rush out of this damned hallucinatory magic land first." All the chivalrous warriors on Rong's side reinvigorated their spirits, stabilized their souls, and focused their minds. They dispelled the hallucinatory magic land and continued to move forward. They've gone too far. Luo Tianyu, who was on Xiao Han's side, was also furious. They challenged us so brazenly. They called us beasts and bastards. Do they really not treat us as humans? They even threatened to kill us once we get out of this hallucinatory magic land? I've cultivated for my entire life. I've never encountered such an aggrieved situation like today. Now it's bad. An old and prudent chivalrous warrior said with a worried face. If that's the case, we've become enemies with that group of powerful fellows. What should we do? We'll deal with it when it comes. Xiao Han took a step forward. Things have come to this. It's useless to be afraid. Moreover, if we plant negative emotions in our hearts, it will not be beneficial for us to complete the last part of the journey. Everyone braced themselves. No matter what, let's get out of here first. Being trapped here to death is the most aggrieving. Let's go. Xiao Han led the way. Although the chivalrous warriors of this plain were not as strong as the chivalrous warriors of the Rhone plain, they had at least survived through wind and rain. They had cultivated for their entire lives. Hearing Xiao Han's words, they also analyzed the pros and cons. All of them abandoned the worries and distracting thoughts in their hearts and continued to move forward. The speed of their advance was as slow as a snail. The closer they got to the end, the more dangerous the hallucinatory magic land they encountered. Every time they walked a certain distance, there would be signs of becoming bewitched. It was extremely difficult. Even the relatively stronger Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu and a few other experts of the true Qi formation realm were now on tenterhooks. Fortunately, with Xiao Han, the nanny, he could always resolve the crisis to the greatest extent. Thus, no one on their side became completely bewitched. Unknowingly, Xiao Han had walked to the front of his team. He was only about 100 li away from the chivalrous warriors of the Rhone plain. This group of arrogant fellows. Xiao Han looked at the large group of people in front of him with a gloomy gaze. Waves of uncontrollable killing intent rose from Xiao Han's heart. It seems that killing one is not enough punishment for you. You actually dare to say that you want to trample on us. All right, I'm going all out. I might as well go all out. I'll suppress your arrogance. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han's mental strength moved slightly in the next moment. Wang, Wang, Wang. Dozens of hallucinatory magic lands were controlled by Xiao Han's mental strength. They actually took the initiative to teleport towards the chivalrous warriors of the Rhone plain in front of them. Roar! For chivalrous warriors of the Rhone plain instantly stopped in their tracks. They all bent down and let out painful whimpers from their throats. No! Master, please don't expel me from the sect. Senior Sister Mo, I was wrong to sully you in the past. It's fine if you die, but don't let your ghost haunt me. Heavenless Demon Emperor, you killed my entire family. I will not let you go so easily. This time, I will definitely obtain an immortal opportunity to increase my cultivation in the Genius Zone. In the future, I will fight you to the death. These 4 chivalrous warriors were possessed by demons. Let me add fuel to the fire for you. Xiao Han's mind flickered again, and dozens of thick hallucinatory demonic mirrors charged towards the 4 demonized swordsmen at the speed of lightning. Ah! Kill! Kill! You damned demon clans! Kill! Soon, the 4 chivalrous warriors became frenzied and started killing each other. Their fists landed on each other's flesh. They actually treated each other as their mortal enemies and wanted to fight to the death. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the four of them collided with each other and their heads all exploded. Another 4 chivalrous warriors of the Rhone Plain had fallen. This time, the chivalrous warriors of the Rhone Plain all roared in fear. As for the chivalrous warriors of Xiao Han's plain, they wanted to laugh but could not. They were both delighted and confused. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao Han. This is something I don't understand. Xiao Mingchu came over with a confused expression and said to Xiao Han. The people on our side are weak and their mental state is not as good as theirs. However, every time we encounter danger, we can always escape by some strange coincidence. The hallucinatory magic lands that are bothering us disappear automatically. As for them, the hallucinatory magic lands that are surrounding us seem to have grown eyes and keep pestering them until they die. I can't understand it. I can't understand it. Is it really the luck that Junior Marshal Brother Xiao Han mentioned? Ha ha ha. Heaven's retribution. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame themselves for being too arrogant and lawless. It's not that the time has not come yet. Ha ha. Xiao Han laughed complacently, but his heart was very vicious. There are still a few 100 miles to go. This daddy will kill them one by one. The Rhone Plain was in a collective mourning. They all stopped and cursed and scolded, but there was nothing they could do. Rome roared and urged them to hurry up. They continued to hurry up. No! The Demon Clan Army. The Demon Clan Army has captured our Xianxia Pagoda. The Xianxia Pagoda that is known to never fall has finally been trampled by the Demon Clan. From now on, our human clan will never see the light of day and will never be able to rise again. The doomsday is coming. The doomsday is coming. A total of 5 demon heroes on the Rhone Plain were forcibly destroyed by the dense and thick hallucinatory magic lands, causing them to fall into an illusion of despair. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 demon heroes all died by smashing their own heads. Soon, 7 demon heroes on the Rhone Plain roared violently, barked and roared, and all of them died by smashing their heads. The chivalrous army of the Rhone Plain exploded their heads one after another and killed themselves by self-mutilation. In just a short period of 2 hours, a total of 42 demon heroes had died in the Rhone Plain. It was a heavy loss. Of course, this was all done by Xiao Han. Why is it like this? Lord Rome, why is it like this? Why are our people dying one after another? They died so miserably. Didn't you say that with our formation, we would definitely be able to pass through this area without any casualties? Despair and helplessness finally deeply gripped the thousands of demon heroes on the Rhone Plain. They felt as if they were in a nightmare and could not get rid of it. Fear spread like a plague. It caused those true Treasure Realm demon heroes to burst into tears. Their faces were filled with bad luck. A huge flaw appeared in their minds and a terrible shadow was planted in them. Bang! 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 Another 12 demon heroes died by smashing their own heads. Oh? These 12 were not indirectly killed by this young master. Xiao Han laughed mockingly from behind. Now, their minds are all decadent. Their fighting spirit is leaving them bit by bit, causing them to become desperate clowns. Cowards. Their mental defense power is plummeting. The hallucinatory magic lands took advantage of this and smashed their souls. Ha ha! If this goes on, they will be finished. All of them will be finished. Ha 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 ha! They might be wiped out. Useless things. A bunch of useless things. At the crucial moment, a true Treasure Realm cultivator from the Rhone Plain stepped forward and berated. Don't give up. All of you, keep your spirits up. Only dozens of people have died. Our troops are still at their peak. After entering the genius area, we can still compete with the demon heroes from other planes. All of you, hold on. Stand up one by one. Walk out. Walk out of this area. The resolute attitude of this expert and his strong spirit affected the demon heroes who were kneeling on the ground. Their fighting spirit was ignited in their eyes again. However, boom! Hundreds of hallucinatory magic lands suddenly condensed into a dragon-like mental attack wave and instantly blasted into the brain of the true Qi realm demon hero. Ah! The demon hero screamed. He raised his right hand and slammed it on his forehead. His whole body exploded like porcelain. You still dare to come out and lecture me? You are courting death. Xiao Han touched his nose. At the same time, Xiao Han looked inside his brain. Countless raindrops were brewed in the gaseous mental power. The density of the mental power was very high. It was as if the whole gaseous mental power could liquefy at any time. I have refined so many hallucinatory magic lands. I am like a fish in water in this area. I can do whatever I want. I have indirectly killed many powerful demon heroes from other planes. If I am not wrong, as long as I cultivate the follow-up mental technique of the exterminating heaven and earth mental technique, about 99% of my mental power can liquefy. Xiao Han's heart was burning. P.S. Today, I went to line up and took the first test. Today was my second wedding anniversary with my wife. Tonight, we had dinner together with our family and drank 2 glasses of wine. Now, my head is a little dizzy. Sorry, there's only one. From tomorrow onwards, there shouldn't be so many trivial matters. I'll update it properly. To be continued. Chapter 422. In the 5,000-mile-long hallucinatory demonic land. At this time, for the Rome Plains troops, the situation had completely collapsed. Nearly 60 Xianxia had died a violent death. Each and every one of them had turned into demons and exploded their heads. Most of these 60 fallen Xianxia were at the True Qi 8th level Talisman Formation realm, but there were also a few at the True Qi 9th level True Treasure realm. Yes, the Rome Plain was very powerful and full of talents. It was far from being comparable to the withered situation of Xiao Han's Plain. This time, the Rome Plain had selected a total of 1,000 great Taoists who were under 10,000 years old and had powerful cultivation bases to enter the genius zone. The lineup was so magnificent that it was astounding. But, in a short period of time, dozens of people had died. This was also a great loss of vitality. No matter how powerful a plane was, it would never complain about having too many talents. The death of a true talent was a loss that was hard to make up for. For example, the dozens of dead Xianxia of the Rome Plain. Each of them was a great figure selected from billions of martial artists. They were geniuses among geniuses and outstanding martial artists of the same age. Each of them was a treasure. Damn it! At this moment, Rong, who was walking at the front, felt restless in his heart as well. His face that was like jade instantly darkened, and he finally turned around as he gnashed his teeth and spoke with an evil tone that was close to cursing. Damn it! Dozens of people died on our side. But that trash plane has no one. How ironic! What a great irony! Any one of us who dies here would be an invincible figure in their plane. Someone is playing tricks. Or the heavens are unfair. As he said, Rong walked back. Lord Rong. This matter is too strange. Lord Rong, please deal with the situation in time and stabilize the morale. Some elders of the Rong Plain bowed respectfully. I will deal with this matter, Rong said coldly. When Rong passed by the Tower Master of Xiao Han's Plain, he stopped and glanced at the Tower Master. Boom! Under Rong's torch-like gaze, a large area of the void was destroyed and evaporated. Even many hallucinatory demonic land. Under Rong's mental fluctuations, everything froze. Ah! Rong Yi's glare caused the Tower Master's legs to weaken. His mind seemed to be on the verge of exploding, and he immediately prostrated himself on the ground. It has nothing to do with me, Rong. Calm down. This matter has nothing to do with our plane. Trust me, with my cultivation, it's absolutely impossible for me to make use of the hallucinatory demonic territory's environment. Assassinating your people? This is impossible. Even immortals wouldn't be able to use the hallucinatory demonic realm to kill people. Unless it's an immortal emperor. Under the pressure of Rong's rage. In the face of such incisive killing intent, the pagoda master was terrified. He actually put down his dignity as a leader and begged for an explanation. This caused the 12 elders, Yan Qi, Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, and the others to feel extremely humiliated. Humph! After hearing the pagoda master's words, Rong suddenly pondered for a moment. Yes, the hallucinatory demonic realm is a kind of energy flow in the universe. It's a spiritual fragment. Even if a person from an ordinary plane cultivated his true qi to the point of opening 101 true acupoints and successfully opened the heavenly eye, it was absolutely impossible for him to control the hallucinatory demonic realm. Not to mention ordinary people. Even ordinary immortals couldn't do it. Only immortal emperors had such a method. It seemed that it wasn't the trash of this plane who was playing tricks. They didn't have the courage to do so. Forget it. I'll stabilize the situation first. When I leave this area, I'll think of a way to kill all the living beings of this trash plane. Damn it! This group of trash must be feeling very good right now, right? An existence that was countless times stronger than them actually died in front of their eyes. Because of the demonic transformation, my subordinates even made a fool of themselves before they died. They must be very happy to see that, right? Humph. All of them must die. If I don't kill them, I won't be able to vent my anger. In a very short time, a resolute killing intent brewed in Rong's heart. However, the stronger the killing intent in his heart, the kinder the expression on his face became. Ha 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 ha. Brother, I'm sorry for my rudeness. I lost control of my emotions just now, so my tone was too harsh. Thinking about it carefully, it's true that our people died in the hallucinatory demonic realm. It has nothing to do with your people. Ha ha ha. It's all right. Everyone is harmonious. It's all the fault of our demon heroes. Their minds weren't firm enough. If they died, then so be it. It's all their fault. Ha ha. After saying that, Rong went straight to the demon heroes of his plane. Ha! The pagoda master was directly confused by Rong's change of attitude. But he was not a fool. What's going on? Why is this Rong talking to me in such a polite tone? It's weird. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. As for the elders of Rong's plane, each and every one of them had an expression of ridicule in their eyes. They all knew Rong's temper very well. Whenever Rong spoke with a smile, or even took the initiative to be humble and compliment others, it also meant that in Rong's heart, this person had already been sentenced to death. The people of this trash plane are all finished. It seems that Lord Rong has made up his mind to kill them. Good, very good. Now, Lord Rong should already be thinking about how to ravage and kill them. The elders under Rong smiled and transmitted their voices to each other. Soon, Rong came to the side of his demon heroes. He said coldly, "All of you, cheer up. In the hallucinatory demonic realm, once you have negative emotions and once a shadow grows in your heart, it means that you are not far from death. Well, I will personally supervise the formation and advance with you. You are all the most powerful geniuses of this plane. Your minds are as solid as iron and indestructible. I believe that you can definitely defeat these hallucinatory demonic realm. Let's go." Encouragement. Encouragement from the leader of the plane. A kind of spiritual power was transmitted out, causing the panic in the eyes of the originally depressed demon heroes to melt. Instead, it was replaced by renewed confidence. Great Lord Rong, please rest assured. We will definitely sweep away the decline and defeat the demons in our hearts. Defeat this hallucinatory demonic realm area. I absolutely believe in you. Let's go. Rong gave the order. Then, his cold gaze swept over Xiao Han and the others. His gaze seemed to have substance, like an invisible sharp blade. It was full of intimidation and pressure. Suddenly, he smiled strangely. Haha, you're all not bad. You are indeed very good. I dare say that if you want to pass through this area, the death rate will be at least more than half. But you are too outstanding. So far, no one has died. Instead, our plane has lost a lot of people. Good. Continue to work hard. Ha ha ha, continue to work hard. I wish you all can successfully pass. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Rong turned around and led the demon heroes of his plane toward the finish line. Xiao Han and the others stood in place, a little dumbfounded. Junior brother Xiao Han. Is this guy being sarcastic? Xiao Mingchu said in a daze. I also feel that his mood is a little off. In short, he is definitely not encouraging us. It's like a curse. Luo Tianyu was also doubtful. Sigh. Xiao Han sighed. If I'm not wrong, that Rong is likely to attack us. He is indeed being sarcastic. Hiss. Hearing this, the demon heroes of Xiao Han's plane all gasped. Okay, let's not dawdle. Let's get out of this area first. Xiao Han shrugged helplessly. So the dozens of demon heroes of Xiao Han's plane also continued forward. Damn now, Rong is guarding the demon heroes of his plane. advancing and retreating together. His powerful leadership ability and spiritual aura were like that of a true god. He protected the chivalrous heroes of their dimension, causing their temperaments to become incomparably firm and powerful. Each of them seemed to have found their faith. Now I can't launch a sneak attack. Rong is too strong, many times stronger than the tower master of our plane. His spiritual power is also very terrifying. If I act rashly, it's very likely that I'll be discovered by him. Xiao Han was also very afraid and didn't act rashly. Originally, I was prepared to kill all the demon heroes of their plane, causing their entire army to be annihilated, but there's no chance for the time being. What a pity, only a few dozen people died on their side. It's not satisfying. Moreover, the situation is getting worse for us. If we leave this hallucinatory demonic realm area and Rome gives the order to attack us, then we'll be in trouble. We have no ability to resist at all. Xiao Han slowly moved forward while racking his brains, thinking of a countermeasure. If we really fight with my ability, I can only escape. Before escaping, I'll first put eldest senior brother and big brother Luo Tianyu into the despair demon compound first. As for the rest of the demon heroes, I'll take in as many as I can. Unfortunately, the despair demon compound is too small. It can't accommodate so many demon heroes. Forget it, I don't care anymore, I can't even protect myself, I'll save as many as I can. In addition, I must frantically absorb and refine the hallucinatory demonic realm, accumulate my spiritual power, and make the most perfect accumulation and paving the way for me to cultivate the extinguishing heaven-decimating earth mental technique. After making up his mind, Xiao Han completely ignored Rong and the demon heroes who were walking in front of him. Xiao Han focused on absorbing and refining the surrounding hallucinatory demonic realm. At any time, he would help the demon heroes around him, helping them get rid of the hallucinatory demonic realm that might pose a threat to them and induce them to be possessed. A few hours passed. Finally, all the elders of Rong's plane, Rong himself, and the demon hero team led by Rong all passed through this hallucinatory demonic realm area. The pagoda master of Xiao Han's plane, the 12 elders, and the ancient giant Yan Qi also broke through the heavy encirclement. Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and dozens of demon heroes were also about to reach the end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Han once again absorbed and refined the 12 hallucinatory demonic realms. Now, in Xiao Han's brain, the gaseous spiritual power had undergone a fundamental change. The gaseous spiritual power that was like a mist had completely changed into the shape of a raindrop. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The spiritual rainwater was pattering in Xiao Han's brain. Every drop of rainwater was dark gold in color, engraved with mysterious patterns. Moreover, the weight of every drop of rainwater was enough to collapse a mountain. My spiritual power has improved very quickly. Now, the gaseous spiritual power has completely condensed into the shape of rain. This is a sign that my spiritual power has liquefied. And now, I have only cultivated to the 7th spiritual finger technique of the extinguishing heaven-decimating earth mental technique. If I cultivate a few more finger techniques, my spiritual power will transform again, and it will definitely be completely liquefied. Xiao Han evaluated in his heart. Junior brother Xiao Han, we have also reached the end. Let's go out. Xiao Mingchu's voice rang in Xiao Han's ears. To be continued. Chapter 423. After a lot of hardships, the dozens of evil heroes from Xiao Han's plane finally walked 5,000 miles, passed through this hallucinatory demonic land, and reached the end. It was not easy. What was even more difficult was that they passed through with 0 deaths. None of the evil heroes from Xiao Han's plane died. This completely violated Rong's prophecy. However, seriously speaking, if it wasn't for Xiao Han secretly playing the role of a nanny, the death rate would definitely be more than half. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Han and the others left the hallucinatory demonic land and flew to the Tower Master's side one by one. At this moment, Rong's people gathered on the other side. Rong crossed his arms and looked at the people from Xiao Han's plane with interest. It was like a beast looking at weak prey. The evil heroes from Rong's plane had undisguised murderous intent on their faces. Their faces were ferocious and evil, and their eyes were bloodthirsty and cruel. The two sides were clearly divided, and vaguely, they formed a confrontation. In the azure blue space without a trace of impurity, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Oppressive. Damn. It seems like we really have to make a move. Xiao Han stood behind the Tower Master and the 12th Elder without batting an eyelid. His spirit force spread out in all directions. If there was even the slightest hint of danger, Xiao Han would immediately run away. At this moment, the Tower Master's face was completely pale. His teeth made a slight creaking sound, and he clenched his fists tightly. The difference in strength between the two sides was like heaven and earth. On Xiao Han's side, there was a Tower Master. There were 12 elders and 81 evil heroes, including Xiao Han. The other side was led by Rong, and there were 3 elders. There were 40 elders, and the number of evil heroes was still close to 1,000. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Rong attacked alone, it was enough to kill all the people on Xiao Han's side. There was no doubt about this. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Rong clapped his hands. His face was completely cold, and his eyes began to brew a vicious murderous intent. Every clap of his, like muffled thunder, it struck the minds of everyone on Xiao Han's plain, causing their souls to tremble. It was as if Rong was just clapping his hands. He could kill everyone on Xiao Han's plain. You, Brother Rong, you. Pagoda Master's throat choked. Congratulations, Rong said indifferently. Congratulations, everyone. It's really unexpected. All of you were able to pass, and there was 0 death rate. Hee. Earlier, I asserted that more than half of you would die, but now, what a slap in the face. Congratulations, everyone. You used your actions to slap me in the face. It hurts. It hurts. Ha! Rong's laughter was slightly deranged. And this plane of ours. Dozens of people actually died. Rong sighed deeply. This makes me very unhappy. Very unhappy. He stared at everyone on Xiao Han's plain with a deep gaze. His stare made one's hair stand on end. This seat is very sad. Of course, you guys can't understand this seat's sadness. Let me give you an example. When a lion dies in front of an antelope, that kind of sorrow and grievance. Do you understand now? So all of you must, as he spoke, the elders and the demons under Rong Xian's command all revealed their murderous intent. True chi flickered from their bodies, as if they were about to attack at any moment. Wait! The Pagoda Master started to bark hysterically. Wait a moment. Rong, you're too overbearing. Too tyrannical. Yes, your plain strength is strong, and I can only endure the grievance when I encounter your suppression. However, I hope you guys don't go too far. If you insist on killing and exterminating all of us, then I swear that you guys will pay a painful price. Roar! The Pagoda Master let out the cry of a beast that was on the verge of extinction. Oh, a painful price? Rong Xian was stunned, and then he waved his hand, indicating his subordinates to not act rashly for the time being. At this moment, the Pagoda Master took out a crystal ball from his storage ring. Inside this crystal ball, there was a dense and terrifying energy. The color of this energy was dim, but it seemed to contain the power to destroy heaven and earth. On the surface of the crystal ball there were some seals. However, even if there were seals, the energy inside the crystal ball still faintly emitted a terrifying fluctuation that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Rong Xian slightly frowned. I didn't expect you to also refine this kind of thing. The expression on the Pagoda Master's face was completely crazed. Right, Rong, you should have also refined this kind of destruction crystal ball. For existences like us who have opened the heavenly eye, we can see the immortal chi between heaven and earth. Similarly, we can also see the dangerous energy drifting between heaven and earth. Many years ago, I started to collect the dangerous energy between heaven and earth and carefully sealed it into this crystal ball. These destructive energies, some come from the underground abyss, some from the bottom of the sea, some from the volcanoes, and some from the areas where the demon race has run rampant. I even once risked my life to collect all kinds of dangerous energy in the universe near the plane. Countless dangerous energies, after being compressed and refined into this crystal ball, are sealed and suppressed. However, when I have to fight with my life on the line, I will not hesitate to open the seal, causing this destruction crystal ball to directly explode. Ahahaha! The Pagoda Master's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Let's perish together. If we really push it too far, we'll perish together. I'll directly detonate this crystal ball. You only collected this little bit of destructive energy. Do you think you can blow me up? Rong Xian laughed sinisterly. Idiot. Right, Rong, your cultivation is too strong. Even if I detonate the crystal ball, I definitely won't be able to kill you. However, you will definitely be injured. Moreover, at least half of the elders and heroes behind you will be blown up. The pagoda master's eyes were blood red. Rong Xian, can you accept half of your people dying? Impudent! Rong Xian shouted. During the detonation process, half of our people will die, while all of your people will be annihilated. Even you will die. You will be directly blown up. Ha 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 ha. A life and death struggle. I will not hesitate to die. The pagoda master's eyes were completely bloodshot. This kind of ending. It's better than our people being one-sidedly slaughtered by you, right? Ha ha ha. With the death of our 81 heroes, in exchange for the death of your hundreds of elites. It's worth it. I think it's completely worth it. Moreover, Rome, can't you see? I and the 12 elders are all in the form of avatars heading to the genius zone. My main body is still guarding the plane. Ha ha ha. The death of the avatar will only consume half of the main body's energy. As long as tens of thousands of years pass, this energy can be replenished. Ha ha ha. Do you think I dare to detonate it? Damn it! Rong Xian finally felt defeated. Truly cowardly and pitiful. Actually using avatars to explore. Afraid of death. Cowardly and afraid of death. Who isn't afraid of death? The pagoda master was very confident. At this moment, Lord Rong, porcelain doesn't fight with tiles. Porcelain did not fight with tiles. The people in that plane were all lowly people. They wanted to die together. We don't need to accompany them to the end. Our lives are thousands of times more precious than their lives. Several elders transmitted to Rong Xian at the same time. Rong Xian closed his eyes and then transmitted his mental fluctuations to all his subordinates. All right, everyone, listen. Don't kill them for now. If we push them too far, these people will all become outlaws. Our strength must be preserved and enter the genius zone to compete. That's the way of the king. Furthermore, the world of immortals had issued an edict stating that before entering the genius zone, internal strife was forbidden between the ordinary planes. If we really kill them all, the world of immortals might punish us when they find out. We can't let these pigs affect the future of our great plane. Of course, that doesn't mean we'll let these lowly things go so easily. Kill them, of course we must kill them. No one can save them. But we must choose the right time to kill them. There's still more than half of the journey to the springboard. It'll take more than 150 days, during which we'll run into all sorts of dangers. In that case, we'll find an opportunity to kill those pigs and dogs in the next danger zone. For example, the Tower Master's destructive crystal ball will be restricted in some of the hallucinatory fiend realms. Even if it detonates, it won't do much damage to us. That's right. We'll find the best opportunity to kill them. After a brief exchange, listen, I'll let you go this time. Count yourself lucky. Rong Xian looked coldly at the Tower Master, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitching. He waved his hand. Come, let's continue forward. Whoosh, whoosh. Rong Xian led a group of people forward. However, he left 20 elders behind to keep an eye on the people from Xiao Han's plane. Phew! The Tower Master seemed to be exhausted. He put the destructive crystal ball back into his storage ring, then gritted his teeth and said, Let's continue forward. We'll try to reach the genius zone as soon as possible. We'll try to reach the genius zone as soon as possible. Rong Xian and the others won't dare to make a move when we reach the genius zone. Moreover, if we encounter people from other planes along the way, things will turn for the better. The Pagoda Master took the lead and led the way. The 12 elders sighed and followed behind him. Yan Qi and the other demons followed behind. When the people from Xiao Han's plane flew away, the 20 elders Rong left behind followed far behind. Eldest senior brother, those fellows won't let us go. Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, and Luo Tianyu flew side by side. Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu nodded. They won't let us enter the genius zone unscathed. They will definitely find a chance to kill us along the way. Xiao Han frowned. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, I have a special demonic technique that can store living beings in a demon emperor crystal. Once something happens, I will release this demonic technique. Don't resist then. Just enter a demon emperor crystal on my left arm. Then, I will use a demonic technique to escape. When it comes to escaping, I have some experience. I also have a few demonic techniques that are suitable for escaping, Xiao Han added. All right, we will do as you say, junior brother Xiao Han. I will obey. Xiao Mingchu nodded decisively. I have no objections either. Luo Tianyu also nodded. The people from the two plains advanced for another 10 days. On the way, they did not encounter any overly dangerous situations. Some of the hallucinatory demonic lands were also weak. They did not cause any casualties to the people from the two plains. This way, Rongxian's plain could not find a chance to kill the people of Xiao Han's plain. The next day, suddenly, a gigantic palace appeared in front of the two plains people's field of vision. This was a magnificent palace. It could be said to be splendid, and its whole body was emitting a colorful luster. In the palace, there were mountains of pearls, jade, and all kinds of priceless treasures. Furthermore, many handsome men and women could be seen walking back and forth in the palace. Ah, so beautiful. What a beautiful palace. At a glance, the few demons beside Xiao Han revealed expressions of fascination. Glory, splendor, wealth. Wake up. That's the hallucinatory demonic lands. It's not a palace. Xiao Han frowned and reminded. Junior brother Xiao Han, something is wrong. The palace formed by the hallucinatory demonic lands in front is very strange. It gives people a complicated feeling. It's as if we can't get out once we go in. Xiao Mingchu was also at a loss. Yes, eldest senior brother, I also sensed it. That palace is an enormous labyrinth. There's actually a formation inside. Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully. Ahead. Lord Rong, it's actually countless hallucinatory demonic lands that formed a hallucinatory palace. The inside seems to have formed a maze. Several elders beside Rong said in shock. Lord Rong, to pass through this hallucinatory palace, the difficulty is much more difficult than the 5,000 li hallucinatory demonic lands. It's okay. It's just a maze. I'm sure I can break it. Rong waved his hand. This is the only way to enter the space springboard. It's impossible to avoid it. Everyone, prepare to enter. In addition, there are traces of the laws of space and time in this maze. The crystal ball of destruction in that bastard's hand can't display its power in the maze. Even if it explodes, the destruction will be less than 10%. Everyone, listen carefully. After everyone enters the maze, if you find any demons from their plane, kill them without mercy. If you kill people in the maze, I'm afraid the immortal world won't find out. Yes. That maze will be the burial place of those trash demons from the plane. To be continued. Chapter 424. In front of the two demon heroes from the two planes, on the road that they must pass, there appeared a towering dreamy palace. This palace was as beautiful as a poem or painting. It emitted a faintly discernible feeling, as if it was a palace where immortals lived in the heavens. However, everyone knew that this palace was not as beautiful as it looked. It was formed by the hallucinatory demonic realm. Hallucinatory Demon Palace. Although the hallucinatory demonic realm in the 5,000-mile region was extremely dense, it was still a scattered hallucinatory demonic realm that hadn't formed a strong enough atmosphere. But the hallucinatory demonic palace he was facing now was formed from countless hallucinatory demonic boundaries. Traces of the laws of time and space flowed within it, and there was even a labyrinth that was automatically laid out. The degree of danger was countless times greater than the hallucinatory demonic boundary in the 5,000-kilometer region. The people of Rong's plain were all skilled and bold. Under Rong's lead, they all entered the illusory demon palace. As for the people from Xiao Han's side, they did not move for the time being. Everyone, come here. I will discuss with everyone. The pagoda master ordered. Xiao, the 12th elder, Yan Qi, and 81 chivalrous heroes, including Xiao Han, flew to the tower master side. Pagoda master, should we enter the hallucinatory demon palace immediately? An elder immediately asked. The pagoda master pondered. His expression was uncertain as he fell into deep thought. But, pagoda master, the danger level of this illusory devil palace is obvious at a glance. It is many times more terrifying than the previous 5,000 miles region. There is also a maze inside the devil palace. It is possible that we will be trapped inside. Another elder said. He said nervously. Yes. The demonic hallucination palace was dangerous. After we enter, we will face a huge challenge. But should we not enter because of this? Have all of you forgotten why we left our hometown and braved the danger to come here? The treasures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. The genius zone. Immortal fate. The pagoda master's voice was hoarse and fierce. His eyes were bloodshot. All of you have clearly seen how domineering the Narong Plain is, treating us like lowly livestock. However, do we have the qualifications to fight? No. Because we are weaker than them. Incompetence is a sin. In this world, the strong survive and the weak perish. Now that we've left our homeland and widened our horizons, we've come to realize just how weak our plane is. A plane at the level of Rome. There are many, many more. Are we willing to accept this? No. We want to change. We need to become strong. It allows us to bully others, but no one dares to step on us. It was the voice of the Tower Master. Impassioned. Many evil heroes could feel their blood boiling. Xiao Han, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. The Tower Master is risking his avatar, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. Even if his avatar is destroyed, his main body is still there, so he's invincible. But for us, the heroes, it doesn't matter if we die. Our souls will be destroyed and we'll vanish into thin air. Heh, it's easy for the Tower Master to say that. If he came with his true body, I don't believe that he would still dare to say such tough words. Xiao Han was somewhat disdainful of the pagoda master. However, he maintained his composure. What's the only way to change the strength of our plane? The treasure hunt in the genius zone. The pagoda master roared. Therefore we can't retreat. Even if we face the dangerous hallucinatory demon palace, we can't retreat. Yes. Don't retreat. Don't give up. The pagoda master's successful brainwashing caused the dozens of evil heroes to cheer. Yes. Enter the hallucinatory demon palace. Previously, in the 5,000-mile hallucinatory demon realm, we all passed with 0 deaths. Moreover, every time our people were about to turn into demons, they were always able to turn danger into safety. This means that luck is on our side. I have a feeling that the hallucinatory demon palace won't be a problem for us. An elder screamed hysterically, extremely excited. As for the other elder, he frowned deeply. Pagoda Master, everyone, I have no objections to entering the hallucinatory demon palace. However, there's no harm in waiting for a few days before entering. The group from the Rome Plain has already entered. If we enter now and encounter them in the hallucinatory demon palace, I'm afraid a bloody battle is unavoidable. Pagoda Master, the power of your crystal ball of destruction will be greatly weakened in the hallucinatory demon palace. It won't be able to intimidate the people from the Rome Plain, causing them to hesitate. Why don't we wait for them to pass through the palace first, and then rest here for a few days before entering? I can't wait. The Pagoda Master shook his head. The opening of the genius zone is getting closer and closer. Time waits for no man. We can't afford to waste a single day. If we delay our journey and miss the opening of the genius zone, then everything we've done will be in vain. Besides, Na Rong left 20 elders behind to monitor us. If we don't enter the hallucinatory demon palace, those 20 elders might make a move on us. The Pagoda Master's gaze swept across the crowd. The 20 elders from the Rome Plain were glaring at them with murderous intent, as if they were waiting for the day to come. Don't worry. There are traces of the law of time and the law of space in the hallucinatory demon palace, and there are layers of mazes. Even if we enter, we may not encounter the people from the Rome Plain. Everyone rest for an hour and prepare well before entering the hallucinatory demon palace. After entering, communicate with each other using the Devil Hero token, the Pagoda Master said decisively. Then, everyone dispersed. Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and several other devil heroes gathered together and chatted. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, everyone. Xiao Han thought for a moment and then said cautiously. The hallucinatory demon palace is extremely dangerous. Here, I have a suggestion. Xiao Han knew very well that the reason why everyone in his plane could pass through the 5,000-kilometer hallucinatory magic land without any casualties was because he had done something behind the scenes. If he hadn't done anything, at least 50 of the 81 demons would have died. Now that they were about to enter the hallucinatory demon palace, Xiao Han couldn't be like before. He had to secretly protect the devil heroes beside him at all times. This was because the hallucinatory demon palace was similar to Xiao Han's demon city. After entering, everyone would be separated and lose the ability to take care of each other. That was why Xiao Han had made his suggestion. Junior brother Xiao Han, feel free to speak your mind. Xiao Mingqiu smiled faintly. Little brother Xiao Han, do you want to put us into your demon emperor crystal? Luo Tianyu knew what he wanted. Yes. Now that things had come to this, Xiao Han didn't hide it anymore. After entering the hallucinatory demon palace, everyone will definitely be separated and teleported to different corners of the palace. The strength of our plane is originally weak. As the saying goes, when we are united, we are strong. When we are separated, we will definitely die if we encounter the people from the wrong plane. That's why I would like to invite everyone to enter the Demon Emperor Crystal in my left arm. I won't be entering. Hearing this, an ancient giant, who was also a middle-aged man at the level 8 True Energy Talisman Formation realm, immediately shook his head. Then, he walked to the side. He muttered to himself, this Xiao Han is famous for his demonic techniques and craftiness. He is also ruthless. How can I let him cast the technique and enter the Demon Emperor Crystal in his left arm? At that time, life and death will be in his hands. Hearing this, Xiao Han only shook his head and laughed. If you are not willing, I won't force you. Junior brother Xiao Han, do you think I don't trust you? I am willing. Xiao Mingqiu laughed. Little brother Xiao Han, you can cast the technique. Luo Tianyu laughed calmly. Standing next to Xiao Han, there were still 5 ancient giants. One of them left, leaving 4 behind. Yes, Despair Demon Compound can probably accommodate 6 people. Xiao Han smiled faintly and said seriously, everyone, please open your heart and don't resist. In the next moment, suddenly, Xiao Han's Demon Emperor palm on his left arm exploded with demonic light. A sorrowful demonic song sounded. It was like an elegy at dusk. The decadent sound poured into the brain. Pooh, pooh, pooh. 6 beams of amber-colored demonic light shot out. A strange thing happened. With Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu in the lead, the bodies of the 6 demon heroes shrunk and shrunk again and again. Finally, they became only a few inches in size. With a poochie sound, they were completely sucked into the 13th groove of Xiao Han's Demon Emperor palm. It's done. Xiao Han nodded and smiled. With a sweep of his spirit, he saw Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others. They were all walking around Despair Demon Compound with blank and curious expressions and talking to each other. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, and everyone else, don't worry. As long as I don't die, you will be fine. Now, I will enter the Hallucination Demon Palace. If I confirm that it is safe, I will let you out. Xiao Han's consciousness transmitted into Despair Demon Compound. Xiao Han, what are you doing? At this moment, the Tower Master noticed that Xiao Han was using a demonic technique to take in a few demon heroes. He shouted with a displeased expression. Xiao Han, at the moment of life and death, don't play any tricks. Tower Master, it's nothing. It's just a small demonic technique that allowed my eldest senior brother and the others to enter a temporarily safe place. That's all. Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders. In front of the powerful Tower Master, what tricks would I, Xiao Han, dare to play? Isn't that courting death? Xiao Han, it's good that you know. The Tower Master's face was gloomy. However, he didn't say much and said in a clear voice. All right, everyone, enter the Hallucination Demon Palace now. Remember, after entering, if you encounter the people from the wrong plane, don't talk to them. Run away immediately. Everyone, look for the exit of the Demon Palace. Use the Demon Hero token to communicate at any time. Do you understand? Understood. All right, Enter. The Tower Master's face was cold. His body moved and directly flew into the hallucination demon palace. Swish, swish, swish. The 12th Elder, Xianxia, Xiao Han, and the other demon heroes also followed closely behind and flew into the demon palace. Soon, the people from Xiao Han's plane all entered the hallucination demon palace. Behind them, the 20 elders left behind by the wrong plane all nodded. All right, let's also enter the hallucination demon palace. Let's go and meet up with Lord Rome. If we encounter the people from that trash plane, immediately kill them without any hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. These 20 elders also flew into the hallucination demon palace. To be continued. Chapter 425. Xiao Han's feet were steady. He had arrived at the hallucinatory demon palace. Xiao Han immediately looked around. He saw that he was in a beautiful palace. The whole palace was made of green jade, and a misty green light flowed freely. This palace was very big. At a glance, it was at least hundreds of meters long and wide. There were pavilions everywhere, rockery, ponds, moats, streets and markets. Xiao Han stood where he was, using his eyesight to observe as he evaluated in his heart. This palace is very big. According to my rough observation, there should be thousands of courtyards and tens of thousands of houses. The palace's periphery is surrounded by high walls in all directions, forming a heavily fortified castle. The scenery is very spectacular. There are yellow glazed roofs and green and white stone bases, decorated with splendid paintings. But, where is the exit? It was difficult for Xiao Han to find the exit in the palace just by relying on his eyes. Therefore, with a thought, Xiao Han unleashed his divine sense to sense the surroundings. However, what a strong resistance! Xiao Han was shocked. After the spirit power spread out, it was actually blocked and confined by the surrounding space. Xiao Han's spirit power could only spread out hundreds of meters, and then it couldn't go any further. Moreover, all the buildings in this palace, every grass and every tree, were all made of the hallucinatory demon realm. When Xiao Han released his spirit power, there were immediately countless waves of the hallucinatory demon realm attacking Xiao Han's spirit power, causing Xiao Han to have some slight hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. Xiao Han didn't dare to neglect and withdrew his spirit power. As expected, after entering the hallucinatory demon palace, I have already lost contact with the other monsters. I have lost contact with them. More than 100 people flew in at the same time, but not a single one of them appeared beside me. Not only that, even the evil heroes from the Rome plane are nowhere to be seen. Xiao Han licked his lips. Suddenly, his body moved and he controlled his true qi to fly away. Xiao Han's body flashed. He didn't know how many miles he flew. However, when his feet landed, he found that it seemed that he was still standing in the same place, not moving at all. In this hallucinatory demon palace, flying is useless. It seems to be restricted by the law of space. Flying here and there, I can't move forward. Xiao Han didn't move recklessly. From all directions, the illusions assaulted him like a tidal wave. Xiao Han steadied his mind. He took out the Devil Hero token and tried to send a message to the Tower Master and the Devil Hero of his dimension. However, the message was sent over, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no reply. I can't communicate with the chivalrous token anymore, Xiao Han was well aware. The current situation was 1. The demonic illusory palace was extremely large. It was hundreds of kilometers long and wide. There were thousands of courtyards and tens of thousands of houses. Everything in the demon palace was an illusion created by the hallucinatory demonic realm. Hence, there were hallucinations and auditory hallucinations everywhere. If a person stayed there for a long period of time, no matter how determined he was, there was a possibility that he would turn into a demon. 2. In the hallucinatory demonic palace, there are spatial laws and mazes. There are even some traces of temporal laws, so flying is useless. 3. He lost contact with other people and entered a state of isolation and helplessness. The communication function of the evil hero token failed. 4. Temporarily unable to find the exit to leave this demonic hallucination palace. Just as Xiao Han was deep in thought, Hong, in the eastern sky, A white jade divine dragon with a ferocious expression pounced towards Xiao Han. Pooh! Puff! 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 Under the cover of the dragon's might, the ground where Xiao Han was cracked and exploded. Illusion! Xiao Han's body did not move at all. His hands formed a seal. In an instant, the white jade divine dragon disintegrated into many hallucinatory demonic realms and shot into Xiao Han's brain. All of them were refined into Xiao Han's mental strength. Phew! It is indeed a little dangerous. There will be illusions appearing at any time. If my will is not firm, I will turn into a demon. Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air. Fortunately, my mental strength is very strong and I have cultivated the extinguishing heaven and earth spirit technique. Hence, not only will I not turn into a demon, but I can also absorb and refine the illusions in this demonic hallucination palace. Suddenly, an idea flashed into Xiao Han's mind. Come on! Along the way, I absorbed and refined several hallucinatory demonic realms, causing my mental strength to soar. I have already accumulated enough mental strength and can feel the signs of my mental strength liquefying. With Roang Tower Master and the others by my side, I could not find the chance to cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth spirit technique in peace. But now, in this demonic hallucination palace, the mazes all around have instead provided me with a great opportunity to cultivate alone. Let's see how many mental finger seals I can complete now. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with confidence. The extinguishing heaven and earth spirit technique. The 1st to 10th sets of mental finger seals belong to the cultivation of transforming mental strength. The 11th to 20th sets belong to the cultivation of liquefying mental strength. The 21st to 28th sets belong to the cultivation of solidifying mental strength. Before this, Xiao Han had only cultivated up to the 7th set of mental finger seals. But now, he had accumulated enough mental strength. Even the gaseous form of mental strength had already turned into rain. Therefore, Xiao Han had the confidence to make a big breakthrough. I'll find a random house and cultivate in seclusion. Xiao Han strolled towards an elegant courtyard 10 meters away to his left. Let's not care about that for now. I'll first cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth spirit technique. The stronger my strength is, the greater the chance of successfully leaving this hallucinatory devil palace. Everything else is illusory. Only powerful combat strength is real. In a few steps, Xiao Han arrived at a courtyard. In the courtyard, the scenery was graceful and beautiful. There were fake mountains, ponds, and flower beds. A house stood quietly in the middle of the courtyard. Of course, everything in the courtyard was an illusion. It was all a hallucinatory devil realm. It looked very beautiful, but it was enough to affect one's temperament, causing one to have all kinds of illusions and hallucinations. It was only because Xiao Han's mental strength was too strong that it couldn't affect him. It was far from enough for him to fall into a trance. When he passed by the pond, there was a splash, and water splashed everywhere. A vicious shark that was several zhang long. It bared its teeth. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Xiao Han. Suddenly, the space around him rippled. Xiao Han's expression was emotionless. His hands formed a finger seal, and the vicious shark instantly disintegrated, completely refined by Xiao Han. This level of hallucinatory devil realm has no effect on me. Xiao Han laughed lightly and entered the house. In the house, the table and chairs were fully furnished. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed. Woo, woo, woo. Xiao Han entered the house. Immediately, a chilly wind rustled, and black ghostly shadows appeared, letting out soul-stirring howls, lingering around Xiao Han. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth curved into a cold smile. Suddenly, a golden halo directly seeped out from Xiao Han's head. Tens of thousands of Buddhist lights appeared. The mental halo spread out. The mental halo became brighter and brighter, illuminating the ages. It was almost emitting a kind of supreme mental concept. In an instant, the hallucinatory devil realm in the house was dispelled. The whole house was like a clear sky. The blazing sun was in the sky. Xiao Han looked at his nose at his heart. His mind was clear. Flawless, both hands formed a seal. Breakthrough to the 8th mental finger seal. Probably because he had accumulated too much, the 8th mental finger seal, 209 hand seals, Xiao Han practiced it in one go, like floating clouds and flowing water. Boom! With the completion of the 8th mental finger seal, wisps of soul throbbed, spreading around Xiao Han's body, causing his brain to feel numb. The mental strength in his brain had actually strengthened a little, and the amount had also increased a little. The golden rain-like mental strength in Xiao Han's brain was even more concentrated, like a violent storm, pouring out with a hua 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 sound. Breakthrough to the 9th mental finger seal. The 9th set of mental finger seal was also completed very easily. The mental strength in Xiao Han's brain was like a violent storm, pouring down like a torrential rain. The gurgling rainwater turned into a torrent, surging and surging. The 10th set of mental finger seal. There was still energy left. Boom! As soon as the 10th set of mental finger seal was completed, the torrential mental strength in Xiao Han's brain suddenly exploded. In the next moment, the raindrops turned into densely packed dark golden fragments. Every piece of dark gold shard was inscribed with mysterious patterns. At this point, Xiao Han's mental strength had undergone several transformations. Gaseous form, raindrop form, torrential rain form, dark golden fragments. Now I'm trying to break through to the 11th mental finger seal. Once I succeed, my mental strength will completely liquefy. Xiao Han took a deep breath, adjusted his state, placed both his hands on his dantian, and began to meditate on the 1876 gestures of the 11th mental finger seal. I should be able to succeed. I have absorbed and refined so many hallucinatory demonic lands. In terms of mental strength accumulation, it has already reached perfection. Xiao Han was still full of confidence. At this moment, wang, wang, wang. Another wave of hallucinatory demonic lands rushed into the small house. However, these hallucinatory demonic lands were not illusions, but auditory hallucinations that appeared in Xiao Han's ears, causing his body to tense up. Hallucinatory demonic palace. Possesses the laws of time and space, and can also set up mazes. Hallucinatory demonic palace. 10 days in the hallucinatory demonic lands is equivalent to 1 day in the real world. Hallucinatory demonic palace. The level of the hallucinatory demonic lands increases day by day. The second day of the hallucinatory demonic lands is 10 times more dangerous than the first day. The third day is 20 times more dangerous than the second day. The fourth day is 30 times more dangerous than the third day. Hallucinatory demonic palace. 8653 courtyards, 27,886 houses, among which there are 1,000 hidden exits. Every exit can only allow one living being to leave, and every exit can only be used once. After one living being is teleported out, the exit will disappear. From 8653 courtyards, 27,886 houses, search for 1,000 exits. After a series of whispers, the auditory hallucinations dissipated. Xiao Han's body shook. This is the rule to leave hallucinatory demonic palace. In other words, the entire hallucinatory demonic palace, including the courtyards and houses, has close to 40,000. But there are only 1,000 exits. Every exit could only allow one living being to leave. Furthermore, the hallucinatory devil realm in the devil palace would become more and more dangerous with each passing day. The level of danger would increase by 10 times. He had to make the best use of his time to find the exit. Otherwise, the longer he stayed in the devil palace, the more danger he would face. If I stay in the demonic palace for 10 days, then the danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm will be over 100 times more dangerous than the first day. At that time, even existences like the Tower Master can become bewitched. There is about a 1 in 40 chance of finding the exit. Xiao Han completely understood. Looks like I have to hurry and cultivate, then go out and find the exit. Otherwise, if the 1,000 exits are found by others before me, then there will be no more exits for me to leave, and I will be trapped here until I die. Xiao Han's heart palpitated. Let's cultivate the 11th spirit finger technique first, and let my spirit liquefy. Xiao Han immediately calmed his mind, and without any distractions, he formed a seal with both hands. The 11th spirit finger technique contained a total of 1,876 hand seals. Xiao Han connected the hand seals one by one, like floating clouds and flowing water. There was no pause in the middle. Following the perfect connection of each hand seal, the dark gold fragments in Xiao Han's mind began to piece together, about to form a complete spiritual body. At the same time, Xiao Han's spirit rose in a straight line, unstoppable. To be continued. Chapter 426. Hallucinatory Demon Palace. Inside a house. Xiao Han was trying his best to complete the 11th spiritual finger gesture of the extinguishing sky decimating earth spiritual technique. Once he completed the 11th spiritual finger gesture, Xiao Han's spiritual power would increase by leaps and bounds. He would enter a new level. It was a complete transformation. Spiritual power vaporization and liquefaction were two completely different concepts. For example, the difference between the two realms was like the difference between the initial success level and the middle stage of the sword intent. Xiao Han's hands were like butterflies fluttering through flowers. All kinds of mysterious and obscure hand gestures were smoothly combined and connected without any gaps. There was no pause in the middle. In Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. In the vast and boundless sea of consciousness, countless dark golden fragments began to combine and formed a miniature planet that was suffused with a misty halo and water vapor. This miniature planet was actually completely liquid. As it trembled, there were water ripples. The entire miniature planet was emitting a formless spiritual wave. Xiao Han's entire body was trembling. Moreover, Xiao Han's brain was heating up. With every series of hand gestures, the liquid miniature planet in his sea of consciousness burst forth with a poochie-poochie sound, as if it was boiling. Fine and dense spiritual waves began to gather at the core of the liquid miniature planet, like drops of water gathering into a stream, a river, a lake. At this moment, succeed for me. All of a sudden, Xiao Han completed the last hand gesture of the 11th spiritual finger gesture. Boom! A strong electric current of heat burst forth from Xiao Han's sea of consciousness and continuously rotated. It flowed through Xiao Han's limbs and bones. In the sea of consciousness, the liquid miniature planet expanded and contracted continuously. Xiao Han could only feel that his consciousness seemed to be trembling along with the rhythm of the liquid miniature planet. Success! Xiao Han's spiritual power had finally been perfectly liquefied. The density of the liquid miniature planet's spiritual power was very high. Even a drop of it could release a huge amount of spiritual power. After the spiritual power has been liquefied, it is more than 1,000 times stronger than the gaseous spiritual power. The current Xiao Han's entire mind was clear. There were no distracting thoughts in his mind. His mind was indescribably strong. His eyes contained a kind of invincibility and divine light of strategizing. The liquefaction of my mental energy has increased the power of my mastery saber intent. Xiao Han smiled in satisfaction. Furthermore, with my current mental strength, if I wanted to reform someone like Yan Lang, I wouldn't even need to threaten him or force him to open his heart. I would be able to erase his sense of self almost instantly. I forcefully planted faith in him in his mind and soul. Purify him by force. Xiao Han nodded. He knew it very well. After completing the 5th spiritual finger incantation, I can only purify targets at the 5th level of Zhenqi. After completing the 7th spiritual finger incantation, I can only purify targets at the 6th level of Zhenqi, the expanded acupoint realm. As for targets at the 7th level of Zhenqi, the talisman transformation realm, it will be much more difficult to purify them. At the very least, he had to reach the spiritual energy liquid phase. Now that I have completed the 11th set of spiritual force incantation, I have just entered the liquefaction phase of spiritual force, and I can help ordinary true qi to the 7th stage talisman transformation realm. However, he is still unable to purify true qi to the 8th stage formation realm. I estimate that after completing the 15th set of spiritual force incantation, I will be able to purify ordinary true qi to the 8th stage formation realm. After cultivating the 20th set of spiritual force incantation, I will be able to purify any peak stage formation realm. In order to purify true qi to the 9th stage true treasure realm, I will need to solidify my mental strength. All the hallucinatory demonic mirror that I absorbed and refined previously has been used up in the process of liquefying my mental strength. Xiao Han stood up. However, there are many hallucinatory demonic mirror in this hallucinatory demonic palace. I can absorb them as I please. With a thought, Xiao Han formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, the entire house, courtyard, fake mountains, and pond where he was at all became illusory, turning into thousands of hallucinatory demonic mirror. Like a silk being reeled from a cocoon, it merged into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Rumbling refinement. The liquid miniature planet in his sea of consciousness began to expand, emitting waves of pleasure that poured over Xiao Han's entire body. Now that Xiao Han's mental strength had liquefied, the hallucinatory demonic mirror that he was refining became even more frenzied, like a whale swallowing seawater. My current true Qi realm is still at the expanded acupoint realm. Furthermore, I haven't accumulated enough to form talismans yet. Xiao Han muttered to himself. This time, those who want to enter the genius zone to search for celestial treasures are all geniuses from various realms. True Qi at the 7th stage talisman materialization realm is considered cannon fodder in this treasure hunt. True Qi at the 8th stage talisman formation realm is nothing special. To be truly competitive, I'm afraid I'll have to be at the 9th stage true treasure realm. I'm at the expanded acupoint realm, but in terms of true Qi cultivation, I'm even worse than cannon fodder. My true Qi realm is low. Extremely low. Definitely at the bottom. However, my mental strength and soul are strong enough. After my mental strength liquefied, the strength of my soul has definitely surpassed that of the pagoda master. In fact, it has even surpassed that powerful Rong. Techniques that specifically cultivate mental strength are rare in the world. Even ordinary immortals don't have techniques that specifically cultivate mental strength. Thus, although the pagoda master and Rong are leaders of their respective realms, with true Qi cultivation at the 10th stage, 101 true acupoints opened in their bodies, and heaven's eyes opened, in terms of mental strength, they are no match for me. Mental strength. This will be my greatest asset when I, Xiao Han, enter the genius zone and compete with the geniuses of the other realms. Xiao Han was well aware of his strengths and weaknesses. However, I still need to refine the hallucinatory demonic realm and continue to cultivate the subsequent mental strength hand seals of the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental strength technique. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Han walked in the hallucinatory demonic palace, his hands continuously forming hand seals, refining and decomposing the surrounding buildings. The liquid miniature planet in his sea of consciousness was constantly strengthening after eating the hallucinatory demonic realm. At the same time, Xiao Han completely released his mental strength. When he first entered the hallucinatory demonic palace, Xiao Han's mental strength could only sweep out 100 meters. It couldn't continue. But now, mental strength after liquefaction. Just a slight radiance would cover an area of tens of thousands of meters. In other words, within the hallucinatory demonic palace, everything within a range of tens of thousands of meters was under Xiao Han's control. Of course, if he left the hallucinatory demonic palace, the range of Xiao Han's mental strength would be even more terrifying. Courtyard after courtyard, house after house, appeared within the range of Xiao Han's mental strength. Furthermore, I finally found someone. As the range of his mental strength increased, Xiao Han finally found other evil heroes in the hallucinatory demonic palace. Within a range of tens of thousands of meters with Xiao Han as the center, hundreds of evil heroes appeared. 90% of them were evil heroes from the Rong dimension, while there were only 10 or so evil heroes from Xiao Han's dimension. Under Xiao Han's observation, he found out whether it was the evil heroes from the Rong dimension or the evil heroes from his dimension. Now they were all searching one courtyard after another, house after house. It seems that everyone understands the rules of this hallucinatory demonic palace. 8,653 courtyards, 27,886 houses, among which there are 1,000 hidden exits. Each exit can only allow one creature to leave. Each exit can only be used once. After a creature is teleported out, the exit will disappear. Everyone is looking for an exit. Xiao Han was well aware of this. All of a sudden, Xiao Han focused his mind. In an ordinary house on the east side, there was a door formed by a light screen. This door emitted spatial teleportation waves. Exit? Xiao Han's expression changed. I actually found an exit. In the entire hallucinatory demonic palace, the number of houses and courtyards added up to nearly 40,000, but there were only 1,000 hidden exits. It could be said that any exit was precious to the evil heroes trapped in the demonic palace. Now, as soon as Xiao Han's mind wave was released, he successfully found an exit. This was a great thing. As long as Xiao Han entered that house, he could leave this hallucinatory demonic palace. Of course, Xiao Han could easily find an exit, but this did not mean that other evil heroes could do it as easily as Xiao Han. Xiao Han's mental strength was too strong, and his observation range covered an area of tens of thousands of meters, so it was easy to find. As for the other evil heroes, their mental strength was far inferior to Xiao Han's, and their observation range was probably only a few dozen meters. How could they find it? They could only search slowly from house to yard, digging 3 feet into the ground. Should I leave now? Xiao Han licked his lips. But soon Xiao Han shook his head. This hallucinatory demonic palace is the best place to practice the exterminating heaven and earth mental technique. If I leave so easily, it would be a waste of God's gift. Although tomorrow, the hallucinatory demonic realm that runs rampant in the demonic palace will be 10 times more dangerous, it will be easy for me to deal with it. That's right. The hallucinatory demonic realm is 10 times stronger, and I will refine it more than today. I'll stay for a few more days. Xiao Han made a decision. However, this exit can't be wasted. Xiao Han used his mental strength to investigate, and found that there were hundreds of evil heroes within tens of thousands of meters, but none of them had found the house with the hidden exit. Friend, please come out. With a thought, Xiao Han released a demon hero from the despair demon compound that had existed for thousands of years. Oh. Xiao Han, what's the situation now? Are we already in the hallucinatory demonic palace? The ancient giant evil hero had a blank expression. Let's talk as we walk. Xiao Han did not waste time, and directly brought the ancient giant to the house with the hidden exit. Along the way, he explained the rules of the hallucinatory demonic palace in a concise manner. There are only 1,000 exits? The ancient giant had a shocked expression. There are more than 1,000 people in the Rhone Plain. Perhaps all the exits will be found by them. Then, won't all the people in this plain be trapped to death? Not necessarily. Finding the exit also depends on luck, and not completely on strength. Haven't I found an exit for you to leave now? Xiao Han smiled. He did not plan to let Xiao Mingqiu use the exit to teleport out of the hallucinatory demonic palace for the time being. After all, after leaving, he did not know if there would be any danger. Thus, it was better for his eldest senior brother to stay with him more, and only let him out at the critical moment. With such a powerful mental strength, Xiao Han believed that he could continuously find new exits. All right, now I'll bring you to the exit. Every exit can only teleport one person out, so I can't guarantee that you will be able to teleport out with me in the despair demon compound. To be safe, you should use an exit alone. Xiao Han looked at the ancient giant. Then I won't be polite. The ancient giant nodded. Xiao Han, thank you. I'll teleport out first. To be continued. Chapter 427. The house with the hidden exit had already been locked by Xiao Han's spirit. Xiao Han was like an old horse that knew the way. He led the ancient giant directly to the house. Inside the house, there was a glazed door erected. The power of spatial teleportation circulated in the whole house. This should be the exit. Xiao Han nodded. Then he turned his head and said to the ancient giant, Friend, you should teleport away first. Yes. The ancient giant's expression was also very excited. Xiao Han, just now I tried to release my psychic waves to scan in all directions. I can't do anything about it. My psychic waves can only scan an area of 50 meters. Moreover, my soul is being attacked by all kinds of illusions and hallucinations, which almost made me lose my mind. I think if I were to search for the exit alone, I'm afraid it would be difficult to find it. Xiao Han, your mental strength is really strong. It's almost abnormal. Thank you very much this time. I'll go first. We'll meet outside later. After saying that, the ancient giant bowed to Xiao Han and then walked towards the space door, smiling faintly. A very stable power of spatial teleportation. It must be the exit to teleport out of this hallucinatory demon palace. Yes, it should be right. After you go out, be careful. Xiao Han said with a smile. Soon, the ancient giant stepped into the space door. His whole body disappeared. The next moment, boom, the space door was destroyed. Tisk, each exit can only be used once. Xiao Han formed a seal with his hands. The house immediately became illusory. It turned into a hallucinatory demon realm. It was swallowed by Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Xiao Han walked on the road. He released his spirit wave and scanned the area of tens of thousands of meters, looking for the exit. At the same time, he constantly absorbed and refined the hallucinatory demon realm in the demonic palace. His spirit power was continuously strengthened. At this moment, oh, another exit? Xiao Han discovered that in a courtyard thousands of meters to the west, there was also a space door emitting a glazed light. Exit. However, before Xiao Han walked over, Xiao Han discovered a white-clothed middle-aged man with a light red mark between his eyebrows and a dignified expression was approaching the courtyard where the space door was hidden. It was none other than the Tower Master of Xiao Han's dimension. This guy's luck is really too good. He actually found an exit. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Forget it. I'll let the Tower Master leave the hallucination devil palace. It has nothing to do with me. The Pagoda Master walked with a cold expression on his face. His mind power spread out as he cursed. Damn it! After entering the hallucinatory devil palace, the communication function of the chivalrous token had actually lost its effect. So I can't get in touch with my subordinates. It's terrible. Moreover, the entire demonic hallucination palace only had 1,000 exits. Only 1,000 people can be teleported out. Damn it. Every day, the danger level of the hallucinatory demon territory is increasing by 10 times. If I can't find the exit after a few days, I might die in this demonic palace. Sigh. The mind power of this clone of mine can only spread out to a range of about 1,000 meters. In this huge demonic palace, it's really too difficult to find a limited exit. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. If my real body appeared in this hallucinatory devil palace, the range of my mind power could reach about 5,000 meters, and the probability of finding the exit would greatly increase. This time, I'm at a bit of a disadvantage. But when my real body comes out to explore, a little carelessness will cause my soul to fly away and scatter. Shockingly. The Tower Master stopped in his tracks and his whole body shook. Very quickly, his face squeezed out a beaming expression. I found it! Ha 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 ha! I actually found an exit! Ha 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 ha! The Pagoda Master walked briskly and quickly entered the courtyard with the hidden exit. The Tower Master looked at the space door in the courtyard excitedly with a face full of joy. Ha 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 ha! You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but you'll find it without even looking. Such a stable teleportation power must be the exit. Ha 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 ha! After finishing speaking, the Tower Master directly walked towards the space door without hesitation. However, at this moment, a sturdy middle-aged man rushed in from outside. Stop! The exit! It's the exit! This was a demon hero from the Rome Plain. He also found the exit in this courtyard and rushed over with ecstasy. But he found that the Tower Master was one step ahead of him. Idiot! The Tower Master did not pay attention to the sturdy middle-aged man at all. Without turning his head, he stepped into the exit. Boom! The space door was destroyed. Roar! The sturdy middle-aged man roared sternly. I'm one step late. Damn it! I finally found an exit, but that guy from the trash plane got there first. Damn it! I'd better not find that demon hero from the trash plane. Otherwise, I'll kill one if I see one. Suddenly, shio, 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 the whole courtyard turned illusory and turned into strands of hallucinatory devil realm, floating in the air. The sturdy middle-aged man was slightly stunned. The next moment, shio, shio, shio. In all directions, a large number of houses and courtyards were decomposed into hallucinatory devil realm. Layers of hallucinatory devil realm actually surrounded the sturdy middle-aged man. Not good. The sturdy middle-aged man's face turned pale. Boom! Suddenly, the densely packed hallucinatory devil realm condensed into a torrent and directly rushed into the sturdy middle-aged man's brain. Ah! No! Demon race! Demon race army! Demon race army! My human race is going to perish. Ah! The middle-aged man's eyes were crazed and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, bang! He slapped his forehead and his entire head exploded. A few thousand meters away, Xiao Han. Hey, when you see a demon hero from our plane, You want to kill one if you see one? I'll kill you first. Xiao Han's mouth pulled into a cold smile. In his eyes. But it was full of excitement. Right now, my mental strength is very strong. I can use the hallucinatory devil realm in the devil palace to attack targets and kill them through the air, causing them to fall into a devil state. Alright, when I see trash from the wrong plane, I'll also kill one if I see one without a second word. In all fairness, if it was under normal circumstances, he would not be able to escape. Even with Xiao Han's mental strength that surpassed normal people, he couldn't kill and kill as he pleased. However, in the hallucinatory devil palace, there were countless hallucinatory devil realms, allowing Xiao Han to have the advantage of time, place, and people. Without making a sound, he could complete the assassination. Of course, seriously speaking, this was considered an indirect killing, and not a direct and forceful killing. Hong, 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 at the same time as he released his mental ripples to monitor the courtyards and houses within tens of thousands of meters. Xiao Han didn't forget to cultivate. His hands continuously formed seals. Everywhere he passed, the houses and houses transformed from the hallucinatory devil realm, every blade of grass and tree, were all uprooted from the ground and refined into the miniature liquid planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. The miniature liquid planet's volume expanded and became more and more solid. The mental ripples grew stronger and stronger. Outside the hallucinatory devil palace, it was a blue, spotless space. There was no hallucinatory devil realm causing trouble. At this moment, in the huge space, stood a middle-aged man in plain clothes, his arms crossed. This person was the ancient giant that Xiao Han had found the exit and allowed him to teleport out of the hallucinatory devil palace. What luck! I'm the first person to escape from the hallucinatory devil palace. The ancient giant looked at the hallucinatory devil palace standing tens of miles away. Many thanks to Xiao Han. If he didn't give me this chance, I probably would have been trapped in the hallucinatory devil palace to death. At this moment, Xiao, a figure flew out of the hallucinatory devil palace. The ancient giant's body tensed, and he immediately shrunk back. However, after taking a closer look, he relaxed. Tower Master? You also found the exit and left the hallucinatory devil palace? The Tower Master's body gradually stabilized, and he looked relieved. My luck is not bad. After saying that, the Tower Master looked around cautiously. Let's find a place to hide first. Once the people from the Rome Plain also find the exit and come out of the hallucinatory devil palace, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. There's no need to confront them. Let's hide first and wait for our people to escape one by one. Hallucinatory devil palace. It was night time. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in a room, his hands forming seals, and began to practice the 12th mental finger technique. Done in one go. Boom! With the completion of the 12th mental finger technique, Xiao Han's mental strength transformed again. It became stronger. Tomorrow, the hallucinatory devil realm in the entire devil palace will be 10 times more dangerous. I will continue to work hard tomorrow, and absorb more hallucinatory devil realm. I will definitely be able to complete the 13th mental finger technique. Xiao Han nodded to himself. Suddenly, Xiao Han's mental strength spread out, and he found a few demons from the Rome Plain looking for an exit in the nearby area of 1,000 meters. Humph! Xiao Han snorted. With a thought. Pang, pang, pang. The few demons from the Rome Plain practically didn't even have time to react before they were attacked by the densely packed hallucinatory devil realm. Their minds collapsed, and they exploded their heads one after another. I've already assassinated 74 demons from the Rome Plain. Xiao Han was very satisfied. Not even a ghost knows. As long as it was a demon from the Rome Plain that was within the range of Xiao Han's mental strength, Xiao Han would assassinate them all, not leaving a single one alive. After finishing his cultivation, although it was already deep into the night, Xiao Han didn't feel sleepy at all. He simply walked out of the room, and strolled around the devil palace under the stars and the moon. An hour later. Oh! I've found another exit. Xiao Han's mental strength detected that a spatial teleportation door had appeared in a house 3,000 meters ahead of him. At the same time, Xiao Han accurately detected that a female demon from his plane was slowly approaching the house. It's that, Xianxia, a demon from our plane. She's at the 7th phase talisman transformation realm, and her cultivation is considered relatively weak. Previously, when she was charging through the hallucinatory magic realm, which covered an area of 5,000 miles. She was once possessed. If I hadn't acted in time, her corpse would have turned cold long ago. Xiao Han immediately recognized the female demon. Hu Xingxing's luck isn't bad. She's less than 100 meters away from that exit. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be able to find the exit. Regardless of whether they were friends or not, as long as it was a demon from his plane, if she could find the exit. Xiao Han was still extremely gratified. However, that Hu Xingxing only circled within 100 meters of the house where the exit was hidden, as if she didn't sense the exit in the room. Oh right, looks like Hu Xingxing's mental strength is too weak. She's still unable to sense the spatial teleportation door in the house. Forget it. I'll go bring her into the house. Xiao Han had nothing to do. With a thought, he lifted his feet and walked towards Hu Xingxing's location. At this moment... Huh? Shockingly, Xiao Han's mental strength detected a total of 5 demons from the Rong plane. All of them were at the 8th phase talisman formation realm. They were approaching Hu Xingxing. After searching for an entire day, I still can't find the exit. What should I do? Hu Xingxing paced back and forth in the Devil Palace with a face full of fear. I'm too tired. My mental strength must be highly concentrated and guard my heart. I must contend against the hallucinatory Devil Realm in this Devil Palace and do my best to avoid falling into the Devil Realm. But I can't stop. I must find an exit tonight. Otherwise, when tomorrow comes, the danger level of the hallucinatory Devil Realm will increase by 10 times. I will be too tired to deal with it and won't have the time to find the exit. On the 3rd day, the danger level of the hallucinatory Devil Realm will increase by 20 times. I might fall into the Devil Realm and perish in this cold and frightening hallucinatory Devil Palace. Hu Xingxing was extremely anxious. She went around a long street. Suddenly, her delicate body froze. All the blood in her body cooled down. Her eyes stared at the opposite side of the street. Under the cold moonlight, a black-clothed man with an evil smile was looking at Hu Xingxing. Oh, that trash plains demon. Good, very good. It's actually a woman. His sharp and lustful gaze swept across Hu Xingxing's curvy and graceful body without restraint. Run. Hu Xingxing was inconsolable. She turned around and madly ran back. In this hallucinatory Devil Realm, if one used true qi to fly, they would lose their way and fall into a maze. They could only rely on their physical strength to run, jump, and walk. Ha ha ha. True qi 7th stage symbol transformation realm. An ant-like person can't escape. Ahahaha. Surrender without a fight. The black-clothed man's sharp laughter soared into the sky. It was getting closer and closer, chasing after Hu Xingxing like maggots on a tarsal bone. When Hu Xingxing ran for her life, crossed a high wall and arrived at another long street, at the end of the long street, there were 2 pointy-faced men. They wore helmets and crossed their arms as they walked over. A female demon from that trash plane. Interesting. The 2 pointy-faced men laughed as they walked towards Hu Xingxing. Hu Xingxing's scalp went numb. She turned around, but unexpectedly, the black-clothed man behind her had already appeared like a ghost. At the same time, 2 men appeared on the high walls on the left and right. There was a total of 5 men surrounding Hu Xingxing. The 5 men nodded their heads in greeting. Then, they swept their lustful gazes across Hu Xingxing's voluptuous female body. How should we deal with this woman? On the high wall on the left, a skinny man half squatted on the wall with a straw in his mouth. Let her accompany us to have some fun first, then. The black-clothed man behind Hu Xingxing made a beheading gesture with his right hand. Don't come over. Fear was written all over Hu Xingxing's face. Bitterness filled her mouth, and a sense of despair welled up in her heart. However, at this moment, a lazy man's voice rang out. Hu Xingxing, let's discuss how we should deal with these fellows. Who? The black-clothed man turned his head warily, only to see a young man walking over lazily as though he was taking a stroll in the park. On his face was a harmless smile. Pooh. Extended acupoint realm. Ha 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 ha. To think that it is an extended acupoint realm trash. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, the 5 men surrounding Hu Xingxing burst into laughter at the same time, as though they had seen the funniest joke in the world. Xiao Han. Hurry up and run. Don't come over. Hu Xingxing screamed. I will count to 3, and all of you will die. Do you understand? Xiao Han laughed calmly. To be continued. Chapter 428. Hallucinatory Devil Palace. Night of the first day. The female devil hero Hu Xingxing from Xiao Han's plane was surrounded by 5 male devil heroes from Rong Plane. They were 5 experts at the 8th level True Qi formation realm. At the crucial moment, Xiao Han appeared. Dong, dong, dong. In the middle of the night, Xiao Han walked towards Hu Xingxing with a crisp sound. At this moment, Hu Xingxing was already scared out of her wits and her body was limp. As for the 5 devil heroes from Rong Plane, they looked at Xiao Han as he walked towards Hu Xingxing with an incredulous expression. They did not attack Xiao Han. They were all red-faced and winking at him. Ha 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 ha, not only is your plane weak, but all of your brains are broken. Ha 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 ha. In our plane, trash at the expanding aperture realm is nothing more than a servant to us. Young man, you seem to be seriously ill. You want to kill us in 3 breaths? Ha 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 ha. The 5 demons of the Rong Plane stretched their necks and laughed. Xiao Han. We are finished. Hu Xingxing cried in despair. Xiao Han shook his head slightly and looked at the 5 devil heroes with a smile that was not a smile. 1, 2. Shockingly. Boom, 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 boom. Countless hallucinatory devil realms gathered from all directions of the devil palace and formed a huge funnel-shaped whirlpool above Xiao Han's head. The void seemed like it was about to collapse. Countless illusions appeared and disappeared. Auditory hallucinations. What? The smiles on the 5 devil heroes' faces instantly froze. In the next moment, pooh, 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 pooh. Endless hallucinatory devil realms wrapped around the 5 devil heroes. Their facial features suddenly twisted. Their eyeballs popped out. Roar! A heart-wrenching scream sounded. Their protruding eyes flashed with a fleeting image of slaughter, escape, torture, despair. It was as if they were possessed by endless nightmares. Their mental state instantly collapsed. Pooh! Blood spurted out from their ears and flew several meters away. Bang! 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 The 5 demon heroes scrambled to raise their palms and shatter their skulls. Even their bodies cracked and exploded like porcelain. Blood rained down and splattered everywhere. 3. Xiao Han said casually. This. Hu Xingxing stared at Xiao Han in shock. Then, he glanced at the corpses left behind by the 5 swordsmen. This, Xiao Han, you killed them. With the cultivation of the expanding acupoint realm, you instantly killed 5 true Qi realm experts of the symbol formation realm. What kind of technique is this? Moreover, when you attacked just now, there was no fluctuation of true Qi at all. You also didn't use the demonic technique that you're proficient in. All right, Xiao Han lightly waved his hand, interrupting Hu Xingxing's dreamy voice. It's getting late. Hu Xingxing, do you want to leave this hallucinatory demon palace? Yes. I desperately want to find the exit and leave the devil palace. Hu Xingxing's delicate body trembled as she hurriedly said. Tonight, I must leave the hallucinatory demon palace. If I delay until tomorrow, the danger level of the hallucinatory demon realm will increase by 10 times. I will be in a desperate situation. However, I've already searched for an entire day and still can't find the exit. Xiao Han, have you found the exit? Heh. Xiao Han laughed. There are only 1,000 exits. Naturally, it's not that easy to find. However, Hu Xingxing, you're very lucky. Hu Xingxing was stunned. Follow me. Xiao Han turned and walked away. Hu Xingxing hurriedly followed behind Xiao Han. Just now, Xiao Han had instantly killed a strong enemy, leaving an indelible mark in Hu Xingxing's heart. This caused the slender figure of this youth to expand endlessly in her heart, almost occupying everything. Very quickly, Xiao Han brought Hu Xingxing into the room where the exit of the space door was hidden. Wah! The exit! Hu Xingxing involuntarily screamed, clenching her fists tightly, her eyes filled with passion. You enter the exit. Xiao Han rubbed his nose. Hu Xingxing said with a trembling voice. Xiao Han, you're not going out? Each exit can only be used once to teleport one person out. You found this exit, You're not going out, but giving it to me? It's okay, you go out first. Xiao Han shrugged lazily. Don't worry, the leader of our plane, the Tower Master, has already teleported out. You go out and meet him, it should be very safe. Xiao Han. Hu Xingxing hurriedly said. This is the exit you found. All right, you go out, don't worry about me. Xiao Han waved his hand repeatedly. In the end, Hu Xingxing could not resist Xiao Han's urging and stepped into the exit. The space door was destroyed. Boom! This room was immediately devoured and refined by Xiao Han. Xiao Han leisurely strolled along the long streets and alleys. His spirit not the slightest bit tired, instead, it was like a rainbow. His mental strength spread out wantonly, scouting around. Oh! Xiao Han's footsteps were slightly stunned. He was about 4,000 meters away from Xiao Han's left side. In a small courtyard with lush flowers, a space door appeared. It was glowing. Ha 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 ha. Wah ha ha ha. There was a male hero from the Rong plane. His true energy was fluctuating violently. Every breath he took was a profound jade talisman, which was a talisman formation. As a result, there were at least thousands of miniature array glyphs around him. He was a level 9 true chi expert, a true treasure expert. At this level, in Xiao Han's plane, he would be a giant throughout the ages. In the end, I found an exit. Ha 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 ha. The evil hero burst into laughter, his spirit soaring. With my cultivation base, it's reasonable for me to find an exit. All right, I'll leave this damned demon palace now. As he spoke, the fiendish hero strode toward the door. True Chi level 9 true treasure realm. Release this kind of person. For our plane. He's a huge threat. Destroy him. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. In the courtyard, the evil hero was one step away from the portal. All of a sudden. Roar! The whole courtyard was turned upside down. All the flowers and plants, as well as the old trees in the courtyard, all turned into giant beasts that bared their fangs and brandished their claws, rushing toward the giant. Hallucinatory demonic realm? Humph! The evil hero was not afraid in the face of danger. He looked at his nose and his mind. I've been a genius since I was a child. I'm the strongest among the evil heroes of the human race. In my life, I've killed demons like drinking water and eating. I've encountered all kinds of fortuitous encounters and opportunities. My mind is as solid as iron. Some hallucinatory demonic realms can't invade my mind at all. Ha 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 ha. I'm invulnerable. This guy's mind is very calm, and his mental strength is not bad. But Xiao Han's mind flashed. In a split second, tens of thousands of hallucinatory demonic realms swarmed toward the courtyard like a tide, rushing into the evil hero's brain without any regard for their lives. Damn it! Soon, the calm face of the evil hero slightly twisted, and cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. He wanted to step into the exit, but it was as if a group of mountains was pressing on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to move forward. In the end, he did not take this step. The evil hero sat cross-legged, with his left hand pressed on the position of his dantian and his right hand pressed on the position of his heart. He closed his eyes and began to chant. Idiot, you're quite tenacious. But there are too many hallucinatory demonic realms in this evil palace, and it's inexhaustible. You still have to die. No matter how strong your mind is, the upper limit of your mental strength is not high. Die! The liquid miniature planet in Xiao Han's brain began to expand, and thousands of strands of mental strength seeped out of Xiao Han's brain, shining brightly, driving the endless hallucinatory demonic realms to madly attack the evil hero. Finally, Mother, why did you leave me behind? I've been alone since I was a child. Now that I've finally found my mother, why? No! Bang! The evil hero finally lost control of his mind and slapped his own forehead, causing his head to explode, and he died. He had already found the exit, but one step behind and he died a violent death. Phew! In order to assassinate this evil hero with 9th level true chi, I've also used up quite a bit of my mental strength. I'm a little tired. Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of impure air, and then frantically devoured and refined the surrounding hallucinatory demonic realms to make up for the lost mental strength. Using the hallucinatory demonic realms to assassinate a target, if the target was at 7th or 8th level true qi, then killing them would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, extremely easy. However, if the target was in existence at 9th level true qi, then it would take a lot of painstaking effort and consume a lot of mental strength. Xiao Han adjusted his breathing for more than an hour and refined quite a few hallucinatory demonic realms before he finally recovered. If I can complete the 13th mental finger technique, then assassinating an existence at 9th level true qi will be relatively easier. Xiao Han lightly smiled. At this time, in the courtyard where the evil hero died, a evil hero from Xiao Han's plane stumbled and arrived. He walked into the courtyard and first looked at the sparkling glass door exit with shining eyes and cried out in surprise. I found it! I found the exit! Then he discovered the scattered corpses in the courtyard. There was a massacre here. This is? The evil hero trembled as he walked over and bent down to find an evil hero token among the corpses. He muttered. From the style and shape, it's obviously not the evil hero token of our plane. It's the evil hero from Rome plane? Why did he die here? He had already come to this courtyard and found the exit, but he just had to die, causing all his efforts to be in vain. This is thought-provoking. After hesitating for a moment, the evil hero threw away the blood-stained evil hero token in his hand and directly walked towards the exit. Forget it. Let's not care about that anymore. This hallucinatory demonic palace is filled with dangers everywhere. The longer I stay, the greater the risk of losing my life. I'll go out first. The evil hero hurriedly walked into the exit. Another evil hero from our plane has successfully escaped from danger. Xiao Han was also slightly gratified. The night dispersed. A new day had arrived. This was the second day since everyone entered the hallucinatory demonic palace. The faint light of dawn rose from the horizon. Xiao Han walked out of a house on the side of a long street. All of a sudden, strong ripples appeared in the sky, and all kinds of illusions appeared one after another. Qilin, Pai Xiao, dragon and tiger. Wind, thunder, lightning, volcanoes, oceans, continents, heavenly palaces and temples. Layers upon layers of illusions appeared. Woo, 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 woo. A chilly wind raged. All kinds of illusions of wolves crying and ghosts howling lingered around Xiao Han. The danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm has increased by 10 times? Xiao Han was slightly stunned. The next moment, he released his psyche wave. Yesterday, my psyche wave could still radiate an area of tens of thousands of meters, but today, it can only radiate an area of about 5,000 meters. As expected, after the danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace increased by 10 times, my psyche sense has been suppressed. At this moment, a clear auditory hallucination appeared in Xiao Han's ears. On the second day of the hallucinatory demonic palace, the density of the hallucinatory demonic realm has increased by 10 times, and the danger level has increased by 10 times. 1,000 exits. 954 remaining. There are 954 exits left? In other words, 46 people were teleported out yesterday. Xiao Han's heart tightened. I wonder how many heroes were teleported out from our side, and how many people were teleported out from the Rome plane. After a few breaths, Xiao Han shook his head. Let's not care about that. The quality of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace today far exceeds that of yesterday. It couldn't be better for me to cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique. With a thought, Xiao Han formed a seal with both his hands, and with a sudden pull, a few houses nearby directly disintegrated, turning into streams of flowing light that shot into his brain. The liquid mental power miniature planet in his brain was like a glutton encountering delicious food, madly refining and absorbing the hallucinatory demonic realm that Xiao Han had absorbed into his sea of consciousness. Ha 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 ha! It's really powerful. Xiao Han's whole body was boiling hot, and his spirit was excited. He continuously absorbed and refined the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace. His mental power rose steadily. To be continued. Chapter 429. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in an empty space within the hallucinatory demonic palace. The surrounding houses and courtyards all uprooted from the ground, becoming illusory, breaking down into streaks of hallucinatory demonic realm that swarmed towards Xiao Han. Above Xiao Han's head, a funnel-shaped hallucinatory demonic realm whirlpool spiraled. Heavenly wind, clouds, and thunder all appeared. The terrifying sound of the surging tide filled the sky. The momentum was terrifying. Roar, roar, roar. Tiger roars came from afar. Immediately, a powerful pressure came from all directions, rolling and boiling, attacking towards Xiao Han. On the horizon, north, south, east, and west, each had a smear of platinum color. Very quickly, these 4 smears of platinum color revealed their true form. Those were 4 giant fierce tigers. Each one was tens of zhang long. The platinum tiger fur fluttered in the wind, giving off a majestic aura. Step by step, the tiger's paws spread out. The earth under their feet seemed to be infinitely condensed. Everything is hallucinatory demonic realm. Xiao Han's entire person was completely calm and unmoving like the earth, calm and deep like a secret vault. His state of mind was clear and bright, without any impurities. A bright light seeped out from Xiao Han's brain, forming a radiant light, like a monarch descending to the world, dispelling all the impurities. Impressively. Boom! With Xiao Han's body as the center, a large area of the void directly collapsed and condensed. Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. The powerful breathing aura roared, like the appearance of an ancient divine beast. A strange scene was born, all the hallucinatory demonic realm within 1,000 meters, all gathered towards Xiao Han's head. Then, all of them became illusory, becoming strands of hallucinatory demonic realm, entering Xiao Han's brain. Those powerful white tigers were instantly torn apart, mottled gold fragments, being swallowed by Xiao Han's brain. It was as if, in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, there was an incomparably huge ancient fierce beast hiding and breathing. It specialized in swallowing these hallucinatory demonic realms. Like a Kuan Peng breathing. Swallowing the long river and spitting out the sea. If other people were to see Xiao Han's current state of cultivation, they would definitely be scared silly. No one knew what kind of divine ability Xiao Han had cultivated, to actually be able to cause such a ruckus in such a dangerous place like the hallucinatory demonic palace. The hallucinatory demonic territory within 1,000 meters had been completely sucked dry by him. One had to know that most cultivators could not absorb the hallucinatory demonic realm, much less absorb so much like Xiao Han. Even if it was a powerhouse at the level of the Pagoda Master and Rong, once they absorbed so much hallucinatory fiend realm, they would definitely fall into the devil and die without a burial ground. All right. He had accumulated enough mentality. The 13th Spirit Hand Seal. Success. Xiao Han let out a long howl. His hands moved and all kinds of exquisite hand seals appeared one after another. At the same time, his entire body began to emit a brilliant glow. Glazed Buddhist light filled the area around him, making it seem as if there were thousands of moons and thousands of stars floating around him. After completing the 13th mental finger technique, Xiao Han's mental energy became even more mellow and full. The crystalline and translucent liquid planet in his sea of consciousness expanded in size and increased in density. It was extremely compact. Hong. Xiao Han released his mental energy. Now, after completing the 13th mental finger technique, Xiao Han's mental energy could scan an area of tens of thousands of meters. Moreover, when he released his mental energy, there would be rays of holy light rising behind his head. The 5-colored light spread everywhere, and auspicious clouds, auspicious qi, and celestial music appeared one after another. The sky seemed to be shaking, merging with Xiao Han's mental energy and aura. Illusory praises sounded everywhere in the void. This sinister hallucinatory fiend palace had actually become Xiao Han's cultivation paradise. I've swallowed and refined too much of the hallucinatory fiend realm here. It can no longer keep up with my cultivation speed, Xiao Han smiled faintly. Now I'll find the most concentrated area in the hallucinatory fiend realm and try to cultivate the 14th mental finger technique in one go today. Xiao Han walked quickly, looking for the best place to cultivate. Outside a courtyard, a Yao warrior from Xiao Han's dimension stood leaning against the wall. His body was covered in wounds, and his flesh was a mess. His face was ferocious as he looked at the 9 Yao warriors from Rong's dimension who were approaching him. And in this courtyard, There was an exit. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. I found this exit first. Let's not talk about that, but you want to take it by force. Humph. It's fine if you win by numbers, but why do you have to torture me? Roar. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't play with me. The Yao warrior from Xiao Han's dimension was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out, and his eyes were spewing blood. Idiot! We're just playing with you, and you dare to roar? The 9 Yao warriors from Rong's dimension all approached him fiercely. At this moment, puff, 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 puff. The powerful hallucinatory fiend realm forcefully poured into the minds and minds of these 9 Yao warriors. In an instant, all of their heads exploded, and they died on the ground. Ha! The dying Yao warrior from Xiao Han's dimension was stunned, and he stared blankly at the dismembered bodies on the ground. Hurry into the courtyard. That exit can teleport you away safely. Xiao Han walked quickly, almost without looking back. Xiao Han? The heavily injured Yao warrior stared at Xiao Han, dumbfounded. Xiao Han, just now, did you kill these 9 powerful enemies? You. However, before he could finish speaking, Xiao Han had already disappeared. The Yao warrior's eyes widened for a few breaths, then he turned around and ran toward the courtyard. No! Don't come over! You bastards! The 2 female Yao warriors from Xiao Han's dimension had their clothes torn to shreds, revealing their white, jade-like skin. At this moment, they were curled up on the ground. More than 10 male Yao warriors from Rong's dimension approached them from all directions, their eyes filled with lust. However, suddenly, bang, bang, bang. The figures of the Yao warriors from Rong's dimension suddenly stiffened, and then they all smashed their heads, dead. Xiao Han trotted up from behind. Xiao Han! The 2 female Yao warriors screamed in unison. About 1,000 meters to the left, there's a wooden loft with 2 exits. Hurry up and go, lest someone else gets there first. After saying that, Xiao Han quickly ran away and disappeared. Along the way, Xiao Han searched for the densest area of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the hallucinatory demonic palace. At the same time, he released his mental power to observe every movement within tens of thousands of meters. In just an hour, Xiao Han used the hallucinatory demonic realm to kill 43 Yao warriors from Rong's dimension, and help the 8 Yao warriors from his dimension find the exit. Outstanding contributions. Finally, Xiao Han's footsteps came to a halt. Spatial cracks appeared in the vast space in front of him. Countless mirages flashed across the vast space like flowers on horseback. Ghostly howls and hallucinations surged. This place is the densest in the hallucinatory demonic realm. It's turbulent and ever-changing. Good. I'll choose this place to cultivate. Xiao Han was overjoyed. His physical body surged, and with a leap, he entered the most violent area of the hallucinatory demonic realm. Sitting cross-legged, he concentrated on practicing the 14th set of mental power hand gestures of the extinguishing heaven and decimating earth mental power technique. As the liquid spiritual planet in his sea of consciousness breathed, it swallowed the sea and spat out tides. Its momentum covered the sun and the moon, making everything pale in comparison. The dense hallucinatory demonic realm in this area melted and disintegrated, becoming nourishment for the liquid spiritual planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Outside the hallucinatory demonic palace, in the flawless blue space, 2 camps of people stood opposite each other. The number of people in the 2 camps was about the same, with 2 to 30 people. Of course, among these 2 camps, one was the Yao warriors from Xiao Han's dimension, led by the Tower Master. The other camp was the Yao warriors from Rong's dimension. However, at this moment, none of the Rong elders had come out of the hallucinatory demonic palace. The 2 sides were facing each other, both eyeing each other covetously, but there was no situation of fighting. The Yao warriors from Rong's dimension. Damn it, the Tower Master of that trash dimension has come out. But Lord Rong and the elders are still trapped in the hallucinatory demonic palace. A Yao warrior from Rong's dimension cursed. It doesn't matter. With Lord Rong's cultivation, it's only a matter of time before he comes out. It's just that he's unlucky and hasn't found the exit yet. Without Lord Rong to hold the line, Let's not invade the people of that trash dimension for the time being. Another Yao warrior's eye muscles kept twitching, and his face was full of ferocity. Xiao Han's dimension. Ha ha ha, not bad. It seems that our luck is really good. At this moment, the Tower Master was beaming with joy and his face was full of pride. In terms of the number of people who came out, our side and Rong's dimension both had 2 to 30 people. However, they had thousands of people in, but only a few came out. We only had over 100 people, but 2 to 30 people came out. Our probability is higher than theirs. That's right. In addition to the Tower Master of Xiao Han's dimension, 2 elders also came out. They all nodded and smiled. At this moment, a middle-aged Yao warrior said with shame. The reason why I could find the exit and successfully break out of the encirclement was not because of good luck. I'm ashamed, it was Xiao Han who helped me find the exit. Xiao Han? The Tower Master was stunned. Yes, it's Xiao Han. In an instant, a few Yao warriors shouted in unison. It's all thanks to Xiao Han's help. Otherwise, who knows when we would have been able to come out. Not only did Xiao Han help me find the exit, he also helped me kill a few experts of the Rong dimension. A heavily injured Yao warrior said with lingering fear as he reminisced about the past. At that time, I was surrounded by a total of 9 strong enemies and was bullied. In the end, Xiao Han was like a god who descended from the heavens and instantly killed the 9 strong enemies, allowing me to escape unscathed. What? The Tower Master was shocked. How is that possible? He killed 9 people in an instant? You should know that the weakest Yao warrior of the Rong dimension is at least at the formation realm of true Qi. What is Xiao Han's cultivation level? He is only at the expanded aperture realm. Did he use a demonic technique? However, at this time, about 40,000 meters to the east, a middle-aged man wearing a scaled battle robe and a helmet walked with his hands behind his back. His expression was extremely arrogant as he looked down at the heavens. Every pore and cell in his body emitted an aura of death. With every step he took, the heavens seemed to tremble. His every move seemed to instill an instinctive fear in people. Between his eyebrows, there was the same faint red mark as the Tower Master. Behind the middle-aged man in the scaled battle robe, there were more than 10 old men following closely. All of them were extremely arrogant. Among them, there were 3 old men with faint red marks between their eyebrows. Wrong! Xiao Han was slightly shocked. He immediately stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Damn! In this hallucinatory demonic palace, I might be able to contend with that Rong. Instead of leaving the hallucinatory demonic palace to face the undefeatable Rong, I might as well go big. Chapter 430. Xiao Han was like a fish in water when he cultivated the extinguishing heaven-decimating earth mental technique in the hallucinatory demonic palace. His mental power advanced by leaps and bounds. Originally, the extinguishing heaven-decimating earth mental technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. He had to constantly refresh the upper limit of his mental power. This was the foundation of cultivating this strange technique. But raising mental power was extremely slow. It was even hundreds or thousands of times harder than raising his true Qi or exploding his acupoints. If he didn't leave the plane and didn't encounter the endless hallucinatory demonic realm in the universe, Xiao Han definitely wouldn't be able to liquefy his mental power and complete the 14th spiritual finger technique in such a short period of time. But now, Xiao Han's mental power was incomparably strong. A boundless belief of victory was born in his heart. Scanning with his mental power, he discovered that Rong was leading over 10 elders to search for the exit in the hallucinatory demonic palace. Hey! Xiao Han's mental power firmly locked onto Rong as he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. What realm is Rong at? Level 10 True Qi, Celestial Eye Realm. 101 true acupoints opened in his entire body. He successfully opened the Celestial Eye and absorbed some Celestial Qi to cleanse his body. With his cultivation, he should be called a half-immortal, above mortals. Moreover, the multiple times he expanded his acupoints and talismans must be extremely exaggerated. It's not something that the Tower Master of my plane can compare to. If this kind of person was outside the hallucinatory demonic palace, he could crush me with one finger. But, in the hallucinatory demonic palace, I still have a chance. If we don't get rid of this Rong to our plane, he'll be a great calamity. Xiao Han stood up and slowly moved towards Rong's location. Moreover, his mental power was highly concentrated. Within the 50,000-meter area, any movement of the grass in the wind, they were all locked onto by Xiao Han. Rong is very strong. He's many times stronger than the tower master of my plane. To kill Rong is definitely not an easy matter. Xiao Han was also calculating in his heart. I must have enough confidence to attack Rong. Otherwise, not only will I alert the enemy, but I might also be countered by him. Although Xiao Han had killing intent towards Rong, he definitely wouldn't act rashly. This is the second day we entered the hallucinatory demonic palace. The danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm is 10 times that of the first day. Tomorrow, it will be 20 times, and the day after that, it will be 30 times. As the hallucinatory demonic realm becomes more and more dangerous day by day, I'm afraid that Rong Yi will find it more and more difficult every day, right? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xiao Han's mind, and a few ideas and schemes quickly formed. In other words, I have to kill all of them. The longer they stayed in the demonic hallucination palace, the smaller Rong's advantage would be. And the more confident I am in killing him. In other words, I must do my best to prevent Rong from finding the exit and prevent him from leaving the hallucinatory demonic palace. At the same time, stall for time with him. Xiao Han had come up with a perfect plan to deal with Rong. At this time, Rong had already wandered around the demonic hallucination palace for a day and a night. However, his luck wasn't good, and he didn't find the exit. On this day, Rong Yi also met up with the 14 elders under him. Among them, 3 had opened the Heaven's Eye and were the powerful first elders. A group of people strolled leisurely on a main road. TSK. Lord Rong, as expected, the density of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace has increased by 10 times today, and the danger level has correspondingly increased by 10 times. An elder said with a relaxed smile. However, even with this level of hallucinatory demonic realm, it is still very easy for us to deal with. Our hearts are invulnerable, and we won't fall into a demonic state. It's not just us old antiques. Any hero in our plane can deal with this level of hallucinatory demonic land. In comparison, those fellows from that trash plane, I'm afraid, from today onwards, they'll suffer a lot. They'll succumb to the demons and die one after another, another elder said with a chuckle. Such a weak plane, and they dare to wander around in the vast universe. They are simply overestimating themselves. The Genius Zone is not a place that any random cat or dog has the qualifications to covet. Yet another elder said with a face full of disdain. Don't be complacent. Rong Yi said coldly. Let's find the exit as soon as possible. Every day we stay in the demonic palace is an additional portion of danger. Yesterday, this seat's mental undulations could still cover a range of 20,000 meters. But today, it can merely cover a range of 10,000 meters. Can't say that these denser hallucinatory demonic realms have no effect on us in the slightest. By tomorrow, I'm afraid that this seat's mental undulations will only be able to extend out several thousand meters. Right, Lord Rong. Finding the exit is of utmost importance. Several elders hurriedly concurred. I believe that we can find the exit successfully. 1,000 exits. Less than 100 were used yesterday. There are a full 900 or so left. I don't believe that with such a high probability, we still can't find it. It's nothing more than our luck being a little bad for the time being. An elder said with a relaxed smile. My mental undulations can also cover around 2,000 meters. Within 2,000 meters, as long as there's an exit, it can't escape my mental scan. All right, enough nonsense. How about this, split up and search, Rong Yi ordered. Yes, Lord Rong. In the next instant, Rong Yi and these elders split into 4 small teams, respectively carrying out a carpet search from north, south, east, and west. Oh, split up. Xiao Han's footsteps paused. But it's no problem. My mental power scanning range is 50,000 meters. It's enough to perfectly monitor them. Half an hour later. Damn it! Suddenly, Xiao Han's mental undulations swept out. He discovered that Rong Yi and the 3 elders were approaching a courtyard about 5,000 meters away from them. In that courtyard, there was an exit. This exit is 5,000 meters away from Rongyi. I don't know if Rongye's mental undulations can detect it. Xiao Han felt slightly nervous. We must not let Rongyi teleport out. Otherwise it will become a disaster. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's flesh shook. The blood and qi in his body surged, his meridians thundered, and his bones exploded one after another. He unleashed his speed and madly flew towards the exit. That exit was about 30,000 meters away from Xiao Han. In this devil palace, once true qi was activated to fly, it would trigger the maze. One could only jump and run with the strength of one's flesh. Fortunately, Xiao Han's flesh was as strong as an ancient savage beast. He madly ran. Although he couldn't teleport. But his speed was definitely not slow. Found an exit. Rongye's eyes lit up and his voice became hoarse. 5,000 meters to the west, there is a courtyard with an exit. Go. Let's go. Congratulations, Lord Rong, for finding the exit. The three elders shouted at him in unison. Very quickly, the four of them exerted their strength and quickly moved towards the exit. As expected, Rongyi and the others began to run, getting closer and closer to the exit. Rongye's mental undulations have already scanned the exit. Xiao Han's feet moved like the wind, trampling on the ground, making a rumbling sound and filling the sky with dust. Now, it was up to Rongyi and Xiao Han to reach the exit first. Rongyi was 3,000 meters away from the exit. Xiao Han was 10,000 meters away from the exit. Rongyi was 2,000 meters away from the exit. Xiao Han was 5,000 meters away from the exit. In terms of running speed, Xiao Han was still much faster than Rongyi. This also became a great asset for Xiao Han to deal with Rongyi. In the blink of an eye, when Rongyi was 1,000 meters away from the exit, Xiao Han had already reached the courtyard where the exit was hidden. Ancient giant, come out. There was no time to lose. Xiao Han directly released an ancient giant from the despair demon compound. Xiao Han, what's the situation? When the ancient giant came out, he was confused and asked a series of questions. Don't worry so much. This is the exit. You should leave the hallucination demon palace first. After saying that, Xiao Han did not allow any explanation. He directly grabbed the ancient giant and threw him towards the exit. Xiao. The ancient giant did not even have time to react before he disappeared from the hallucination demon palace. The spatial teleportation door thus disappeared. Hoo, hee, Rongyi almost found this exit. So dangerous. Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he formed a seal with his hands and directly broke this quiet and elegant courtyard into many hallucination demon realms. He swallowed them into his sea of consciousness like a whale and refined them completely. At the same time, Xiao Han madly ran in the opposite direction of Rongyi. There are still a few hundred meters before we reach the exit. Rongyi laughed happily. Then, he turned his head and said to the elder who followed him, I will teleport out first. You guys hurry up and find the exit. No matter, there are still hundreds of exits. We will find it eventually. Yes, Lord Rong does not need to worry about us. The three elders were also very optimistic. At this time. What? Rongye's madly running footsteps suddenly stopped. His cheerful expression instantly turned into a violent storm. Damn it! That exit disappeared. That exit actually disappeared. Someone was one step ahead of us and entered the exit. Damn it! As he roared, Rongyi suddenly released his spiritual force. There is a young man from the trash plane running madly. In the surrounding few thousand meters, I only found that young man. His running speed is very fast. A young man from the trash plane? The three elders said in unison. Lord Rong, let's chase after him. Chase? Rongyi clenched his teeth, but his face was also filled with disappointment. Chase what chase? That kid's true qi cultivation seems to be a mess, but his physical body is not bad. We may not be able to catch up if he runs. Moreover, the disappearance of that exit seems to have nothing to do with him. Someone else was teleported out through that exit. Forget it, let's continue to look for the next exit. Humph. I have already remembered that young man's appearance. Once I see him, I will immediately kill him. Turn him into ashes. Xiao Han madly ran with large strides, but his spiritual force spread out like a spider web, closely observing the situation in the area of 50,000 meters. Hee. Just now was the first time this young master fought with that Rong Yi and made him suffer. Not bad. Not bad. Xiao Han could not help but laugh. Humph. With this young master here, don't even think about finding the exit. This young master will keep an eye on you. Suddenly, Xiao Han discovered something. 10,000 meters to the north, two groups of demons from Rong Ye's plain were approaching a house at the same time. There was an exit in the house. Among these two groups of people, there were two elders under Rong Yi, super experts who had opened the heaven's eye between their brows. Xiao Han did not hesitate and directly ran towards the house that contained the exit. Boom! The ancient giant Yan Qi from Xiao Han's plane blasted out a fist. The fist force was like a volcanic eruption, causing the surrounding space to explode and forcing a few enemies to retreat. At this moment, Yan Qi was surrounded by a total of 34 8th level True Qi Realm Talisman Formation Realm experts. Although Yan Qi was a 9th level True Qi Realm expert, he did not have the slightest advantage when facing dozens of powerful enemies. Instead, he was forced to retreat continuously and his body was hit a few times. Roar! When the tiger falls on the plain, it will be bullied by the dogs. I am a dignified ancient giant with a cultivation of 9th level True Qi Realm, but I am actually surrounded by a group of 8th level True Qi Realm experts. Yan Qi's face was covered in blood. Trash! A demon warrior from Rong Ye's plane stepped forward with a face full of disdain. You can be considered a top expert in your plane, right? 9th level True Qi Realm. Heh, but in our plane, you are only average. Alright, prepare to die. Killing a 9th level True Qi Realm expert like you will be considered a great achievement. As he spoke, the 34 8th level True Qi Realm experts spread out in a fan shape. All of them were preparing their ultimate killing technique and surrounded Yan Qi like a hawk hunting a rabbit. In fact, among these 34 8th level True Qi Realm experts, a few of them had expanded their meridians by a few hundred times. Their foundations were many times stronger than when Yan Qi first expanded his meridians. Therefore, even though he had the advantage in terms of cultivation base, Yan Qi would not be able to win in a real battle, let alone in a situation where he was outnumbered. It seems that fighting head-on will not bode well for me. Moreover, once my injuries are too severe, I will not be able to withstand the hallucinatory demonic realm and might even be possessed by the devil. Forget it. There is an exit 1,000 meters ahead. I should just go straight for it. Let's teleport out first. Get lost. As soon as he thought of this, Yan Qi's true qi exploded from his body. Countless true qi dragons shot out from the true meridians on his body and attacked the 34 8th level True Qi Realm experts. In the next moment, Yan Qi was already sprinting toward the exit in front of him as fast as he could. Bang! 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 The 34 8th level True Qi Realm experts dispersed Yan Qi's True Qi attack and started barking. Go after him. We must kill this guy. A slender young man with a white cloth wrapped around his head slowly walked out. I can sense it with my mental strength. There is an exit 1,000 meters ahead. That guy must be trying to use the exit to escape. We must not let him succeed. Let's go after him. Also, I noticed that a few elders are rushing over. They must have found the exit as well. Whoosh, whoosh. Two elders with a faint red mark on their foreheads were running in the direction of Yan Qi's escape at an extremely fast speed. There are dozens of people in front of us. They are the devil warriors from our realm. They are chasing after a devil warrior from that rubbish realm. There is an exit in the direction where the devil warrior from that rubbish realm is running. One of the elders said indifferently. Go after them. A bloodthirsty look flashed past the other elder's eyes. Yan Qi ran for his life. We're almost at the exit. Faster. Faster. Yan Qi's face was twisted. His physical body was not very strong, so his running speed was not very fast. Ha 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 ha. Trash. You have nowhere to run. Ha 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 ha. The voices of the pursuers could be heard from behind. *T. This group of trash's running speed actually surpassed mine. If I could use my true qi to fly, I would have left them in the dust. Yan Qi's heart sank. No. I, Yan Qi, am an ancient giant. I will not die here. Xianxi's eyes were bleeding. At that moment, whoosh, Xianxi's vision blurred. A figure appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Who? Xianxi's mind was on the verge of collapsing. He looked up and saw that the person blocking his way was the young man, Xiaohan. Oh, ancient giant Xianxi, who are you being chased by? Xiaohan asked with a half-smile. Xiaohan, get lost. Xianxi bared his teeth and roared. To be continued. Chapter 431. Looking at Xianxi, who was running for his life, Xiaohan felt a slight sense of satisfaction. He shook his head and laughed. Xianxi, weren't you very arrogant before? You used to be able to summon the wind and rain, but now you're running like a stray dog. Ha ha ha. That's right. There's an exit in front. Are you trying to get rid of your enemies and teleport out? What? You, Xiaohan. You've also discovered the exit in front? Xianxi's expression froze for a moment before he screamed hysterically. Xiaohan, let me give you a piece of advice. I was the one who found the exit first. If you dare to snatch it, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, Xiaohan's killing intent surged. However, he quickly suppressed it. Forget it. You're one of the most powerful figures in our plane. You might be able to gain something by exploring the genius zone. Seeing that we're from the same plane, I, Xiaohan, will not argue with you. Consider it as repaying evil with good. Get lost. What are you blabbering about? Xianxi was furious. At this moment, you can't run. Ha 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 ha. Another piece of trash? Ha ha ha. Expanded aperture realm? Expanded aperture realm? Ha 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 ha. I'll kill both of them. Behind him, the 34 8th level True Energy Formation Realm cultivators had already caught up. It's over. Xianxi's heart turned cold. To think that I, Xianxi, a hero, would die in the hands of a bunch of 8th level True Energy trash. In the blink of an eye, the liquid spiritual planet in Xiaohan's Sea of Consciousness expanded. Boom, boom, boom. The hallucinatory demonic realm that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came crashing down from all directions like a tide. It bombarded the 34 8th level True Energy Formation Realm cultivators. Ah! The 34 8th level True Energy Formation Realm cultivators. All of them let out miserable cries like pigs being slaughtered. They wailed at the top of their lungs. Bang! 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 In an instant, the heads of 34 8th level True Chi Formation Realm cultivators all exploded. Their bodies exploded and they died on the ground. The thick stench of blood covered the sky and covered the earth. Ha ha ha, ha ha, Xiaohan, Xiaohan, Xianxi's eyes bulged out. He stared at Xiaohan as if he had seen a ghost. All right, let's hurry to the exit. There are already 2 elders from the Rome Plain chasing after us. Xiaohan said indifferently. If you want to live, then hurry up and rush to the exit. With that, Xiaohan turned around and ran away. Xianxi shook his head in disbelief, then ran for his life towards the exit. The 2 elders who were in hot pursuit suddenly let out a sharp roar. Their tone was filled with resentment and resentment. Dead. A total of 34 True Chi level 8 demon heroes, in our plane. A wave of geniuses from the Devil Hero realm had all died. Roar! The exit had also disappeared. By that guy from the trash plane. You snatched the exit and killed our plane's genius hero. Unforgivable. Such a weak plane gave birth to the evil heroes, all of them as lowly as beasts. Only we can kill them, they can never kill our people. This was treason and heresy. This is the injustice of the heavens. Was it done by that 9th level True Energy cultivator? But that can't be right. Just now, that 9th level True Energy cultivator was being chased by our evil heroes and was running for his life. He definitely doesn't have the ability to kill our people, and it's impossible for him to instantly kill 34 of our people. Xiao, the 2 elders released their mental power at the same time. There's a young man. My mental power detected that there's a young man from the trash plane running quickly in front of us. His physical strength is extremely strong and his running speed is extremely fast. Could it be this young man? However, His true chi cultivation is only at the expanded aperture realm. This is strange. Forget it, since the exit has disappeared, we will find Lord Rong and report this matter to him. Let him make a decision. A female swordsman from Xiao Han's dimension was walking slowly in a narrow alley. She seemed to be struggling to take even a single step. Her face was pale and her breathing was rapid. Her beautiful face was extremely tense at this moment. Hallucinatory demonic realm. Today's hallucinatory demonic realm is too dangerous. Even though I tried my best to guard my mind, but there were a few times where I almost fell into a trance. My life and death was hanging by a thread. The corner of her mouth pulled into a bitter smile. It seems that finding the exit is just wishful thinking for me. At this moment, Xiao, a person rushed up from behind and grabbed the female evil hero's smooth and soft hand, directly dragging her towards the narrow alley. Yeah! The female evil hero's body shook violently. Because her mind was completely focused on resisting the hallucinatory demonic realm, she didn't even notice that someone was approaching her. She was shocked and turned her head to look, only to discover that the person who grabbed her was Xiao Han. Phew, Xiao Han, so it's you. You scared me to death. I thought. At this moment, the female evil hero finally reacted. Her hand was tightly held by Xiao Han, and she said with slight anger. Xiao Han, on the verge of death, you. What are you doing? Have you found the exit? Exit? Xiao Han smiled mysteriously. You come with me. With that, Xiao Han dragged the woman into a courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a space teleportation portal. The exit is here. Xiao Han smiled brightly and then pushed the female evil hero into the exit. I've ruined another good thing for those fellows. Seeing the door disappear, Xiao Han leaped out of the courtyard and ran far away. Not long after Xiao Han left, a few of Rong's subordinates' elders rushed into the courtyard in anger. Damn it! We were actually one step ahead of us. Damn it! It's that evil hero from the trash plane who snatched our exit. It seems like a young man at the expansion point realm? Wait a moment. Another elder's expression was cold. Just now, I released my mental energy and indeed found a young man. His running speed was extremely fast, and he seemed to have run out of this courtyard. Dusk. The exit has been discovered 5,000 meters ahead. Rong ran at a high speed, and an expression of determination appeared on his face. However, what? Someone got ahead of us again. Damn it! I have already surveyed the area previously. There were no other evil heroes nearby. Why did one suddenly appear? Damn it! Tear him into pieces. Rong was enraged. His body shook. A large area of space collapsed and was destroyed. His mental energy swept across. It's that kid again? His true chi cultivation is a mess, but his physical body is not bad, and his running speed is as fast as a laser. It's him again. Strange, something is very strange. Kids, stay here for me. Suddenly, the true chi in Rong's body surged. Immortal chi gushed out from his body, and his right hand grabbed at the air. In an instant, with Rong as the center, a large area suddenly seemed to be covered by a layer of shadow. Huge panic shrouded everything. At this moment, the space around him began to fluctuate, as though there was an earthquake. One after another, the space was distorted. Even the hallucinatory demonic realm that filled the air. Everything was distorted, twisted, and collapsed. Just now, Xiao Han found an evil hero from his own plane in advance, and before Rong, he used the exit to help the evil hero from his plane escape. Xiao Han was proud of himself, and ran away. He did not expect that Rong actually saw the clues, and attacked Xiao Han with a thunderous attack. Xiao Han and Rong were separated by thousands of meters. In this demon palace, the hallucinatory demonic realm and all kinds of mazes, space laws, and time laws coexisted, so that anyone's ultimate attack would be greatly weakened. But what Xiao Han did not expect was that with a thought, Rong's killer move enveloped him, shaking Xiao Han so much that his bones were about to crack, and the spiritual power star in his brain and sea of consciousness almost shattered. Amazing! Xiao Han secretly exclaimed. He steadied his mind, and the spiritual power star in his sea of consciousness surged wildly. In an instant, above Xiao Han's head, the densely packed hallucinatory demonic realm gathered, forming a huge funnel-shaped vortex. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Rong's terrifying giant hand had already killed through the air. Rumble! Rumble! The sound of the star disintegrating was endless. That terrifying giant hand was formed purely from true energy, and there were even yellow reverse scales growing on it. It locked onto Xiao Han, and attacked. The moment it clenched its fist, its 5 fingers opened, and in a thousandth of an instant, it had already transformed into millions of hand seals, forming at least tens of thousands of martial arts in the void, the life-slaying technique. At the critical moment, the hallucinatory demonic realm vortex above Xiao Han's head suddenly wrapped around the terrifying giant hand. All kinds of illusions appeared and disappeared, and the terrifying giant hand's attack was actually delayed for a few breaths. Boom! Xiao Han took a deep breath, and with a stomp of his feet, he had already jumped out dozens of zhong like a star, and with 2 or 3 jumps he was already far away. Mother asterisk cur. Really strange. Not only is his flesh shell strong, but his spiritual power has also been cultivated to the pinnacle. He can actually vaguely control the hallucinatory demonic realm. That trash plane actually produced such a young man. Rong retracted his giant hand, his face was hazy, and his killing intent was soaring. To actually repeatedly ruin this seat's plans, this person must die. At the same time, Xiao Han had already madly sprinted 10,000 meters away, and then he stood against the wall, slightly bent over, and panted non-stop. Too powerful, as expected of the leader of a powerful plane. In the hallucinatory demonic palace, he was able to release such an attack, and almost killed me. If it was outside, I'm afraid that just a breath of air from him would be enough to shatter my bones. No, I must once again cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique, strengthen my spiritual power, and make a breakthrough. Perhaps only then will I have the ability to completely contend with him. Late at night, Rong had his hands behind his back, and with a cold expression, he stood proudly in the courtyard of an exquisite house. Beside him, there were more than 10 elder-level subordinates, and close to 100 demon warriors. Lord Rong, it is a young man from the trash plane, with a cultivation of expanded aperture realm. He is suspected to have instantly killed 34 of our plane's talisman realm demon warriors, and also snatched the exit that we locked onto. An elder said angrily. Yes, Lord Rong, it is a young man with an extremely trashy chi cultivation, who snatched the exit that should have belonged to us. Another elder reported. Humph. It's him. Spoiling this seat's plans twice in a row. If not for this brat, this seat would have long left this damned hallucinatory demonic palace. Rong's expression was extremely ugly. Lord Rong, along the way, we found many corpses, and all of them were the demon warriors of our plane. In that case, it must have been done by that little bastard. A demon warrior's eyes were filled with resentment. That little bastard is the instigator of all this. Rong's killing intent soared to the heavens. From tomorrow onwards, work together to kill that little bastard. We must exterminate him. Yes, Lord Rong. To be continued. Chapter 432. Late at night. Inside the hallucinatory fiend palace, Rong gathered more than a dozen elders and close to 100 fiends. At this moment, all of them were flustered and exasperated, gnashing their teeth and cursing Xiao Han viciously. Now, Xiao Han wreaked havoc in the fiend palace, causing them to suffer setbacks again and again. Furthermore, he assassinated a large number of fiends from the Rong plane. This matter was already as clear as day, completely exposed, and there was no longer any suspicion. If not for that little bastard, our plane would continuously obtain exits, and many people would be able to leave this hallucinatory fiend palace. Damn it! That little bastard must die. No one in the world could save him. Even if he leaves the fiend palace and reaches the outside, we must also blast him into dregs. An elder roared, blowing his beard and glaring. The other elder also sighed endlessly with regret. Heavy losses. Lord Rong, we suffered heavy losses this time. Who knows how many fiends were assassinated by that little bastard. The fiends who died were all geniuses of our plane. One death is an irreparable loss, and now, sigh. If these geniuses died in the genius zone, we also have nothing to say. But now, They actually fell at the hands of a little bastard from a trash plane. Wasting the zither and burning the crane. Just thinking about it makes people stomp with rage. Enough. All stop jabbering. Rong's expression was dark as water. Saying this already has no use. Right now, the most important thing is to capture that brat and torture him to death. But Rong's tone changed. Wanting to kill that little bastard is also not that easy. After a pause, Rong continued. Inside this hallucinatory fiend palace, not only is it filled with endless hallucinatory fiend realms, but also drifts with time laws, space laws, setting up a profound maze. Once using true chi to fly, one will fall into the maze, unable to move forward. Hence, one can only use pure flesh shell strength to control the four limbs to carry out running and jumping. And that little bastard just happens to be blessed by heaven in terms of flesh shell cultivation, making him in the fiend palace. His running speed is much faster than ours, making us unable to catch him. Furthermore, his mental strength is extremely terrifying, able to borrow the hallucinatory fiend realms to launch attacks on our people, causing our people to become bedeviled, self-destructing and dying. With that said, the elders and many fiends present all held their breaths. Yes, he would kill Xiaohan outside. It could be said to be effortless, but in the hallucinatory demon palace, it really wasn't that easy to hunt them down. Master Rong, how should we deal with that little bastard? An elder asked in a low voice. Rong fell into deep thought. Dozens of breaths later. Right now, gather up all of our men scattered throughout the demon palace and inform them of the young man's physical characteristics. Then, as soon as that kid reveals his whereabouts, we will lock onto his approximate position and set up an encirclement, surrounding him in the center. Our people will slowly shrink the encirclement, and finally, we will intercept him. Remember, that little bastard can make use of the hallucinatory demonic realm to kill with a borrowed knife. Hence, the moment you see him, attack him immediately. Don't waste time with him and don't give him the chance to use the hallucinatory demonic realm. Next, with the elders as the leaders, lead the many demons and split them into several small teams to surround and kill that little bastard. Although that little bastard's mental strength is strong, when he meets the elders of our plane, they definitely won't be able to instantly turn an elder into a demon. His true chi cultivation is very weak. As long as we give him a few breaths of time, we can crush him to pieces. Yes, Master Rong. Also, Rong's eyes flickered with a sinister light. According to the information we have, that little bastard has been helping the demons of his plane to escape. After he finds the exit, he won't go out himself. Instead, he will help the trash demons of his plane to leave. Hence, this guy's personality must be very philanthropic and self-righteous. He thinks he's the savior. From tomorrow onwards, in the hallucinatory demon palace, we will capture the demons of his plane alive. Then, we will use them as bait to lure the snake out of its hole. With caution, we will make that little bastard fall into our trap. Master Rong, good plan. In short, temporarily slow down the progress of finding the exit and eradicate that little bastard first. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat well and sleep well, Rong said coldly. Yes. All right, now go find our men and gather them. Rong waved his hand. Under the cold moonlight, Xiao Han strolled on a large road. Xiao Han didn't forget to eat and sleep to cultivate the extermination heaven-decimating earth mental technique. Currently, the hallucinatory demon realm in the hallucinatory demon palace was no longer of much help to the breakthrough of his cultivation technique. I must wait until tomorrow. Once I wait until tomorrow, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory demon realm will increase by another 10 times. After I absorb and refine it, the liquid spiritual power star in my sea of consciousness will be nourished again and undergo a transformation. However, although Xiao Han gave up on cultivating, he still spread out his mental fluctuation, enveloping an area of 50,000 meters, and quietly observed the changes. Presumably, that Rong has already discovered me. I have continuously ruined their plans. They must want to kill me as soon as possible, right? Xiao Han was slightly nervous in his heart. That's right, what he was facing now was definitely a giant existence. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to contend against a supreme being. Rong's battle strength is definitely not weaker than the 10 great demon emperors of our plane. He might even be able to contend against the joint forces of the 10 great demon emperors of the demon race. Going against him definitely requires great courage and an undefeatable temperament. Xiao Han let out a mouthful of impure air. I don't know if I can accumulate my true chi and true talismans after establishing a super strong enemy like Rong. But it doesn't matter. As long as I stay in this hallucinatory demon realm for one more day, my advantage will increase. I'm afraid that Rong still doesn't know this, right? While walking, Xiao Han discovered that an exit had appeared 10,000 meters to his east. And about 5,000 meters to his west, there was a demon warrior from his plane who was curled up in a corner, resisting the hallucinatory demon realm. The situation was extremely difficult. I have to be a good person again. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Immediately after, Xiao Han strode towards the west. When Xiao Han found the demon warrior from his plane, his situation was not optimistic. He had been suppressed by the hallucinatory demon realm to the point that he could not move an inch and was curled up in a corner. He was barely resisting the hallucinatory demon realm in the demon palace. Xiao Han extracted the hallucinatory demon realm near the demon warrior's body. It lightened the burden on him. Then, he brought him to the exit and sent him out. In the next 4 hours, Xiao Han helped 3 demon warriors from his plane find the exit and leave. He also assassinated 23 demon warriors from Rong's plane. Among them, there was even a 9th-level True Chi Realm True Treasure. The night passed. Light descended. The 3rd day of the hallucinatory demon palace. When the first glimmer of dawn rose from the horizon. In the entire hallucinatory demon palace, layers of illusions appeared. Compared to yesterday, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory demon realm had increased by 10 times. My spirit waves have been compressed. Xiao Han released his spirit waves. He casually swept through. Yesterday, I could still survey a range of 50,000 meters. Today, I can only barely survey a range of 10,000 meters. Under this degree of hallucinatory demon realm, my spirit sense has been seriously disturbed and affected. However, Rong and the others must have also been disturbed. Everyone's situation is about the same. At this moment, Xiao Han's ears had a clear auditory hallucination. On the 3rd day of the hallucinatory demon palace, the density of the hallucinatory demon realm has increased by 20 times. The danger level has increased by 20 times. 1,000 exits, 803 remaining. There are still 803 exits. Not bad. No need to rush. Xiao Han nodded slightly. After a few breaths, Xiao Han shook his head. Let's not worry about this first. Let's cultivate. Today, I must complete the 15th spirit finger incantation. With a thought, Xiao Han formed a seal with both of his hands and pulled fiercely. The nearby houses and dozens of courtyards were directly decomposed into rays of light and shot into his brain. Puff! The liquid spirit power miniature planet in his brain was like a glutton encountering delicious food, frantically refining and absorbing the hallucinatory demon realm that Xiao Han absorbed into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Xiao Han's whole body trembled and his spirit was roused. His limbs and bones felt extremely comfortable. He no longer hesitated and continuously refined the hallucinatory demon realm in the demon palace. His spirit power was rising steadily. After completing the 14th spirit finger incantation yesterday, his spirit power had been stagnant. Today, it once again advanced by leaps and bounds. It was unstoppable. This also made Xiao Han even more aware that cultivating the extinguishing heaven decimating earth spirit technique in this hallucinatory demon palace was simply a match made in heaven. At the center of the demon palace, an extremely dense and tyrannical area of the hallucinatory demon realm. In a plaza, Xiao Han sat cross-legged, his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. With no one around him, his hands continuously formed seals. All kinds of profound and cryptic hand gestures were like fleeting shadows, shuttling back and forth. Xiao Han was currently crazily practicing the 15th spirit finger incantation. At the same time, all the buildings around the plaza were decomposed. A large area of space was completely swallowed by Xiao Han and refined into his sea of consciousness. A blazing spirit power halo bloomed behind Xiao Han's head, emitting an immortal spirit light. In Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, there seemed to be an incomparably huge ancient ferocious beast hiding and breathing. It specialized in swallowing these hallucinatory demon realms. like a Kuan-Peng breathing in and out, swallowing the long river and spitting out the sea. Imposing and majestic. 2 hours later. Hong, following the completion of the last hand gesture of the 15th spirit finger incantation, the liquid spirit power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness expanded, its volume explosively doubling. Xiao Han opened both his eyes. He only felt that the entire world seemed to have a higher level, brighter and brighter. His state of mind was like the blazing sun and fire, clear and boundless, without a speck of dust and dirt. The 15th spirit finger incantation. I finally mastered it. Xiao Han smiled slightly. At this time, Xiao Han once again released his spirit wave. Oh! It can detect any movement within a range of 80,000 meters. Xiao Han slightly paused, then immediately nodded his head repeatedly. My spirit power has become increasingly powerful. At the same time, 5,000 kilometers to the east, there are dozens of fellows from the Rome Plains slowly approaching me. Approximately 10,000 meters to the west, there are also hundreds of demons from the Rome Plain probing in my direction. South? Rome. That Rome Plain is approximately 2,000 meters to the south, leading dozens of elders towards my direction. North. In the north, there are no less than 5 elders who have opened their heaven's eye, leading hundreds of demons over. Teska. This group of people in the north is not even 1,000 meters away from me. North, south, east and west, hundreds of people are surrounding me. Xiao Han stood up and slightly frowned. I've been surrounded? To be continued. Chapter 433. Just as Xiao Han entered the state of no man and no me, concentrating on cultivating the destroying heavens decimating earth mental technique, Rong had already led the demon hero troops from his dimension to conduct a carpet search of the entire hallucinatory demon palace, intending to capture Xiao Han. Lord Rong, last night, we gather hundreds of evil heroes and began a major search this morning. From the 4 directions of the demonic palace, we encircled and intercepted. Everyone released their mental waves and did their best to search for that trash plains youth. A evil hero stood respectfully in front of Rong. However, Lord Rong, today, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace has increased by 10 times, causing the range of our mental search to be compressed and suppressed. To find that little bastard, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. Yes. Rong's face was cold and stiff. From today's situation, although the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace is not enough to cause our plains people to be bedeviled, it has already greatly interfered with our mental senses. Even my mental waves have been suppressed to a range of 4,000 meters. However, that little bastard must be eliminated. He has assassinated many of our people. The debt of blood is monstrous. We must capture him. Yes, Lord Rong. At this moment. Roar! Rong let out a bestial roar. His indifferent expression suddenly became fiery. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched wildly. His eyes filled with killing intent. My mental waves have sensed that little bastard. He is about 2,000 meters away from me. Surround him. Shrink the encirclement. Immediately inform the other groups of the boy's location. Quickly. Yes. Yes, Lord Rong. Shio. Suddenly, the few evil heroes under Rong took off and dashed in several directions, wanting to inform the other groups of Xiao Han's location. Boom, boom, boom. Rong spread his legs. He crazily trampled on the ground, his footsteps rolling like thunder, rushing towards Xiao Han's location. Behind Rong were more than 10 elders. More than 100 evil heroes were aggressive. Murderous intent surged. At this moment, Xiao Han stood in the middle of a square, his mental wave spreading out like a fishing net, enveloping an area of 80,000 meters. Naturally, Xiao Han knew the few groups of people under Rong like the back of his hand. Rong has already led his troops and is madly rushing in my direction? Xiao Han's eyes were as bright as a candle. Meanwhile, his spirit wave swept in several other directions. Apart from Rong in the north, there are 5 elder-level experts who have opened their heavenly eyes leading hundreds of fiendish heroes. He's less than 1,000 meters away from me, and he seems to have locked on to my position as well, and is also rushing over. Xiao Han could already feel the burning killing intent of these two groups of people. The troops led by Rong quickly approached Xiao Han, the distance between them and Xiao Han. Another 1,000 meters or so. The 5 elders who had opened their heaven eyes were about 500 meters away from Xiao Han with their men. However, Xiao Han's body did not move at all. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he made the most accurate judgment and calculation. There are dozens of people from the Rong Plain in the east, and they are 5,000 meters away from me. There are also hundreds of enemies in the west, and they are 10,000 meters away from me. They haven't discovered me yet. I won't clash with Rong head-on for now. Break out of the siege. Choose a weaker direction and break through. I'll go to the east. There are only dozens of enemies in the east, and the ones leading them are a few elders. None of them have opened their heaven eyes, so their overall strength should be the weakest. I'll choose the east to break through. Suddenly, Xiao Han's heart surged with lofty aspirations. Good. Such a powerful plane has sent out hundreds of elites, led by the leader of this plane, to surround and kill me. Such a powerful lineup is enough to take down my plane's fiendish hero Pagoda, right? To actually send out such a group to deal with me, Xiao Han? They've really given me, Xiao Han, enough face. Good, since you want to play, I, Xiao Han, will play with you to the end. After completing the 15th spirit finger technique, Xiao Han's confidence swelled to the limit, and a kind of invincible ambition that dared to compete with the heavens was born in his heart. Roar! Xiao Han let out a hearty roar, and the strength of his entire body surged. His bones and blood burst out with the sound of metal colliding. In an instant, Xiao Han pushed the strength of his body to the limit, and his life potential rose to its heart's content. Boom! Xiao Han ran east at top speed. Dong dong dong, dong 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 dong, to the south of Xiao Han. Rong led his troops and ran like a group of ferocious beasts, vowing to catch Xiao Han and chop him into pieces. However, damn it! I've been discovered by that brat, and he's actually running away. Rong coldly howled. So fast. That little bastard's running speed is too fast. Moreover, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm in Devil Palace today is 10 times higher than yesterday, causing me to be unable to accurately kill him through the air. Unless I can get within 200 to 500 meters. Rong made an effective assessment in his heart. As long as I maintain a distance of 500 meters from that little bastard, I have the confidence to kill or capture him through the air. But 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. The distance between me and him is getting further and further. Roar! Rong let out a mournful roar, and this voice was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Not only am I unable to effectively get closer to him, but the distance between us is getting further and further. Damn it! Lord Rong, that little bastard's spiritual fluctuation and sensing range is indeed very large. It seems that his spiritual power is even more terrifying than what we imagined. An elder ran up from behind. Lord Rong, if you take a closer look, you'll notice that the little bastard's life force is very young. He's not even 40 years old. It's almost impossible for him to be able to cultivate such an outrageous mental power. Could it be that he cultivates an immortal art-level mental power cultivation technique? Or perhaps he has a heaven-defying spiritual treasure on him? Whether it's an immortal art spiritual power technique or a heaven-defying spiritual treasure, they're all rare treasures in this world. Don't relax and give up. Directly catch him. Chase. Rong raised his physical speed to the limit. However, after a little less than an hour, Rong's figure. A slight pause and then, boom, the surrounding void collapsed and Rong was burning with rage. He's already more than 4,000 meters away from me. My spiritual fluctuation can't even sense him for now. Damn it! In the confrontation with Xiao Han, this Rong once again suffered a setback. At the same time, in the north of Xiao Han, the 5 elder-level experts who had opened their heavenly eyes led hundreds of demons to chase after Xiao Han. Originally, they were closer to Xiao Han's position than Rong. With only 500 meters left, they were all full of confidence, thinking that they would definitely be able to catch Xiao Han. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han madly ran towards the east. Along the way, the distance between them and Xiao Han was also getting further and further, simply unable to catch up with Xiao Han. In the end, Xiao Han also disappeared from the detection range of their spiritual fluctuations. Dong, dong, dong. Xiao Han's physical strength was long. It was endless, madly running all the way. It was simply that he had spare energy. It didn't take long for Xiao Han to completely shake off Rong and the 5 elder-level experts who had opened their heavenly eyes. When Xiao Han's spiritual fluctuations swept over Rong and the 5 elder-level experts who had opened their heavenly eyes, seeing the appearance of beating his chest and stamping his feet, Xiao Han's heart was secretly pleased. Ha 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 ha. Idiot! This daddy's spiritual fluctuation can sense an area of no less than 80,000 meters, while your spiritual fluctuations can't even reach 10,000 meters. Moreover, although this daddy's true chi cultivation is weak, the strength of my fleshly body is close to 100 million ding. When this daddy runs, you can only eat the dust behind this daddy's butt. In this hallucinatory devil palace, I really can do whatever I want. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han clearly sensed that in front of him, there were no less than 10 exits. 10 exits. Xiao Han's footsteps stopped. Damn, why did so many exits suddenly appear? Moreover, these 10 exits were actually side by side. Xiao Han hurriedly rushed over. Very quickly, Xiao Han arrived under a high wall. This high wall was approximately 300 meters long, and there were no less than 10 spatial teleportation doors, which were also the exits embedded in it. This. Xiao Han frowned and pondered. In principle, I can't leave an exit for Rong. The reason why I'm entangled with him in this devil palace is to prevent him from finding an exit to leave the devil palace. As for myself, because I need to borrow the power of the devil palace to cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique, I can't go out for the time being. Now, 10 exits have suddenly appeared here. Na Rong will definitely discover these exits if he chases us all the way here. What if he leaves? Let eldest senior brother and the others out first, and use up a few exits. With a thought, Xiao Han released Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the other 2 ancient powerhouses from the Despair Demon compound. Ah! Junior brother Xiao Han, you let us out. What's the situation now? Xiao Mingqiu shouted the moment he appeared. Ah! The hallucinatory devil realm here is extremely terrifying. Luo Tianyu frowned. As for the other 2 ancient powerhouses, their temperament and cultivation were inferior to Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu. Thus, the moment they came out, they hugged their heads, their faces distorted and bitter as they repeatedly cried out. These hallucinatory devil realms are attacking our hearts. We can't hold on any longer. Little brother Xiao Han, what's the situation? Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, the 2 ancient powerhouses, there are a total of 10 exits on the high wall in front of the 4 of you. Once you step through the exits, you will be able to teleport out of this hallucinatory devil palace. Once you're outside, you can rendezvous with the pagoda master. All right, all of you enter the exit immediately. Xiao Han immediately said. Xiao Mingqiu and the other 3 looked at the exit on the high wall and nodded. What a stable space teleportation door. This is the exit. Let's go out, everyone, go out. Xiao Han urged. All right. Junior brother Xiao Han, let's go out together. Xiao Mingqiu smiled. We stayed in junior brother Xiao Han's Demon Emperor crystal and didn't do anything, but we actually got the chance to go out. Ha ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, it's really good to follow you. Ha ha ha. The 4 swordsmen all burst into laughter. Yes, yes, eldest senior brother, there are enough exits here. You guys go out first. I will follow closely behind. Xiao Han did not reveal the situation where he was dealing with Rong. It was too shocking. Let's go. Xiao Mingqiu and the others were not bashful people. Immediately, the 4 ancient powerhouses each entered a door. In the blink of an eye, the 4 exits embedded on the high wall disappeared. Seeing his eldest senior brother safely teleported out, Xiao Han also heaved a sigh of relief. But now, there were still 6 exits on the high wall. After scanning with his spirit, he found that Rong was about 8,000 meters away from him. If I leave these 6 exits alone, Rong will definitely find them. Once Rong teleports out, I'm afraid eldest senior brother and the others will be in danger. I must think of a way to destroy these exits. Xiao Han furrowed his brows deeply. Chapter 434. Destroy the exits. What a crazy idea. In this hallucinatory magic palace that was filled with dangers and getting more and more dangerous by the day, there were only 1,000 exits. It was very limited. It could be said that every exit was very precious. The demon heroes were racking their brains to find the exits. It was impossible for them to have the idea of destroying the exits. This kind of idea was simply absurd and even a waste of God's gifts. However, there's no other way. In the nearby tens of thousands of meters, there are no demon heroes from my plane at all. I can't find a suitable candidate to consume these exits. Besides, in the past few days, the demon heroes from our plane have already been teleported out with my help. The number of demon heroes from our plane who enter the hallucinatory magic palace is small to begin with. The base number is small. In fact, there are 1,000 exits. For our plane, we don't need so many. There are still a few hundred exits left. In the end, it still benefits the demon heroes from Rong's plane. Humph! Our plane and Rong's plane have already developed enmity. They are enemies and not friends. I would rather destroy these exits than leave them to the idiots from Rong's plane. However, how do I destroy these exits? Xiao Han crossed his arms and stared at the remaining 6 exits on the high wall. After careful observation, Xiao Han found that these 6 exits were very stable. Stable? Yes, the entire hallucinatory magic palace was actually in an extremely unstable state. Every inch of space was affected by the hallucinatory magic realm. Only these exits. There was not a trace of the hallucinatory magic realm. An incomparably stable spatial teleportation power appeared. Stable? That's why the demon heroes were able to successfully teleport out. They were unscathed. That is to say, if the exit of the door becomes unstable, then the teleportation function of the exit of the door will be ineffective. A flash of inspiration flashed into Xiao Han's brain. Unstable? Then, all of a sudden, Xiao Han's mental wave twisted out like a rope and captured the densely packed hallucinatory magic realm. Then, he absorbed these hallucinatory magic realm and directly smashed it into one of the doors embedded in the high wall. Boom! The door was forcefully filled by the hallucinatory magic realm and instantly collapsed. Hue. Strands of hallucinatory demonic domain rolled through the portal, turning the originally stable portal into a gap. The stable order of the portal was completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha. Success! Xiao Han was overjoyed. In the next moment, he continuously absorbed the hallucinatory demonic lands. The remaining 5 exits were all destroyed. It was completely and utterly destroyed. Good. It's done. After doing all this, Xiao Han continued to run towards the east. In the east, under the leadership of the 6 elders, about 50 to 60 Aeoxians followed closely behind. Elders, did we gather our forces to deal with a cavern expansion realm youngster from that trash plane? A Yao chivalry asked with a smile. This is truly inconceivable. A mere Xianxia realm demon hero actually mobilized so many people. Furthermore, I heard that even our pagoda lord, Lord Rong, personally mobilized. Ha ha. I feel like we are making a mountain out of a molehill. Ha ha ha. As soon as he said this, the dozens of demon knights all laughed at the same time. All of you shut up. An elder with white hair and a youthful face said with a serious expression. Do not underestimate the enemy. According to the information I have, that youngster from the trash plane is not easy to deal with. He is very tricky. It is said that many of the demon heroes in our plane have already fallen at his hands and died an unnatural death. Hiss! The large group of demon knights all sucked in cold air and looked at each other in disbelief. Oh, of course, it is not an open battle. Instead, it is an assassination using underhanded methods. It is extremely shameless. Another elder immediately explained. That little bastard isn't strong enough to face the forces of this plane head-on and pose a threat. He's just a coward who knows how to steal and steal. Everyone, just be careful. This time, we have divided our forces to encircle and annihilate that youngster. I wonder if he has already been killed. In a narrow alley hundreds of meters away from this group of people, Xiao Han sat cross-legged. He extended his spiritual power and locked onto this group of people. Since you want to encircle and kill me, then you must pay a price. Xiao Han's mouth curved into an evil smile. Heh, after completing the 15th spiritual finger gesture, I can already control the hallucinatory magic realm in a large area. I can control it as I wish. I cannot directly kill a super strong person like Rong, but killing ordinary demon knights is as easy as drinking water and eating. 6 elders, leading 5 to 60 demon knights, walked in the demon palace with big strides. All of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. Above their heads, thunder and lightning resounded. The sky that was originally bright and sunny suddenly turned dark and gloomy. It was as if the sky had collapsed. A large area of the void almost collapsed. Wind and clouds surged. All of a sudden. Not good. Hallucinatory magic realm tide. The hallucinatory magic realm in the area of a few thousand meters all gathered. It seems to be suppressing us. Quickly guard your mind. Quickly guard your mind. An elder screamed in horror. In the blink of an eye. Rumble. The endless hallucinatory magic realm formed a tide and covered them all at once. Ah! Roar! No! The demon army is attacking the city. Thousands of demon emperors have arrived. We are finished. The incorruptible demon knight tower is finished. We are beyond redemption. In an instant, more than half of the demon knights had their minds invaded by the surging hallucinatory magic realm and broke through their souls. Their minds collapsed and they roared. The next moment. Bang! 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 These demon knights. One after another. They self-exploded their heads and died. All of you, guard your mind. A few elders cried and wailed. Bang! 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 The sound of self-exploding heads sounded one after another. Very soon. Beside the few elders, there was a ground full of broken corpses. Roar! Who is playing tricks in the dark? It must be that bastard. Roar! In less than 10 breaths, except for these few elders, all the demon knights were dead. As for these few elders, the pressure on their bodies also increased sharply. Waves of hallucinatory magic realm kept attacking their cerebral cortex. Sit cross-legged. The 6 elders sat cross-legged. They formed a small circle, closed their eyes tightly, and chanted. Their temperament and spiritual power were pushed to the extreme. As expected of the elder level. Xiao Han kept absorbing the hallucinatory magic realm and attacking the 6 elders. However, for the time being, he could not make these 6 elders turn into demons. These elders are all in the celestial eye realm, but they have not opened the last true acupoint. It's just opening the heavenly eye. They should be old antiques who have lived for countless years and experienced countless birth, old age, illness, and death. Regardless of their temperament or cultivation, they are very terrifying. I can't kill them directly for the time being. Moreover, Rong is still chasing after me like a maggot in the bone. Forget it, I won't use hard and soft tactics with them for the time being. I'll find a place to complete the 16th spiritual finger gesture and fight again. Xiao Han made a prompt decision. He immediately stood up and ran towards the west. When Xiao Han was far away, the hallucinatory magic realm that enveloped the 6 elders gradually dissipated. Roar! Dead, all dead. A full dozens of geniuses. Died unnatural deaths like this. Died without knowing why. Evil creature. Little bastard. Goddamned little bastard. Ruthless. Really ruthless. This is a death grudge. Those 6 elders looked around at the remains of the corpses on the ground. It was simply inconsolable, tragic beyond compare. Each and every one of them burst out with the anguished howls of the Du-Wan weeping blood ape. Tears flowed down their old faces, unable to control themselves. There were a few elders who directly cried until they fainted. West. Xiao Han used the same method to directly kill hundreds of demon knights, leaving behind a ground of broken corpses. Furthermore, he used the hallucinatory magic realm to trap several leading celestial eye realm elders and swaggered off. Xiao Han's battle results could be said to be brilliant. Rong led a large group of people and caught up. A group of people stood under a high wall, all dumbstruck. On this high wall, 6 exits were inlaid. However, at this very moment, these 6 exits all appeared to be in a state of collapse. The spatial teleportation power within was extremely unstable. Moreover, there were densely packed hallucinatory magic realms shuttling back and forth. Exit. An elder's face was gloomy. But, it seems to have been deliberately destroyed. Kakik, kakik, a strange owl-like cry burst out from Rong's throat. Lord Rong, elders, this should be the exit. Although the energy is not too stable, I am willing to take the risk and see if I can be teleported out. A demon knight at the 8th stage of the true energy realm stepped out. Go ahead and try. Be careful. An elder waved his hand, indicating that demon knight to enter one of the exits. Huff! That demon knight took a deep breath, then carefully chose an exit that was not so thoroughly damaged. His figure flashed as he entered. However, Poo 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 poo. The moment that demon knight entered this exit, his body was cut into meat paste by the chaotic spatial fragments. Damn it! That little bastard actually destroyed the exit. He is breaking the rules of the game. Roar! Rong burst out with a heart-wrenching howl. Xiao Han ran all the way, leaving Rong's demon knight troops far behind. There are another 20 exits lined up in front. Destroy them all. Xiao Han came to the foot of another high wall. Looking up, there were a total of 20 exits on the wall. With the experience of destroying the exit just now, Xiao Han was familiar with it this time. He directly took in the hallucinatory magic realms and blasted them into these exits. Very quickly, a total of 20 exits were all blasted into spatial turbulence. The 20 terrifying gaps were like monsters that chose people to eat. Playing with me? I'll play you to death. Xiao Han was extremely pleased. He continued to run. After running for a long distance, Xiao Han finally stopped. He found an extremely dangerous place where the hallucinatory magic realms were extremely dense. He sat down cross-legged, took in the hallucinatory magic realms, and refined them into his sea of consciousness to pave the way for breaking through to the 16th spirit finger technique. To be continued. Chapter 435. Xiao Han was indeed like a fish in water in this hallucinatory demonic palace. Not only could he use the hallucinatory demonic realm to indirectly kill a large number of Xianxia from the Rong plane, but he could also cultivate crazily in it. He could even destroy the exit. He was completely omnipotent. Jianghu and the other peerless experts were toyed with in the palm of his hand. At this time, Xiao Han was in an area with an extremely high density of hallucinatory demonic realm. It was an extremely dangerous area, and he was willfully absorbing and refining it. With Xiao Han's body as the center, the void in the area of 1,000 meters was collapsing. Like a whale swallowing seawater, the hallucinatory demonic realm in all directions was sucked into his sea of consciousness. The liquid mental power planet in his brain was sparkling and magnificent, and it burst forth with the sound of waves. After absorbing for a full 2 hours, the amount of mental power needed to break through to the 16th mental power finger incantation should be enough. Then, let's do it. Xiao Han's hands dragged out wisps of afterimages, and his movements were extremely fast. One after another, obscure and difficult gestures that ordinary people could not even imagine, were performed by Xiao Han skillfully, and each of the gestures began to connect to his heart's content. At the same time, a mental power halo that was like a scorching sun radiated out from Xiao Han's brain, and it shone brightly. It illuminated Xiao Han's state of mind like a clear sky, revealing every detail. However, when he was breaking through to the 16th mental power finger incantation, Xiao Han also released a small amount of mental power to monitor the surroundings. As long as someone approached within a range of 1,000 meters, Xiao Han would immediately sense it and respond. In an area 10,000 meters away from Xiao Han, Rong and the many elder-level experts under him, as well as a large number of Xianxia, once again stood foolishly under a high wall. On this high wall, there were a total of 20 exits. However, at this moment, these 20 exits had all been destroyed. The chaotic hallucinatory demonic realm and space fragments wrapped around the 20 collapsed exits. The stable order had already been shattered. Rong, Lord Rong. These exits were all destroyed by that little bastard, right? An elder who had opened his heaven's eye. His face turned green. For him to wantonly destroy the exits like this, for us, it is extremely disadvantageous. In our plane, there are a lot of Xianxia that entered the hallucinatory demonic palace, more than 1,000 people, but there are only 1,000 exits of the hallucinatory demonic palace. That means some of us will be eliminated and buried in this hallucinatory demon palace. But now, that little bastard is repeatedly destroying the exit. Our situation is becoming more and more precarious. If we allow him to continue destroying things like this, I'm afraid the number of people who can find the exit and teleport out of this plane will decrease drastically. Lord Rong, you must stop him. He couldn't allow him to continue destroying things. This is cutting off our path of retreat. Another elder was also trembling with fear. He said, How about, we can pretend to be courteous with this little bastard and temporarily reach a settlement. Scram! Rong was seething with anger, and his aura shook, sending these elders flying. His face was full of arrogance and murderous intent. Dig 3 feet into the ground. He had to find that little bastard and tear his body into 1,000 pieces. You want us to compromise? Dream on. Kill him. Once I get out, I won't have to worry about anything else. I'll directly exterminate everyone on his plane. Moreover, I'll force him to tell me the plane's spatial coordinates. Afterwards, I'll carry out a massacre. I'll exterminate all the living beings on his plane. Mountains of corpses and seas of bones to vent the hatred in my heart. Rong was completely mad. Lord Rong, a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting howl resounded. In next to no time, numerous elders dashed over from 2 different directions. As soon as they got close to Rong, they erupted with extremely tragic barks. They gnashed their teeth, and their voices were filled with resentment and unwillingness to give up until one of them died. It's over. Lord Rong, it's all over. All over. What's over? Rong's facial features had already completely shifted. Dead, all dead. Those elders beat their chests and stamped their feet. All of them are dead. The evil heroes that followed us, some were at the 8th phase True Chi formation realm, some were at the 9th phase True Chi realm, and some were at the True Chi realm. They were strong, bearing the hope of our plane. All of them were the pride of our plane. This time, when we explored the Genius Zone, we all had the belief that we would definitely win. We led this group of heaven's proud sons and daughters to embark on the journey, but they're dead. They're all dead. All of them turned into devils and died by exploding their own heads. Ruthless. Too ruthless. That little bastard from this plane is really one of the most ruthless people in the world. He kills without blinking an eye. His massacre has caused great damage to our plane's vitality. Countless geniuses have died, and the entire plane has regressed for thousands of years. What? The evil heroes that followed you all died in battle. Rong's voice had also completely changed. His voice was hoarse, and his blood and chi had completely surged up to his face. Nearly 200 evil heroes followed you to chase after that little bastard, and now, they're all dead? They were all killed by that little bastard instead. They're all dead, vanishing into thin air, dying without a complete corpse. Pooh! Suddenly, a mouthful of hot blood directly spurted out of Rong's mouth. His body was on the verge of collapse. Outside the hallucinatory Devil Palace. In the azure space of the universe, there were stable energy waves and spatial order. 2 camps. Xiao Han's plane, led by the Tower Master, had already gathered dozens of people. 2/3 of all the evil heroes that entered the hallucinatory demon palace had successfully found the exit and were teleported out. As for the camp of Rong's plane, although there were also more than 100 evil heroes that were teleported out, more than 1,000 of them had entered. In other words, so far, the evil heroes that were teleported out from their plane were not even 1/10 of the total number of evil heroes. Tower Master, from this, it seems that our plane is really prosperous. Ha! Almost more than 2/3 of the people have escaped from danger, and were not trapped in the hallucinatory demon palace. Ha ha ha! An elder stood beside the Tower Master with great pride. Don't be too complacent for the time being. The Tower Master could not help but reveal an unconcealable smile on his face. The time in the hallucinatory demon palace is equivalent to 1 day in the real world outside. I estimate that it's already the 3rd day in the hallucinatory demon palace. The density and degree of danger in the hallucinatory demon realm is 20 times that of the first day. It's very dangerous. There are still 1/3 of our people that have not been teleported out. I don't know if they're lucky or not. Why didn't my junior brother Xiao Han teleport out with us? There are clearly 10 exits, but he actually... Xiao Mingchu crossed his arms. There was a trace of worry on his face. Brother Xiao, you don't have to worry too much. I think that little brother Xiao Han will definitely be transported out unscathed. I've already heard people talking about it just now. In our plane, most of the fiend heroes that escaped unscathed all benefited from little brother Xiao Han. It was little brother Xiao Han who helped them find the exit. Furthermore, little brother Xiao Han even personally killed many experts from the Rong plane. Luo Tianyou's face was also filled with admiration. Little brother Xiao Han is really an extraordinary person. If it wasn't for him this time, I'm afraid there would be no one in our plane who could survive until now. There wouldn't be more than 10. Yan Qi, you're saying that Xiao Han killed 34 fiend heroes at the true energy formation realm in an instant. At this moment, the Tower Master and many elders were questioning the ancient giant Yan Qi. Yes. Yan Qi nodded heavily. That's right. Those 34 fiend heroes. Although they are all at the true energy formation realm, some of them have expanded their meridians well and built a solid foundation. Their talismans are also not to be underestimated. Therefore, if we really fought, they wouldn't lose to me. I didn't think that Xiao Han would be able to kill them with just a thought. Tower Master, elders, if Yan Qi's guess is correct, Xiao Han must be hiding a heaven-defying magical treasure on him. It might be an immortal artifact. As he spoke, Yan Qi's eyes shone with a fanatical light. Immortal artifact. It seems that it really might be an immortal artifact. The Tower Master's voice trembled as he breathed heavily. Legend has it that a true immortal artifact can move the void, move the stars, change the position of the stars, and kill in all directions. I didn't think that Xiao Han would have an immortal artifact. This Tower Master, Xiao Han's realm is very low. It would be difficult for him to unleash the true power of an immortal artifact. An elder winked and said, "That's right." Another elder slapped his thigh. If Xiao Han could really unleash the full power of that immortal artifact, then he would have killed Na Rong long ago. Why are you still dawdling? What a pity. Such a good immortal artifact in Xiao Han's hands is like a pearl covered in dust. It feels like a reckless waste of God's gifts. There's nothing we can do about it. Xiao Han is only at the expanded acupoint realm. To be able to use that immortal artifact to instantly kill dozens of enemies at the 8th level True Qi realm is already his limit. However, the journey to the Genius Zone this time is too dangerous. If we are not careful, we might lose our lives. How about, Tower Master, when Xiao Han comes out from the hallucinatory Devil Palace, we can discuss with him and ask him to hand over that immortal artifact. If that immortal artifact is in your hands, how powerful would it be? I don't dare to imagine it. I definitely don't dare to imagine it. An elder started to flatter. Humph. The Tower Master's expression was extremely smug. If I had an immortal artifact, killing Na Rong would only take a single thought. After pausing for a moment, the Tower Master's face turned red. After Xiao Han comes out, I will personally talk to him. Inside the hallucinatory Devil Palace, Xiao Han fervently cultivated. The last hand gesture of the 16th spirit finger technique was completed. The liquid spirit star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness increased in size again, and the density of his spirit increased by an unknown number of times. A huge amount of spirit power radiated out from Xiao Han's brain and pierced through heaven and earth. Obliterate the void. Boom! Xiao Han slightly released a spirit wave and was able to cover a range of 200,000 meters. Not bad. A large portion of this hallucinatory Devil Palace is already firmly under my control. And Xiao Han's mind moved. Suddenly, an area with a diameter of 10,000 meters appeared in the east and was directly confined by Xiao Han's spirit power. Within this area with a diameter of 10,000 meters, all the hallucinatory devil realm were under Xiao Han's control. I don't know if I can make those immortal Eye Realm elders fall into bedevilment and die. Xiao Han rubbed his nose. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Han madly sprinted and reached the area tens of thousands of meters in front of him. He found a few of his demon hero companions who were suppressed by the hallucinatory devil realm and were on the verge of death. He helped them find the exit and teleported out. During this period of time, Xiao Han consecutively destroyed a total of 100 exits. Finally, Xiao Han found another berserk area of the hallucinatory devil realm and sat down cross-legged. I'll try to break through to the 17th spirit finger technique. A faint smile flashed across the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. After completing the 15th set of spirit finger technique, I will be able to purify an ordinary true Qi 8th phase talisman formation realm. After cultivating to the 20th set of spirit finger technique, I will be able to purify any peak true Qi 8th phase talisman formation realm. To purify a true Qi 9th phase true treasure realm, I will need to solidify my spirit power. I have completed the 16th set of spirit finger technique and should be able to purify a portion of true Qi 8th phase talisman formation realm. I will erase their ego and plant a belief in me in their minds. They will become my most loyal slaves like Brother Yen. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.